Embark on a riveting journey to a windswept frontier outpost where duty clashes with prejudice and courage defies tradition. This Western audiobook unfolds a gripping tale of survival and sacrifice, set against the untamed plains where secrets fester and loyalties are tested in the crucible of danger. Immerse yourself in a world of dust, defiance, and the unyielding spirit of those who dare to stand firm, promising listeners an unforgettable saga of heart and heroism. Chapter 1: The Unwelcome Uniform. The Wyoming wind was a restless thing, never quite settling, always carrying the grit of the plains, the scent of dust and distant pines, and today, an unwelcome tension that prickled the skin even more than the late summer heat. Fort Laramie stood baked and bleached under the vast, indifferent sky, a collection of adobe and rough-hewn timber huddled against the immensity of the landscape. It was an outpost clinging to the edge of civilization, a place where routine was the only bulwark against the surrounding emptiness and the ever-present threat of conflict that simmered just beyond the horizon. Sergeant Major Alden Thomas stood ramrod straight on the edge of the parade ground, his shadow stretching long and sharp in the afternoon sun. His uniform, though worn, was immaculate, every button fastened, every crease precise. Habit, ingrained by 20 years of service, dictated his posture. But something deeper held him rigid today, a sense of order profoundly disturbed. His eyes, the color of a winter sky just before a storm, scanned the activity of the fort with an air of weary vigilance. Troopers moved with practiced, if sometimes sluggish, efficiency, mucking out stables, repairing tack, drilling under the merciless sun. The rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the creak of wagon wheels, the distant shouts of commands. These were the familiar sounds that usually grounded him, the heartbeat of his world. Today, they seemed discordant, brittle. He ran a gloved hand over his jaw, feeling the familiar rasp of stubble that the morning shave hadn't entirely conquered. 45 years had etched lines around his eyes and mouth, lines carved not just by sun and wind, but by responsibility, by losses he rarely spoke of, and by the constant, grinding weight of keeping men alive in a land that seemed determined to swallow them whole. He was the spine of this garrison, the conduit between the often detached officers and the men who faced the dust and danger daily. His word was law, his presence a guarantee of discipline. And discipline, he knew, was what kept chaos at bay. A plume of dust announced the stagecoach, long before it rattled into view, pulled by 4 weary horses lathered in sweat. Stagecoach arrivals were always a point of interest, bringing mail, news, sometimes new recruits or supplies. But the rumor that had preceded this particular coach, a rumor so outlandish he dismissed it as latrine gossip or whiskey-fueled fantasy, now coiled tight in his gut. He watched as the driver wrestled the team to a halt near the quartermaster's office, the heavy vehicle groaning like an old man settling his bones. A few troopers paused in their duties, leaning on shovels or brooms, their curiosity piqued. Captain Howard emerged from his office, adjusting his kepi, a look of mild bewilderment on his face. Thomas remained where he was, a statue carved from duty and disbelief. The coach door swung open. A boot appeared, first standard Army issue, scuffed but sturdy, then a leg, clad in the familiar blue wool trousers of the enlisted man. A collective inhale seemed to ripple through the onlookers as the figure stepped down, straightening to their full height. Corporal Maria Elena Reyes stood blinking in the harsh sunlight, her hand instinctively going to the brim of the forage cap, perched somewhat awkwardly on her dark, upswept hair. The uniform, clearly tailored, but still ill-fitting in the way it draped over feminine curves rather than masculine angles, was the starkest symbol of the absurdity Thomas felt churning within him. It was wrong, utterly, fundamentally wrong. A woman in uniform here. Silence descended upon the fort, thick and heavy as the dust settling around her boots. The wind chose that moment to whip a strand of dark hair across her cheek, and she brushed it away with a gesture that was unconsciously feminine. Yet her stance remained resolute, her shoulders squared. She wasn't tall, perhaps 5'5", but she held herself with an unexpected solidity. Her face, framed by the severe lines of the cap and collar, was younger than he'd expected, mid-20s, perhaps with high cheekbones, a determined set to her jaw, and dark eyes that swept over the fort, taking in the rough buildings, the watching soldiers, the imposing figure of the sergeant major, with an expression he couldn't quite decipher. Was it fear, defiance, or simply exhaustion from the journey? Captain Howard cleared his throat, breaking the spell. Corporal Reyes, I presume? His voice held a note of strained formality. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty as ordered. Her voice was clear, steady, carrying surprisingly well in the open air, though Thomas detected a faint tremor beneath the surface. It held a slight accent, smoothed by effort, but still present, hinting at origins south of the border. The watching troopers exchanged glances, some openly grinning, others scowling. A low murmur started, spreading like spilled ink. A woman? What in God's name? Can't be serious. Thomas felt a muscle twitch in his jaw. This was insubordination waiting to happen, a breakdown of the very fabric of military order. He strode forward, his boots crunching decisively on the hard-packed earth, each step deliberate, measured. The murmuring died down as he approached, the men instinctively straightening up and avoiding his gaze. He stopped directly in front of her, close enough to see the faint sheen of sweat on her upper lip, the way her knuckles were white where she gripped the small satchel at her side. He didn't offer a salute. She was a corporal, he the sergeant major. The hierarchy was clear, even if her presence defied all logic. Corporal Reyes, he stated, his voice low and hard, devoid of any welcome. Sergeant Major Thomas, you have papers? She met his gaze directly. Her eyes, he noted with a flicker of surprise, were not just dark, but deep, holding a complex light that seemed both wary and assessing. There was no fear in them now, only a guarded stillness. Yes, Sergeant Major. She shifted her satchel, fumbling slightly with the buckle before extracting a folded sheaf of official documents, stamped and signed. She held them out to him. He took them without a word, his eyes scanning the orders from department headquarters. It was all there, official, undeniable. Authorization for the enlistment and assignment of one Maria Elena Reyes to Fort Laramie, citing special skills telegraphy and translation deemed essential. Special skills. He snorted inwardly. This was some fool officer's notion back east, someone who had never smelled prairie dust mixed with blood, never faced a winter storm that could freeze a man solid in minutes, never understood the brutal, unforgiving reality of this life. Telegraphy and translation, he read aloud, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Skills better suited to a clerk in Omaha, Corporal, not a soldier on the frontier. A faint flush rose on her neck, visible above the stiff collar of her tunic. With respect, Sergeant Major, my orders assign me here. I am prepared to fulfill my duties. Prepared? His gaze swept over her again, deliberately critical, taking in the way the uniform strained slightly across her chest, the impracticality of her tightly bound hair under the cap, the sheer blinding fact of her womanhood in this fiercely masculine environment. This fort is not a place for delicate constitutions. We face hostile territory, hard living, and the constant threat of attack. A soldier needs strength, endurance. They need to rely on the person next to them without question. Your presence, he clipped the words precisely, creates complications we cannot afford. I understand the challenges, Sergeant Major, she replied, her voice still level, though her chin tilted up a fraction. I requested this assignment. I am aware of the conditions. Aware? He almost laughed, a harsh, grating sound. You've read reports, perhaps? Talked to armchair strategists? You are not aware of what it means to stand picket duty in a blizzard, or ride patrol for days on end with nothing but hardtack and alkali water, or face men whose sole intention is to kill you. You are aware of nothing. Her dark eyes flashed then, a brief spark of fire quickly controlled. I am aware that I wear the same uniform as the men standing behind you, Sergeant Major. I am aware that I took the same oath. And I am aware that my skills are needed. Thomas felt a grudging respect flicker, unwelcome and instantly suppressed. She had spirit. He'd give her that. Misguided, dangerous spirit, but spirit nonetheless. He thrust the papers back at her. Captain Howard will see to your billet. Quartermaster will issue your gear. Report for duty roster assignment at 0600 tomorrow. Dismissed. He turned sharply on his heel, not waiting for a reply, the stiff wool of his tunic rasping with the movement. He needed to regain control of himself, of the situation, of the men whose discipline was already fraying at the edges, thanks to this unprecedented arrival. He barked an order at the nearest group of gawking troopers, sending them scattering back to their tasks. The familiar rhythm of the fort needed to be reestablished immediately. Maria watched him stride away, his back rigid, conveying utter disapproval. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, the tension easing slightly from her shoulders, only to be replaced by a profound sense of isolation. The whispers hadn't entirely stopped. She could feel the weight of dozens of pairs of eyes on her. Curious, hostile, amused. This was it. The reality was harsher, colder than she had even imagined during the long, jolting coach ride. Sergeant Major Thomas's words echoed in her mind, aware of nothing. Perhaps he was right, but she couldn't turn back now. Captain Howard approached her, his expression a mixture of official duty and personal discomfort. Corporal Reyes, welcome to Fort Laramie such as it is. He gestured vaguely. If you'll come with me, we'll find you accommodations. The word hung in the air, awkward and uncertain. Accommodations. Where did one house a female soldier in a fort built entirely for men? She followed him, her satchel clutched tightly, her boots kicking up small puffs of the ubiquitous dust. They passed the barracks, long, low buildings from which rough laughter and shouted comments occasionally drifted. She kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, focusing on the captain's back, ignoring the stares that felt like physical things brushing against her skin. The accommodations turned out to be a small, unused storage room tacked onto the back of the infirmary. It was little more than a closet, smelling faintly of carbolic acid and old bandages, with barely enough space for the narrow cot, a small crate serving as a table and her own meager belongings. A single high window, barred and dusty, offered a sliver of bruised evening sky. Privacy, at least, but the isolation was palpable. It's not much, I'm afraid, Captain Howard said apologetically, shifting his weight. Best we could manage on short notice under the circumstances. It will suffice, sir. Thank you, Maria replied, forcing a calmness she didn't feel into her voice. The mess hall is that way, he pointed. Meals are at 0630, 12:30, and 18:30 sharp. Latrines are behind the stables. Any difficulties? Report directly to me or Sergeant Major Thomas. He seemed eager to leave. Right. Well, carry on, Corporal. He practically fled. Left alone in the stifling silence of the small room, Maria sank onto the edge of the cot, the coarse blanket rough beneath her hand. The sheer enormity of what she had done washed over her. She had fought bureaucracy, prejudice, and her own family's desperate pleas to get here. She had volunteered, citing her fluency in Spanish and Sioux dialects, learned during a childhood spent near the border territories before everything changed. She had proven her proficiency with the telegraph key, a skill rare enough to make the Army overlook, albeit reluctantly, the inconvenient fact of her gender. She had done it because she had nowhere else to go, no other path forward from the wreckage of her past. She needed the structure, the purpose, the anonymity that the uniform, ironically, might provide. She needed to prove, perhaps only to herself, that she could survive, that she was more than the sum of her sorrows. But Sergeant Major Thomas's eyes, cold and sharp as fractured ice, had seen none of that. They had seen only a disruption, a weakness, an aberration. His contempt had been a physical blow, harder to bear than the stares or the whispers. He represented the walls she would have to scale every single day, the embodiment of the frontier's harsh judgment and the Army's rigid skepticism. She touched the locket, hidden beneath her tunic, its cool metal a familiar comfort against her skin. Inside rested the faded image of a face she tried not to remember too often, a reminder of the life she had lost, the choices that had led her down this dusty, uncertain road. No, she couldn't turn back. She had come too far, burned too many bridges. With a sigh that carried the weight of the miles traveled and the challenges yet to come, Maria stood up. She smoothed down her tunic, adjusted her cap, and squared her shoulders again. 18:30 hours, mealtime, her first test. She would face the mess hall, the stairs, the silence. She would eat the Army rations, sit amongst the men who saw her as an unwelcome curiosity, and she would endure. Survival was etched into her bones, a lesson learned long before she ever donned this blue uniform. She opened the door and stepped out into the deepening twilight of Fort Laramie, the wind still whispering its dry, unsettling song around the corners of the buildings, carrying the scent of wood smoke and the promise of a long, difficult night. The sergeant major might see her as a complication, but she intended to become an undeniable part of this fort's hard reality, whether he liked it or not. Her first battle had just begun. Chapter 2, Eyes Like a Winter Sky. Dawn arrived not with gentle color, but as a slow dilution of the oppressive dark, the vast Wyoming sky turning from bruised purple to a pale, washed-out gray. A chill lingered in the air, sharp enough to raise goose flesh, carrying the scent of cold earth and stale wood smoke from dying embers. Maria shivered, pulling the coarse Army blanket tighter around her shoulders as she sat on the edge of her narrow cot in the cramped storage room. Sleep had been fitful, punctuated by the unfamiliar sounds of the fort, the distant stamp and snort of horses, the cough of a man in the nearby infirmary, the mournful howl of a coyote far out on the plains, and the ceaseless sighing of the wind against the rough planks of her walls. Her small window showed only that sliver of lightening sky. There was no comfort here, only function. She rose stiffly, the aches from the long stagecoach journey settling deep in her bones. Washing involved a basin of icy water fetched from the communal pump near the infirmary entrance, the cold shocking her fully awake. She dressed quickly, her fingers clumsy with the unfamiliar buttons and stiff fabric of the uniform. Binding her thick dark hair into a tight knot at the nape of her neck felt like caging a bird. But loose hair was unthinkable, another mark of difference she couldn't afford. Catching her reflection in the small, cracked piece of mirror she'd propped on the crate, she saw a stranger staring back pale, tired, but with a flicker of defiance in the set of her mouth. This was Corporal Reyes now, Maria Elena, the girl who loved the scent of orange blossoms and the warmth of the southern sun, was a ghost lingering just behind the eyes. The bugle call slicing through the pre-dawn quiet startled her, a raw, demanding sound that echoed off the adobe walls. 0545, 15 minutes until she had to report. Taking a deep breath, she smoothed her tunic one last time, picked up her forage cap, and stepped out into the fort, just beginning to stir. Men emerged from the barracks, bleary-eyed and grumbling, pulling on boots, heading towards the latrines or the mess hall. A few glanced her way, their expressions ranging from guarded curiosity to open amusement, but most were too preoccupied with their own morning rituals to pay her much mind. The air smelled of brewing coffee, manure, and the ever-present dust. She walked toward the small administrative building that housed the sergeant major's office, her heart thudding against her ribs like a trapped drum. This was the moment. Her first official encounter since the dismissal yesterday. She needed to be steady, professional, unbowed. The door to his office was already open, spilling weak lamplight onto the boardwalk outside. She could see him inside, silhouetted against the light, standing beside a cluttered desk piled high with ledgers and paperwork. He was already working, already immersed in the machinery of the fort, while most others were still shaking off sleep. She stopped at the threshold, rapping her knuckles sharply on the doorframe. Corporal Reyes reporting for duty assignment, Sergeant Major. He didn't look up immediately, continuing to scan a document under the lamplight. The deliberate pause stretched the silence, making her acutely aware of her own breathing. Finally, he placed the paper down and turned. His eyes, those unsettling eyes like a winter sky, swept over her, cool and assessing. There was no flicker of recognition, no acknowledgement of the previous day's tension, just a detached, professional scrutiny that was somehow more unnerving than outright hostility. "Corporal," he acknowledged curtly. He gestured towards a smaller desk tucked into a corner of the main orderly room, adjacent to his own office. "Your primary duty station is the telegraph office. Equipment is functional. Barely. Keep the logs meticulous. Transmission schedule is posted. Any deviation requires my authorization." "Understood?" "Yes, Sergeant Major." "Secondary duties will include translation as needed. Captain Howard occasionally receives correspondence from Mexican territories, or we have dealings with traders. You will make yourself available immediately when required." "Understood, Sergeant Major." He picked up another paper, his attention already shifting away. The outgoing telegraph operator, Corporal Davies, was reassigned 2 weeks ago, unexpectedly. "Which leaves you," he stated. The implication clear. Her arrival was a necessity, born of inconvenience, not desire. The logs are behind. See that they are brought up to date by end of day tomorrow. The supply manifest transmitted last week need cross-referencing. He pushed a thick ledger across his desk towards the edge. Start with this. She stepped forward, took the heavy book, the worn leather cool beneath her fingers. Yes, Sergeant Major. He finally met her gaze again, his expression unreadable. This fort runs on discipline and order, Corporal. Every soldier, regardless of circumstance, is expected to contribute to that order without fail. There is no room for error, no tolerance for distraction. And is that clear? The emphasis on circumstance and distraction was not lost on her. He still saw her as a liability. Perfectly clear, Sergeant Major. Dismissed. He turned back to his desk, the set of his shoulders a final, unyielding barrier. Maria retreated, clutching the ledger. The telegraph office was a small room connected to the orderly room, smelling of dust, ozone from the equipment, and stale coffee. A single window looked out onto the main parade ground. The equipment itself looked old but maintained. A sounder, a key, batteries lining a shelf, spools of wire. A schedule was indeed tacked to the wall, detailing times for routine communication with departmental headquarters in Omaha and other nearby posts. She set the ledger down on the cramped desk, took off her cap, and ran a hand over the cool metal of the telegraph key. This, at least, was familiar territory. The rhythmic clicking of the sounder, the precise tap of the key. It was a language she understood, a skill she possessed unequivocally. Here, her gender didn't matter. Only her speed and accuracy did. She spent the morning immersed in the task, deciphering the scrawled entries in the old logbook, cross-referencing them with flimsy copies of transmitted messages. It was tedious work, demanding concentration, but she welcomed it. It anchored her, gave her purpose. The rhythmic clatter of the telegraph key under her fingers was a shield against the unease that lingered just beneath the surface. Occasionally, she heard the sergeant major's voice from the next room, sharp commands, brief conversations with troopers reporting in, the scrape of his chair. He was a constant, unseen presence. Midday approached, announced by another bugle call, and the growing noise from the direction of the mess hall. Hunger gnawed at her stomach. She hadn't eaten since a piece of dry bread grabbed hastily during a stagecoach stop the previous day. Steeling herself, she put down her pen, replaced her cap, and headed towards the long, low building where the enlisted men took their meals. The moment she pushed open the door, the din of conversation and clatter of tin plates subsided noticeably. Heads turned. Conversations faltered mid-sentence. She felt the familiar weight of dozens of eyes, the heat rising in her cheeks. Taking a tray, she moved along the serving line, accepting the ladle full of stew, the hunk of bread, the tin cup of weak coffee, without meeting anyone's gaze. The food smelled plain but hearty beef, potatoes, onions. Finding a seat was the next hurdle. The long wooden tables were crowded, benches filled with blue-clad soldiers. She spotted a small gap at the very end of a table near the door, occupied by only a couple of older troopers engrossed in their own quiet conversation. Murmurs followed her as she walked, though no one addressed her directly. She sat down, keeping her eyes fixed on her tray, forcing herself to eat mechanically. The stew was hot, filling, but tasted like ashes in her mouth. The silence around her small space felt louder than the resumed chatter elsewhere in the hall. She risked a glance up, her gaze sweeping briefly across the room. Most men avoided looking at her, pointedly focusing on their food or companions. A few younger troopers smirked amongst themselves. Then her eyes landed on Sergeant Major Thomas. He sat alone at the small table reserved for senior NCOs, eating with the same focused intensity he applied to everything else. His gaze wasn't directed at her, but rather out the window, towards the endless expanse of the prairie, visible beyond the fort walls. There was a profound solitude about him, a stillness that seemed at odds with the authority he wielded. His face, in the neutral light of the mess hall, looked older, etched with a weariness that his rigid posture usually concealed. The lines around his eyes, those winter sky eyes, seemed deeper. Was it just the light? Or did she glimpse something else there? A shadow of past pain, a burden carried in silence. The thought was fleeting, dismissed as fanciful. He was her superior officer, the man who clearly resented her presence. Projecting shared feelings onto him was foolish, dangerous even. She finished her meal quickly, the food sitting heavy in her stomach, and deposited her tray, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the mess hall. The afternoon brought a change of pace. A message clicked through on the telegraph routine, supply confirmations from Fort Phil County, up north. She transcribed it quickly, her fingers flying over the key as she sent the acknowledgement receipt. The work was a relief, a tangible demonstration of her worth. Later, Captain Howard summoned her. "Corporal Reyes, we have a visitor, a local rancher, Mr. Dubois. He speaks primarily French, very little English. Sergeant Major Thomas mentioned you might have some linguistic skills beyond Spanish." Maria blinked. I know some French, sir. My mother was educated in a convent school. She taught me. It felt strange, revealing this small piece of her past. "Excellent. Come with me." She followed the captain back towards his office. A stout man with a weathered face and anxious eyes stood twisting his hat brim. He wore dusty rancher's clothes, not military uniform. Sergeant Major Thomas stood nearby, observing, his face impassive. "Mr. Dubois," Captain Howard began, "this is Corporal Reyes. She may be able to assist with translation." Dubois looked at Maria, his eyes widening slightly in surprise at her uniform. But desperation quickly replaced astonishment. He launched into a rapid stream of worried French. His prized bull, imported at great expense, had wandered off or been stolen. He suspected rustlers, perhaps, from the lawless territory south of the river. He needed help, trackers, anything the army could offer. Maria listened intently, then translated Dubois's concerns into concise English for the captain and sergeant major. Thomas watched her, his expression unreadable. He asked a few sharp questions through her. When was the bull last seen? Any tracks? Any strangers sighted in the area? Maria relayed the questions, and Dubois's increasingly agitated answers. Her French, though perhaps accented differently than his Canadian-influenced dialect, was clear and accurate. After several minutes, Thomas spoke directly to the captain. "We can spare 2 troopers for a scout patrol tomorrow morning, sir. Have them check the river crossings south of Dubois's spread. Unlikely to find a single bull, but worth a look for tracks, signs of passage." "Very good, Sergeant Major. Relay that to Mr. Dubois, Corporal." Maria explained the Sergeant Major's decision to the relieved rancher. Dubois poured out his thanks, grasping her hand briefly in gratitude before being ushered out by the captain. As the door closed, Thomas turned to Maria. His eyes, narrowed slightly, held that familiar cool assessment. "Your French is adequate, Corporal." It wasn't praise, merely a statement of fact, yet it felt like a concession, however small. Thank you, Sergeant Major, she replied, keeping her tone neutral. Return to your duties. He turned away, dismissing her once more. Back in the quiet solitude of the telegraph office, Maria felt a strange mix of exhaustion and fragile accomplishment. She had navigated the mess hall, performed her primary duty, and even proven useful in an unexpected way. Yet the sergeant major's grudging acknowledgement felt less like acceptance and more like another test passed under his watchful, critical gaze. Those eyes, they seemed to see everything, to judge everything against some internal, unyielding standard. They were the color of the sky before a blizzard, holding the promise of biting cold and untamed power. As the afternoon wore on, the wind picked up, rattling the window pane, carrying the gritty dust against the glass. The sky darkened prematurely, heavy gray clouds rolling in from the west, mirroring the color she kept associating with the sergeant major. A storm was brewing, both outside and, she suspected, within the complex dynamics of Fort Laramie. She finished logging the day's transmissions, her handwriting neat and precise in the ledger, a small act of imposing order on the chaos she felt churning inside. The routine was a comfort, a structure to cling to. Just as she was preparing to close the office for the day, the telegraph sounder suddenly sprang to life, clicking out an urgent, non-scheduled signal code. Her attention snapped back instantly. This wasn't routine traffic. She quickly adjusted the receiver, her fingers poised over the key. The message began clicking through. Sharp, staccato bursts of sound demanding her complete focus. It wasn't from Omaha or another fort. The sending signature was faint, irregular, as if transmitted under difficult conditions. Deciphering the incoming Morse code, she began to write, her pencil flying across the pad. Attack, settlers, Dry Creek Crossing, Cheyenne Dog Soldier, requesting immediate. The signal abruptly cut off, dissolving into static. Maria stared at the incomplete message, her blood running cold. Dry Creek Crossing wasn't far, maybe half a day's ride southeast. Settlers attacked. Cheyenne Dog Soldiers known for their ferocity. The silence from the telegraph felt heavy, ominous. She ripped the page from the pad and bolted from the office, bursting into the sergeant major's room without knocking. He looked up sharply from his paperwork, his eyes instantly narrowing at her abrupt entrance and the undisguised urgency on her face. "Oh, Sergeant Major?" she gasped, holding out the message fragment. "Urgent transmission incomplete, Dry Creek Crossing." He snatched the paper from her hand, his gaze sweeping over the hastily scrawled words. His face hardened, the lines deepening, his eyes darkening like that winter sky turning to slate just before the snow flew thick and fast. The weariness she thought she'd glimpsed earlier vanished, replaced by an immediate, focused intensity. He was already moving, reaching for his campaign hat, his voice cutting through the sudden tension in the room like a blade. "Sound the alarm! Muster A Troop, now!" Chapter 3. Dust settles, trouble doesn't. The sergeant major's command cracked through the relative quiet of the orderly room like a whip. "Sound the alarm! Muster A Troop, now!" Before the words fully registered, before Maria could fully process the cold dread icing her veins from the fragmented message, the fort outside exploded into directed chaos. Thomas was already moving, grabbing his hat and sidearm belt from a peg near the door. He paused only fractionally, his gaze sweeping back to Maria, who stood frozen, the discarded message pad still clutched in her hand. His eyes, those piercing winter skies, held no trace of yesterday's disdain, only the sharp, focused energy of imminent action. "Corporal Reyes!" he barked, his voice cutting through the rising clamor from outside boots pounding on the boardwalk, shouts erupting across the parade ground. "Stay at that telegraph. Monitor the frequency. If anything else comes through, anything, you report it directly to Captain Howard or Lieutenant Davis. Do not leave this post unless ordered." "Is that understood?" "Yes, Sergeant Major." The words came out breathless, automatic. He gave a single curt nod and was gone, disappearing into the maelstrom of activity, erupting beyond the doorway. The piercing, urgent notes of the alarm bugle split the air, overriding all other sounds, a clarion call that sent adrenaline surging through every vein in the garrison. Maria stumbled back to the telegraph desk, her legs shaky. She sank onto the stool, her hands automatically reaching for the headset, positioning it over her ears, adjusting the receiver knobs with trembling fingers. The line remained stubbornly silent, filled only with the faint, crackling hiss of atmospheric static. Dry Creek Crossing, settlers, Cheyenne dog soldiers. The words pulsed behind her eyes. She pictured families huddled in fear, men fighting desperately against overwhelming odds. The swift, brutal violence she had only heard about in hushed, grim tones. Through the window overlooking the parade ground, she witnessed the transformation. Men poured from the barracks, pulling on gear, grabbing rifles. NCOs shouted orders, their voices hoarse but clear. Horses were being led out from the stables at a run, saddled with swift, practiced efficiency by troopers whose earlier lethargy had vanished, replaced by grim purpose. Dust plumed into the air, thick and choking, catching the rays of the late afternoon sun, turning the scene into a frantic, golden-hued tableau. She saw Sergeant Major Thomas in the thick of it, a solid, unwavering presence amidst the swirling activity. He moved with an economy of motion, pointing, speaking low but emphatic words, to Lieutenant Davies, a younger officer now buckling on his sword belt, conferring briefly with Captain Howard, who looked pale but resolute. Thomas wasn't shouting like some of the other NCOs. His authority radiated outwards, a calm center in the storm, demanding obedience through sheer force of presence. He inspected bridles, checked rifle loads, slapped a trooper reassuringly on the shoulder, even as he issued a sharp correction about a cinched girth. He was the engine driving the machine, ensuring every part functioned correctly before it rolled into potential oblivion. Maria watched him, fascinated and unnerved. This was a side of him she hadn't seen, not the disapproving superior, but the seasoned field soldier, the leader responsible for the lives under his command. The weariness she'd glimpsed earlier was gone, burned away by the immediate crisis. His face was set in hard lines, his jaw tight, but his eyes, as they scanned the assembling troop, held an alertness that missed nothing. He was entirely focused, utterly present in the dangerous reality unfolding. A grudging respect, deeper and more complex than the flicker she'd felt yesterday, began to take root within her. This man, whatever his personal prejudices, knew his duty. He knew this life, this danger, in a way she could only imagine. His earlier words, aware of nothing, echoed with renewed weight, but now tinged less with insult and more with harsh, undeniable truth. Within what felt like mere minutes, yet stretched into an eternity of frantic preparation, a troop was mounted and formed in columns of two. Around 30 men, their faces grim, sat their horses, carbines resting across their saddles, ammunition pouches full. Lieutenant Davis sat at their head, looking young and trying too hard to appear confident. Sergeant Major Thomas rode beside him, his posture erect, his gaze already fixed southward, towards the unseen horizon where Dry Creek lay. Captain Howard gave a final word, too low for Maria to hear, then stepped back. Thomas raised his hand, then brought it down sharply. "Troop forward, ho!" The column moved out, hooves drumming on the hard-packed earth, kicking up yet more dust. They rode through the main gate at a steady trot, a blue snake winding its way out onto the vast, indifferent prairie, heading towards the unseen threat. Maria watched until the last rider disappeared from view, until the dust cloud began to thin, slowly settling back to earth, leaving behind a silence that felt heavy and fraught. The fort seemed unnaturally quiet now. The remaining soldiers moved with a subdued air, casting anxious glances towards the southern gate. The urgency had passed, replaced by the slow gnawing dread of waiting. The dust had settled, but the trouble was out there, riding with a troop, and its shadow lingered over the garrison. Maria turned back to the telegraph, forcing herself to concentrate. She meticulously checked the connections, adjusted the frequency dial slightly, listening intently for any whisper of a signal. Nothing, only the empty hiss. She reread the fragmented message, searching for any nuance she might have missed. Attack, settlers, Dry Creek Crossing, Cheyenne Dog Soldier, requesting immediate what? Aid? Reinforcements? The abrupt cutoff was terrifying. Had the sender been killed? The equipment destroyed? The hours crawled by. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of orange and blood red, colors that seemed disturbingly appropriate. The routine of the fort continued, muted but necessary. Men tended to the remaining horses, repaired equipment, stood their guard posts. The cook fires were lit for the evening meal, the smell of wood smoke mingling with the ever-present dust. When the mess call sounded, Maria felt reluctant to leave her post, but knew she must. Thomas's orders had been clear: stay unless ordered. Hunger gnawed at her, and maintaining her strength was crucial. The mess hall was quieter tonight, the remaining men eating with less boisterousness, conversations low, and speculation rife about a troop's fate. She found a seat at the same deserted end of the table as before. This time, however, the silence felt less hostile, more shared. The immediate crisis had temporarily leveled the field. Anxiety was a common denominator. A corporal she vaguely recognized from the stables, a lanky man named Evans with straw-colored hair and restless eyes, slid onto the bench opposite her. He'd been excused from the patrol due to a badly sprained ankle, his foot heavily bandaged. "Evening, Corporal Reyes," he offered, pushing his plate forward. "Quiet tonight." "Yes, Corporal," Maria replied cautiously, keeping her eyes on her food. "Heard you took the message," Evans continued, leaning forward slightly. "Must have been something hearing that come through." "It was unclear," she said, unwilling to share the grim details she held. "The signal cut off." "Yeah, heard that too." He shoveled a spoonful of beans into his mouth. "Dog soldiers. Nasty business. I hope the lieutenant and the sergeant major know what they're doing." He lowered his voice. "Davies is green. Good man, but green. It's Thomas holds that troop together. Always has." Maria nodded slightly, finding she agreed with the assessment. Evans leaned closer, his voice dropping further. "Funny thing, though, about Davies being reassigned, the fella you replaced at the telegraph." Maria looked up, curious despite herself. "What about him?" "Just sudden," Evans said, glancing around as if sharing a secret. Said he got urgent orders, family illness back east. Packed his bags and was on the next stagecoach west, heading for the railhead. But old man Hemlock, the driver, he told me Davies didn't look none too worried, looked more like a man running scared. He shrugged. Probably nothing, just talk. Running scared? From what? Maria filed the information away, another loose thread in the rough fabric of Fort Laramie. She finished her meal quickly, eager to return to the silence of the telegraph, away from gossip and speculation. You need anything, Corporal? Evans added as she stood up, his gaze lingering a little too long. You just ask old Evans, being the only, well, must get lonely. Thank you, Corporal, I'm fine, she replied curtly, turning away before he could say more. The casual assumption of her vulnerability, the hint of unwanted familiarity, chafed against her already raw nerves. Trouble, it seemed, didn't just ride out with the patrol, it lingered within the walls, taking different forms. Back in the telegraph office, the darkness outside was nearly complete, broken only by the flickering lanterns, placed at intervals around the fort, and the distant pinpricks of stars beginning to emerge in the vast sky. The wind had died down slightly, but the air remained tense. She checked the clock on the wall. Hours had passed since a troop rode out. They should have reached Dry Creek by now, possibly engaged the attackers. Word should be forthcoming soon, either via a rider or... She glanced at the silent telegraph, perhaps another attempt at a signal. She tried to occupy herself, meticulously organizing the already organized desk, rereading the regulations posted on the wall, tracing the map of the territory with her finger, her thoughts constantly drifting southward. She imagined the chaos of the fight, the crack of rifles, the war cries, the fear. She thought of Sergeant Major Thomas, his face grimly set, leading his men into the unknown. Was he thinking of his own past losses, the ones she sensed etched into his features? Did fear ever touch a man like that? A sudden noise outside the office door made her jump. She stood up quickly, her hand instinctively going to the empty place on her hip, where a sidearm would be a stark reminder of her different status. The door creaked open, and Captain Howard stood there, his face illuminated by the lantern he carried. He looked tired, the strain evident around his eyes. "Any word, Corp?" he asked, his voice low. "Nothing, sir." The line remained silent. He sighed, running a hand over his face. "They're overdue. Even accounting for rough terrain and potential engagement, they should have sent a rider back by now if possible." Maria felt a knot tighten in her stomach. Overdue. "Lieutenant Davies is young," the captain continued, almost thinking aloud. "But Sergeant Major Thomas, he's reliable. He knows the procedures. If he could send word, he would have." The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air. Something had gone wrong. Seriously wrong. "Keep monitoring, Corporal," the captain said, his voice regaining some of its official crispness. "I'm going to double the sentries on the walls." "Can't be too careful." He hesitated, then added, "And try not to worry too much. Thomas has pulled men through worse than this." He offered a weak, unconvincing smile and retreated, his footsteps echoing down the boardwalk. Left alone again in the small, quiet room, Maria felt the isolation press in on her more acutely than ever. The fort outside held its breath, waiting. The vast dark prairie outside seemed to have swallowed a troop whole. The silence from the telegraph was no longer just an absence of signal. It felt like a presence, a heavy, suffocating blanket of dread. She sat back down, her eyes fixed on the inert metal key, her ears straining against the headset, listening to the empty static. The dust had settled hours ago when the troop rode out, leaving the air momentarily clear. But the trouble, unseen and unheard out there in the darkness, felt immense. A gathering storm, far more menacing than the one that had merely threatened earlier in the day. And here, inside the relative safety of the fort walls, new uncertainties lingered. A predecessor who fled, a sergeant major with haunted eyes, and the constant wearying knowledge that she remained an outsider. Her uniform a symbol of unwelcome change in a world clinging desperately to its harsh familiar order. The night stretched before her, long and uncertain, filled only with the hiss of silence and the heavy weight of waiting. Chapter 4. Whispers Behind Barrack Walls. The silence in the telegraph office was a living thing, pressing in on Maria, amplifying the frantic thrumming beneath her ribs. Outside, Fort Laramie held its breath under a canopy of stars so bright and cold they seemed etched onto black glass. The wind had lessened to a mournful sigh around the eaves, carrying the occasional stamp of a restless horse from the stables, the distant challenge and reply of sentries making their rounds on the darkened palisade walls. Each sound felt unnaturally loud in the heavy quiet left by A Troop's departure. Maria kept her vigil, the leather headset pressing against her ears, her focus narrowed to the potential crackle and pop that would signal an incoming message. But there was only static, an endless, indifferent hiss that seemed to mock the tension gripping the fort. Her eyes burned from staring at the inert equipment. Her shoulders ached from the rigid posture she maintained, unwilling to relax, unwilling to miss the slightest indication of contact. Dry Creek, dog soldiers, the incomplete plea for help. The images cycled relentlessly through her mind. The panicked faces of settlers, the chaos of an ambush, the grim determination she'd seen settle over Sergeant Major Thomas's features as he rode out. He was out there now, in that vast darkness, leading men into danger, his competence a cold comfort against the sheer unpredictability of frontier warfare. She found herself tracing the lines of his face in her memory, the sharp planes, the weary etching around his winter sky eyes, the rigid set of his jaw. He disapproved of her, saw her as a disruption. Yet watching him prepare the troop, she couldn't deny the force of his leadership, the palpable sense of responsibility he carried. It was a stark contrast to the frightened rancher Dubois or the nervously eager Lieutenant Davis. Thomas felt like bedrock, immovable and enduring, even if that bedrock was cold and hard. Hours bled into one another, marked only by the slow crawl of the hands on the office clock and the changing shifts of the sentries. The initial adrenaline rush had faded, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and a gnawing anxiety that tightened its coil with each passing, silent minute. Captain Howard appeared again near midnight, his face drawn and shadowed in the lantern light he carried. "Still nothing, Corporal." His voice was raspy with fatigue. "Nothing, sir. The line is open, but silent." He sighed, rubbing his temples. "I sent 2 scouts out an hour ago. Cautious approach towards Dry Creek. If they see anything, well, if the troop is pinned down, perhaps they can get word back." He didn't sound convinced. Sending 2 men out might just be adding to the potential casualties. "Keep listening, Reyes. Daybreak isn't far off. Maybe." He trailed off, unable to articulate a hope that felt increasingly fragile. He gave her a weary nod and retreated back into the night. Maria watched him go, the captain's anxiety amplifying her own. If Thomas, the experienced sergeant major, hadn't sent word, the situation had to be dire. Pinned down, ambushed, worse. The chill of the night seeped into the small office. Needing to move, to shake off the stiffness creeping into her limbs, she slipped out of the office for a moment, intending only to stretch her legs on the short boardwalk outside. The air was cold and clean, smelling of dust and the faint metallic tang of the coming dawn. Most of the fort was dark, but rectangles of low light spilled from the barracks windows, and she could hear the low murmur of voices from within B Troop's quarters nearby. Curiosity, or perhaps just the need for some human sound other than the incessant static, drew her slightly closer, keeping to the shadows. She couldn't make out individual words at first, just the low rumble of masculine voices, punctuated by the occasional rough laugh or emphatic curse. These men weren't sleeping. They were waiting, just like her, just like the captain. Their anxiety manifested not in silence, but in restless talk. Always said Dry Creek was cursed ground, one voice drifted out, low and gravelly. Sioux steer clear of it mostly, bad medicine. Ain't Sioux, they're likely facing, another voice countered. Dog soldiers don't care about curses, they make their own bad medicine. A pause, then. 30 men ain't much against a determined war party, especially if those settlers stirred 'em up proper. Thomas'll handle it, a third voice stated, though it lacked conviction. He got us out of that mess on the Powder River 2 years back. Lost 3 men, but we gave him hell. Yeah, but Davies is leading this one, the second voice grumbled. Kid's barely old enough to shave proper. Rides well, shoots straight, but headstrong. Thomas can only do so much watching his back and the troops. Maybe, the first voice conceded. Still, Thomas knows this country, knows the Cheyenne better than most. If anyone can pull him through. Maria hugged herself against the chill, listening intently. They spoke of Thomas with a respect bordering on awe, tempered by the stark realities of their situation. He was their anchor, their best hope, yet even his formidable reputation wasn't enough to completely banish their fear. And the mention of Lieutenant Davis's inexperience confirmed her own fleeting impression. The weight on Thomas's shoulders seemed immense. Then the conversation shifted, the tone souring. Shouldn't have even been out there if Davies the First hadn't skedaddled. Yeah, what was that about? Another man chimed in. Family illness. Bullshit. Looked spooked as hell getting on that stage, Hemlock said, like the devil himself was nipping at his heels. Heard he owed money, someone else offered. Gambling debts down at the saloon. Or maybe something else. The first voice lowered conspiratorially. Heard whispers. Something about messages, not official ones, going through that wire. Maria's breath caught. Unofficial messages, Corporal Davies, her predecessor, running scared. It echoed what Evans had hinted at. Could there be more to his sudden departure than family illness or gambling debts, something connected to the fort, to the territory, maybe even to the current trouble? The thought sent a fresh wave of unease through her. Secrets festered in isolated places like this, breeding suspicion and mistrust. A floorboard creaked nearby, and Maria quickly stepped back fully into the shadows as a trooper emerged from the barracks, heading towards the latrines. He didn't see her. She retreated silently back to the telegraph office, her mind racing. The waiting was hard enough without adding layers of potential conspiracy and betrayal within the fort itself. She forced herself to focus back on the silent equipment. The stars outside began to pale as the first hint of gray lightened the eastern horizon. Dawn was coming, but it brought no comfort, only the stark illumination of how long a troop had been gone, how deep the silence stretched. Her body screamed for sleep. Her eyes felt gritty. Her stomach churned with stale coffee and anxiety. She touched the locket beneath her tunic, a subconscious gesture seeking an anchor in the past. But the memories it evoked, loss, flight, the burning need to disappear into something larger than herself, felt too sharp, too close to the surface tonight. She had sought refuge in the army's structure, but the structure itself felt fragile now, threatened from without, and perhaps from within. She thought again of Thomas's eyes. Winter sky. Cold, yes, but also vast, holding the clarity of distance, the harshness of exposed truth. What truths did he carry? What storms had he weathered to gain that unnerving calm in the face of chaos? Did he ever feel this gnawing uncertainty, this helplessness? Or had decades of frontier life scoured all vulnerability from him? A sudden flicker of movement at the edge of her vision, glimpsed through the window, made her heart leap. A sentry on the far wall had stiffened, peering intently out into the graying landscape beyond the fort. He raised his rifle slightly, then seemed to hesitate, lowering it again but remaining watchful. Maria strained her eyes, trying to see what he saw. The prairie was still mostly shadow, the details indistinct. Was it the scouts returning? Or something else? The sentry cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting something to the next post, his words lost in the distance. Another sentry turned, peering in the same direction. Then, faintly at first, carried on the still morning air, came a sound. Hoofbeats. Not the steady, rhythmic drumming of a disciplined troop, but something uneven, ragged, a single horse pushed hard. Maria scrambled to the window, pressing her face close to the dusty glass, her breath hitched. A lone rider was emerging from the pre-dawn gloom, heading towards the fort gate at a stumbling gallop. The horse looked exhausted, lathered, barely staying on its feet. The rider slumped low over its neck, almost indistinguishable from the animal itself in the poor light. An alarm call rang out, sharper this time, less frantic than the call to arms, more of an alert. Rider approaching! Single rider! Men began to emerge again, drawn by the commotion. Captain Howard appeared, pulling on his coat, his face etched with sleeplessness and dread. Maria felt rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed on the approaching figure. Who was it? A survivor? One of the scouts? Or someone bringing news too terrible to contemplate? The horse staggered the last few yards towards the gate, which was already being swung open. The rider practically fell from the saddle as troopers rushed forward to catch him, the exhausted animal lowering its head, sides heaving. Even from her vantage point, Maria could see the rider's uniform was torn, stained dark with dirt and something else. Blood? Captain Howard pushed through the small crowd gathering near the gate. The rider looked up, his face grimy, streaked with sweat and tears, his eyes wide with shock and exhaustion. It wasn't Thomas. It wasn't Lieutenant Davies. It was a young trooper from A Troop, Private Hayes, barely 19, his boyish face usually quick to grin. Now a mask of horror. He tried to speak, his voice choked, pointing back the way he had come. Ambush. Dry creek. They hit it hard. He gasped for breath, clinging to the troopers supporting him. So many down. The sergeant major. He... Hayes's voice broke, dissolving into ragged sobs. He couldn't finish the sentence. A cold fist closed around Maria's heart. The sergeant major... He what? The unfinished sentence hung in the cold dawn air, heavy with unspoken catastrophe. The whispers behind barrack walls had been fearful. But this lone, broken survivor painted a picture far worse than any rumor. The dust had settled long ago, but the real trouble was just beginning to reveal its terrible face. Chapter 5. First Blood on the Prairie. The sight of Private Hayes collapsing at the gate, his broken words painting a horrifying, incomplete picture of ambush and loss, sent a shockwave through the assembled onlookers. The cold dawn light seemed to leach the remaining color from faces already pale with sleeplessness and anxiety. Captain Howard reached the young trooper first, his voice sharp but controlled, trying to cut through the boy's shock. "Hayes, report what happened. Where is the troop? Where is Sergeant Major Thomas?" Hayes could only shake his head, tears streaming down his grime-caked cheeks, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Ambush, Dry Creek, boulders. They were waiting." He choked on a sob. "So many. Just open fire. Horses screaming. Men falling." He clung to the captain's arm, his knuckles white. "Everywhere. Arrows, rifles, couldn't see, chaos." "Easy, son, easy." The post surgeon, Doc Evans, no relation to the gossiping corporal, pushed through, his bag already in hand. "Let's get him inside." Two burly troopers gently lifted the near hysterical private, carrying him towards the infirmary. Captain Howard followed, his face a grim mask, casting one quick, unreadable glance back towards the silent telegraph office where he knew Maria kept her vigil. She watched from the window, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. The sergeant major, he. Hayes's broken sentence echoed, leaving a terrifying void. What had happened to Thomas? Was he down? Captured? Dead? The uncertainty was a physical pain, tightening her chest, stealing her breath. She forced herself away from the window, back to the humming silence of the telegraph. Her duty was here. Thomas himself had ordered it. Monitor the frequency, report anything. Even with the devastating news, procedure had to be followed. Her hands felt cold and clumsy as she double-checked the connections again, listening intently to the static, praying for a signal, any signal, that might contradict the horror Hayes described. Nothing. The door opened, and Corporal Evans, the stable hand with the sprained ankle, hobbled in, his face pale. "You here?" he asked, his voice hushed. "Just Hayes made it back. Looks bad, real bad." Maria nodded numbly. "I saw him. Captain's with him now, trying to get sense out of him," Evans continued, leaning heavily on the doorframe. "The boys, they're taking it hard. A troop, good men, Sergeant Major Thomas." He trailed off, shaking his head slowly. "If he didn't make it." The implication hung heavy between them. Thomas was more than just the sergeant major. He was the linchpin, the experienced hand, the one who always seemed to know the way through. His loss would be a blow not just to morale, but to the fort's very sense of security. "We don't know anything for sure yet," Maria said, trying to inject a confidence she didn't feel into her voice. "Private Hayes is in shock." "Maybe," Evans conceded, but his eyes reflected the fear that gripped the entire garrison. "Maybe." He lingered for another moment, then hobbled away, leaving Maria alone again with the silent equipment and her racing thoughts. Inside the infirmary, the air was thick with the smells of carbolic acid, blood, and fear. Doc Evans worked quickly, cutting away the tattered remnants of Hayes's tunic sleeve to reveal a nasty bleeding gash along his forearm, likely from an arrow graze or perhaps shrapnel from a ricochet. Hayes winced and cried out as the antiseptic stung, but the physical pain seemed to momentarily focus him. Captain Howard stood beside the examination cot, his hands clasped tightly behind his back, his face taut. "Hayes," he said, his voice low but firm, "I need you to tell me exactly what happened, as clearly as you can. How many attackers? Where was the troop positioned? What about the settlers?" Hayes swallowed hard, his eyes darting around the room, before focusing somewhere beyond the captain's shoulder, reliving the terror. We reached the crossing about an hour before sunset," he began, his voice trembling but clearer now. "Found the settlers' wagons, 2 of 'em, pulled off the trail near the creek bed." He paused, his face contorting. Was bad, sir. They were all dead. Looked like it happened fast. Arrows." Howard's lips tightened into a thin line. "The attackers?" "We didn't see 'em at first. Lieutenant Davies ordered a perimeter search. Sergeant Major Thomas, he said something felt wrong. Too quiet. He had half the men dismount, take cover in the creek bed, told the rest of us mounted troopers to scout the low ridge to the north." Hayes's breath hitched. "That's when they hit us from the ridge and the rocks on the other side of the creek. Both sides. Must have been 50, 60 of them, maybe more. Dog soldiers, sir. Saw the markings, came out of nowhere. Rifles? Arrows?" the captain pressed. "Both. Mostly rifles from the ridge, fast repeaters sounded like. They cut down the mounted troopers first. Horses went crazy. Men yelling. Lieutenant Davies, he went down early. Took a bullet square in the chest, I think. Fell right off his horse." A collective intake of breath from the dock, and an orderly assisting him, the young, eager lieutenant. Gone just like that. "And Sergeant Major Thomas?" Howard asked, his voice strained. Hayes's eyes filled with tears again. "He was with the dismounted men in the creek bed, rallying them, firing back, cool as anything, sir, yelling orders, trying to get 'em organized. But they were pinned down hard, arrows coming down like rain. I saw him. I saw him take an arrow in the shoulder." Hayes gestured vaguely towards his own left shoulder. "He staggered, but he kept firing his carbine. Then a bunch of 'em rushed the creek bed from downstream." He stopped, shuddering, unable to continue. "What happened then, Hayes?" the captain urged gently but insistently. "What did you see?" "Chaos, sir," Hayes whispered. "Hand to hand. I was further up near the horses. One of the corporals, Miller, he shoved me onto my mount. Yelled at me to ride, get word back, said it was the only chance." His voice cracked. "I looked back just once. Saw the sergeant major surrounded. Fighting like a trapped wolf. Then my horse bolted. I just held on." He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. "I left him, sir. I ran." The silence in the infirmary was profound, broken only by Hayes's ragged sobs and the distant, mournful cry of the bugle-sounding reveille, a stark reminder of the ordinary routine shattered by extraordinary violence. Sergeant Major Thomas, wounded, surrounded, fighting like a trapped wolf. The image was vivid, brutal, and terrifyingly final. Yet Hayes hadn't seen him fall definitively. Surrounded, yes. Wounded, yes, but not confirmed dead. A sliver of hope, perhaps foolish, perhaps desperate, flickered within Maria as the story eventually filtered out from the infirmary. Captain Howard emerged sometime later, his face haggard but set with purpose. He immediately began issuing orders. B Troop was to form a relief column, reinforced by every available able-bodied man not essential for guarding the fort walls. They would take extra ammunition, medical supplies, and pack mules for carrying casualties, or worse. The fort became a hive of grimly efficient activity. Men checked weapons with stony faces, filled canteens, saddled horses. There was little talk now, the earlier anxious chatter replaced by a silent, shared understanding of the stakes. They were riding out to face a victorious, likely still dangerous enemy, to rescue whoever might be left alive and to recover their dead. Maria was summoned by the captain just as the relief column was forming up on the parade ground. "Corporal Reyes," he said, his voice tight with strain, "I need you to transmit an urgent report to department headquarters in Omaha. Preliminary. Report A troop ambushed near Dry Creek, crossing by Superior Cheyenne Force. Heavy casualties suspected, including Lieutenant Davies confirmed KIA. Sergeant Major Thomas wounded, fate unknown. Relief column under my command departing immediately. Stress situation critical. Awaiting further information." "Yes, sir," Maria replied, her fingers itching to get to the key, to do something tangible. "Be precise, no speculation, just the facts as we know them from Private Hayes's report." He paused, looking her directly in the eye. "And Reyes, pray that line stays open. We may need reinforcements faster than they can ride." He turned and strode towards the waiting column, mounting his own horse. He looked small against the backdrop of the vast prairie, the weight of command settling visibly on his shoulders. He gave the signal, his voice hoarse, but carrying across the parade ground. "Column! Forward! Ho!" Once again, Maria watched from her window as the blue-clad troopers rode out through the main gate, this time under the harsh, unforgiving light of the morning sun. They rode with less speed than A Troop had, a more deliberate, somber pace, heading towards a known disaster rather than an unknown threat. The dust rose behind them, a familiar shroud, but today it seemed heavier, darker. She turned back to the telegraph, her hand surprisingly steady now. Duty called. She began tapping out the message, the rhythmic clicks filling the small office, translating the horror of the last few hours into the cold, impersonal dots and dashes of Morse code. Ambushed. Superior force. Heavy casualties. Davies KIA. Thomas wounded, fate unknown. Relief column departing. Critical. Each click felt like a hammer blow against her own fragile hope. Thomas, wounded, fate unknown. The phrase echoed the emptiness left by Hayes's broken report. Fighting like a trapped wolf, surrounded. She pictured his face, those winter sky eyes narrowed in combat, the disciplined calm she'd witnessed shattered by the frenzy of a desperate last stand. Had his renowned discipline held, or had the sheer overwhelming force broken him, broken them all? She finished the transmission and sent the confirmation request. Silence. Then, after a gut-wrenching minute that stretched into an eon, the acknowledgement clicked back from Omaha. Message received. Understood. Awaiting further. Relief washed over her, quickly followed by a renewed sense of dread. The message was out. The official gears were turning, but out there, on the prairie near Dry Creek, the real story was still unfolding, written in blood and dust. She stayed at her post, listening, waiting. The fort settled into an eerie quiet again, the depleted garrison maintaining a tense vigilance. The sun climbed higher, beating down on the baked earth. Hours passed. She thought of the whispers about Corporal Davies, the previous operator. Running scared, unofficial messages. Could there be a connection? Could the ambush have been anticipated? Set up, the idea felt monstrous, traitorous, yet the unanswered questions lingered like poison in the air. Midday came and went. She forced herself to go to the mess hall, eating quickly, mechanically, the food tasteless. The few men there spoke in low tones, their faces grim. The easy camaraderie of barracks life had evaporated. replaced by shared anxiety and the stark awareness of their own mortality. Returning to the telegraph office, she found the oppressive silence unchanged. No further signals, no word from the relief column yet. It was too soon, she knew. The journey to Dry Creek and back, especially if slowed by caution or the grim task of recovery, would take time. But the waiting was corrosive. She paced the small room, unable to settle, her gaze repeatedly drawn to the map on the wall, her finger tracing the path to Dry Creek. She thought of the locket beneath her tunic, the life she'd fled, the violence she'd witnessed that had driven her to seek anonymity in this harsh masculine world. She had thought the uniform would be a shield, but it offered no protection from fear, from the sickening dread that coiled in her stomach, from the unwelcome realization that the fate of the cold, dismissive sergeant major mattered to her far more than it should. First blood had been spilled on the prairie, and it had stained everyone in Fort Laramie, leaving them waiting under a vast, indifferent sky for the next blow to fall. The silence from the telegraph felt less like an absence and more like a held breath before a scream. Chapter 6. Shelter from the storm, not the heart. The sun beat down on Fort Laramie with vindictive intensity, baking the already parched earth and bleaching the raw timber of the buildings to the color of old bone. Hours had passed since Captain Howard led the relief column out, swallowed by the shimmering heat haze on the southern horizon. The dust they raised had long since settled, leaving behind a silence that was heavier, more suffocating than the anxious quiet of the previous night. It was the silence of dread, of knowing that somewhere, out on that vast, indifferent prairie, a tragedy had unfolded, and its full measure was still unknown. Inside the cramped telegraph office, the air was stifling, thick with the smell of dust, ozone, and stale coffee. Maria kept her vigil, the leather headset clamped over her ears, listening to the endless, mocking hiss of static. The brief, frantic message sent to Omaha hours ago felt like a lifetime away. Since then, nothing. No further signals from the outside world. No word from the returning scouts Captain Howard had dispatched before leaving. And certainly no news from the relief column itself. It was too soon, she knew logically. Dry Creek was a hard ride away, and the column would be moving cautiously, burdened by the grim possibilities awaiting them. But logic offered little comfort against the gnawing anxiety that twisted in her gut. She ran a hand over her forehead, wiping away a bead of sweat that trickled down her temple. Her uniform felt heavy, restrictive, sticking uncomfortably to her skin. Through the window, the parade ground lay mostly deserted under the punishing sun. The few soldiers moving about did so with a lethargic reluctance, their shoulders slumped, their faces grim. Even the usual sounds of the fort, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the shouts from the stables seemed muted, subdued by the oppressive heat and the pall of uncertainty hanging over them. Her thoughts kept circling back relentlessly to Sergeant Major Thomas, wounded, fate unknown, fighting like a trapped wolf. Private Hayes's fragmented description played over and over in her mind. She saw him, not as the cold, disapproving superior who had dismissed her arrival with contempt, but as the figure Hayes described, rallying his men in the creek bed, firing coolly amidst chaos, taking an arrow yet continuing to fight, surrounded but unyielding. The image was both terrifying and strangely compelling. It stirred something within her, a confusing mix of fear for his safety and a reluctant, burgeoning respect that felt dangerously close to something more personal. She tried to dismiss it, focusing fiercely on the rhythmic hiss in her ears, on the meticulous logs spread before her. He was her sergeant major, a man known for his harsh discipline and unwavering adherence to regulations. Her concern was merely professional. Concern for a fellow soldier, for the stability of the garrison, yet the intensity of her worry felt far from professional. It felt sharp, personal, unsettlingly deep. Why should the fate of this hard, dismissive man coil so tightly around her heart? He represented everything about this military life that chafed against her: the rigid hierarchy, the unquestioning obedience, the suppression of individuality. And yet, watching him prepare a troop yesterday, seeing the focused intensity, the quiet command, the palpable weight of responsibility he carried, she had glimpsed something else: a core of strength, of absolute competence, forged in the crucible of this harsh land. He hadn't just been following orders. He was the order, the steady hand trying to guide men through chaos. Hayes's account, horrific as it was, only reinforced that image. Wounded, surrounded, he fought on. There was a terrible, stark nobility in that, a raw courage that resonated somewhere deep inside her, challenging her preconceptions, undermining the defenses she had carefully constructed around her own scarred heart. She touched the locket beneath her tunic, the familiar shape a small anchor in the swirling uncertainty. She had come here seeking refuge, seeking to lose herself in the anonymity of the uniform, to escape the ghosts of her past, the sudden violence that had shattered her family, the choices made in fear and desperation that had led her down this unlikely path. She had wanted structure, duty, a place where emotion was a liability, but the frontier wasn't offering refuge. It was demanding resilience, forcing confrontations, stripping away pretenses. And Sergeant Major Thomas, even in his potential death or capture, was forcing her to confront feelings she had desperately tried to bury. A shadow fell across the doorway, and Maria looked up, startled. Corporal Evans stood there, leaning heavily on his crutch, his face looking even more drawn in the harsh light. "Still quieter than a tomb out there," he observed, gesturing vaguely towards the parade ground with his free hand. "And hot enough to fry an egg on the flagpole." He hobbled a step closer, lowering his voice. "Heard something else about Davies, the telegraph fella." Maria felt a prickle of combined curiosity and reluctance. Gossip felt trivial, almost disrespectful given the circumstances, yet the mystery surrounding her predecessor nagged at her. "What did you hear, Corporal?" Evans glanced over his shoulder as if expecting eavesdroppers, though the area was deserted. "Was talking to old Stitch, the tailor," he whispered conspiratorially. "Davies had him mending a fancy waistcoat just before he lit out. Paid him extra for the rush job. Stitch said Davies was packing light, but he made damn sure that waistcoat was in his saddlebags. Said it felt heavy, like maybe it had more than just padding in the lining." "More than padding? Gold? Stolen documents?" Maria frowned. "That's just speculation, Evans." "Maybe," Evans conceded, shifting his weight. "But Stitch also said Davies got a coded message a couple days before he left. Didn't come through the official channels here. Came via a rider late at night. Looked like one of Coulter's men." Coulter. The name meant little to Maria, but Evans's tone implied significance. "Who is Coulter?" "Runs a trading post about 2 days south," Evans explained. "Real rough place, deals in anything, asks no questions. Some say he fences stolen goods, guns, maybe worse. Not the kind of folk army personnel usually get messages from, especially coded ones." A coded message from a shady trader, a waistcoat lined with something heavy, a sudden departure disguised as family illness. It painted a disturbing picture. Could Davies have been involved in something illegal? Something that put him, or maybe even the fort, in danger? Could his flight somehow be connected to the ambush at Dry Creek? The possibility felt like ice sliding down her spine. If sensitive information had been leaked? Just thought you should know, Evans said, seeming satisfied at having imparted his news. Keep your ears open, Corporal. He gave her a nod and hobbled away, leaving Maria with yet another layer of unease. As the afternoon wore on, the oppressive heat began to change. The relentless blue of the sky deepened, taking on a bruised, purplish tinge along the western horizon. The air grew heavy, still, charged with an electric tension that mirrored the anxiety within the fort walls. The wind, which had been little more than a hot breath, died away completely, creating an unnatural, expectant silence. Maria watched the clouds gather, thick and ominous, piling up like dark mountains. A storm was coming, a real storm, not just the metaphorical one brewing in her heart. She could smell it in the air, the scent of ozone and damp earth carried on a phantom breeze. The first distant rumble of thunder vibrated through the floorboards, low and guttural, like a growl from the belly of the sky. Troopers began moving with more purpose now, securing loose items, checking the shutters on the barracks windows, leading the remaining horses into the relative safety of the stables. The fort prepared to batten down the hatches. The sky grew darker rapidly, the sun obscured behind the roiling mass of clouds. The light took on a strange, yellowish gray quality, making the familiar shapes of the fort seem alien and menacing. Another rumble of thunder, closer this time, sharper. A sudden gust of wind slammed against the small office, rattling the window pane violently and sending dust devils dancing across the parade ground. Maria shivered, despite the lingering heat. A prairie storm was a force of nature to be reckoned with, sudden, violent, capable of unleashing torrential rain, hail, and terrifying lightning. It would isolate the fort completely, turning the surrounding plains into impassable mud. And what of the relief column? Captain Howard and his men would be caught out in it, exposed, their progress halted, their grim task made infinitely harder. Worry for them, and for Thomas, intensified with the rising wind. The door opened again, and Doc Evans bustled in carrying 2 steaming mugs. "Figured you could use this, Corporal," he said gruffly, setting one mug down on her desk. The aroma of strong, hot coffee filled the small spare. "Storm's looking mean. Hope the captain found some shelter." "Thank you, Doctor," Maria said, gratefully wrapping her cold hands around the warm mug. Have you heard any more from Private Hayes?" The doc sighed, taking a sip from his own mug. "He's sleeping now, finally. Sedated. Poor lad's seen hell." He shook his head, his expression grim. "His story hasn't changed, though. Ambush was well planned, well executed. Whoever led it knew what they were doing." He looked out the window at the darkening sky. "Thomas. Alden. He's tough. Tougher than anyone I know. Pulled through worse scrapes than this." He said the words, but like Captain Howard earlier, his tone lacked conviction. He was trying to reassure himself as much as her. He mentioned, Doc Evans continued, swirling the coffee in his mug, that Alden seemed distracted. The day before they rode out, said he got a letter with the stagecoach mail, read it, and went quiet as stone for an hour. A letter? Distracted? This was new information. What could have been in a letter to disturb the famously stoic sergeant major on the eve of a patrol into known hostile territory. Another loose thread, another unanswered question in the tangled skein of events. The first fat drops of rain began to spatter against the window pane. Loud as thrown pebbles, the wind rose to a steady howl, shrieking around the corners of the building. A brilliant fork of lightning momentarily lit the parade ground in stark white relief, followed, almost immediately, by a deafening crash of thunder that shook the very foundations of the office. The storm had arrived. Rain began to fall in earnest, a driving gray sheet that blurred the view outside, drumming relentlessly on the roof and walls. It hammered against the window, turning the world beyond into a wash of distorted shapes and shadows. The noise was immense, a constant roar that drowned out all other sounds, even the frantic beating of Maria's own heart. She turned back to the telegraph, the static in the headset now overlaid with sharp cracks and pops from the atmospheric disturbance. Listening became almost impossible. The storm wasn't just isolating the fort physically, it was severing their electronic link to the outside world as well. Another flash of lightning, closer this time, illuminated the room with blinding intensity. The accompanying thunderclap was instantaneous, violent, rattling the telegraph equipment on the desk. The sounder gave a sudden sharp click, then went dead. The faint background hum ceased. The power, likely from the batteries connected by wire susceptible to the storm, was gone. Maria snatched the headset off, her heart leaping into her throat. Silence. Not the waiting silence of before, but a dead silence. The line was down. Whether from a lightning strike or simply the overwhelming interference, the telegraph was useless. They were completely cut off. She stared at the inert machine, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. She was trapped in this small room, surrounded by the fury of the storm, unable to send or receive messages, unable to know what was happening beyond the walls, unable to do anything but wait. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the door in its frame. Rain lashed against the glass, driven by gusts that seemed intent on tearing the building apart. Through the deluge, she could barely make out the shapes of the other buildings, huddled and dark against the tempest. Fort Laramie felt like a small, fragile ship adrift on a furious ocean. Shelter from the storm, yes. The thick adobe walls offered physical protection from the wind and rain, but there was no shelter from the storm raging within her heart. The fear, the uncertainty, the confusing, unwelcome tendrils of concern for a man whose eyes reflected the same cold, gray fury as the sky outside. Wounded, fate unknown, cut off, alone. The words beat against her mind like the rain against the window, each one a drop of ice water extinguishing the last embers of hope. The storm raged on, mirroring the tempest of her emotions, offering no solace, only the terrifying certainty of isolation. Chapter 7. The Ghost in the Sergeant Major's Past. Dawn broke bruised and weeping over Fort Laramie. The fury of the night storm had passed, leaving behind a sodden, ravaged landscape. Puddles the color of milky coffee stood inches deep across the parade ground, reflecting the bruised lavender and sullen gray of the clearing sky. The wind, exhausted, had dropped to intermittent sighs that stirred the wet fringes of torn canvas awnings and rustled through the damp leaves of the few hardy cottonwoods near the river gate. The air smelled clean but cold, washed of dust but heavy with the scent of wet earth, sodden wood, and the lingering metallic tang of the night's electrical fury. Damage was evident everywhere. A section of the stockade wall near the east bastion leaned precariously, shored up by hastily placed timbers. The roof of one of the smaller supply sheds had partially collapsed. Debris, broken branches, loose shingles, unidentifiable scraps of material littered the muddy ground. The fort felt battered, exposed, mirroring the emotional state of its inhabitants. Maria stood in the doorway of the silent telegraph office, breathing in the cool, damp air. She hadn't slept. After the telegraph went dead, sleep felt impossible, irrelevant. She had spent the remaining hours of the storm listening to its rage, her thoughts a turbulent match, cycling through fear for the relief column, anxiety over Sergeant Major Thomas's fate, and the unsettling whispers about Corporal Davies. The silence of the dead equipment behind her felt more oppressive than the storm's roar. It was a silence filled with unanswered questions and unbearable possibilities. Her uniform felt clammy against her skin, her eyes gritty with exhaustion. She watched as the fort slowly began to stir, soldiers emerging into the watery daylight, their movements sluggish, their faces etched with fatigue and the same gnawing uncertainty that plagued her. Small groups were already being organized to assess the damage and begin repairs, their boots sucking and squelching in the thick mud. The routine, however damaged, had to continue. She needed to report the telegraph outage to Captain Howard's temporary replacement, Lieutenant Miller, a steady, uninspired officer now burdened with command. But the thought of interacting, of facing the questions she couldn't answer, felt exhausting. Still, duty was duty. Squaring her shoulders, she stepped out onto the boardwalk, carefully navigating the wet planks, and headed towards the orderly room. The atmosphere inside was subdued. Lieutenant Miller sat hunched over Captain Howard's desk, looking overwhelmed by the stacks of routine paperwork, now compounded by the crisis. He listened distractedly as Maria reported the telegraph failure during the storm. "Lightning strike probably," he muttered, rubbing his eyes. "Or the main line down somewhere between here and Julesburg. Damn nuisance." He waved a dismissive hand. "See if the quartermaster has spare batteries wire. Do what you can, Corporal." But frankly, he sighed, gesturing helplessly at the window. "Getting that wire working again is low on our list of worries right now." His priorities were clear: the fort's physical security, the welfare of the men within its walls, and above all, waiting for any sign of the relief column. The telegraph, their link to the outside world, was secondary to the immediate, tangible crisis. Maria nodded. "Yes, Lieutenant." She hesitated, then asked the question that wouldn't leave her alone. Has there been any word? From the scouts, perhaps?" Miller shook his head, his expression grim. "Nothing. They should have been back before the storm hit, if they found anything close by. Either they're holed up somewhere waiting for the creeks to go down, or—" He didn't finish the sentence. Didn't need to. Or they had met the same fate as A Troop. "We wait, Corporal. That's all we can do." Dismissed. Maria felt a fresh wave of helplessness. Waiting. It was a passive, corrosive state. She needed to do something, anything, to combat the feeling of powerlessness, the image of Thomas wounded and surrounded. The memory of Doc Evans's words surfaced the letter Thomas received just before riding out. The distraction, the stone-faced silence. It felt significant, another piece of the puzzle of the man himself, perhaps even connected to the unfolding tragedy. Driven by an impulse she didn't fully examine, she found herself near the small, Spartan quarters assigned to the sergeant major, attached to the end of the NCO barracks. It wasn't far from her own small room behind the infirmary. The door was closed, presumably locked. She had no reason to be there, no justification. Yet she lingered, her gaze drawn to the simple wooden structure as if it held answers. She remembered needing to cross-reference the supply manifest Thomas had given her yesterday, the ones transmitted by Davies before his hasty departure. Perhaps, she rationalized, Thomas kept older logs or related paperwork in his quarters. It was a flimsy excuse even to herself, but it provided the barest justification for approaching. She tried the door. To her surprise, it wasn't locked. Perhaps in the haste of departure, he had forgotten. Or perhaps security within the NCO quarters was more relaxed. Her heart hammered against her ribs. This felt wrong, intrusive. But the need to understand, to grasp some tangible piece of the man whose fate weighed so heavily on her, overrode her hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open a crack and slipped inside, pulling it quietly shut behind her. The room was small, obsessively neat, reflecting the man himself. A narrow bed, tightly made with a gray wool blanket, folded precisely at the foot. A simple wooden chest for belongings, a small table holding a wash basin and pitcher, a single chair. The air smelled faintly of saddle leather, pipe tobacco, and the harsh lye soap used for laundry. There were no personal decorations, no pictures, nothing to suggest a life beyond the uniform, beyond duty. It was the room of a man who lived entirely within the confines of his role, or perhaps a man who deliberately kept his past locked away. On the small table beside the wash basin, however, lay a few items that seemed slightly out of place in the otherwise austere setting. A well-worn copy of Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, its cover softened with handling. A small, tarnished silver frame, face down, and tucked partially beneath the book, the corner of an envelope protruding. The letter. Her breath caught. Should she? It felt like a violation, peering into the private recesses of a man's life, especially this man who guarded his privacy so fiercely. But the sergeant major was missing, possibly dead. This letter, the one that had apparently disturbed him so profoundly before he rode out, might hold some clue, some explanation, or perhaps just some human connection she desperately craved in this moment of unbearable suspense. Her fingers trembled as she reached out and carefully drew the envelope from beneath the book. It was plain, addressed simply to Sergeant Major A. Thomas, Fort Laramie, Bawiti. The postmark was from St. Louis, dated several weeks prior. The handwriting was neat, feminine, slightly faded. She slid the single folded sheet from the envelope. Her eyes scanned the opening lines, and the neat, impersonal space of the room seemed to suddenly fill with a palpable sorrow. My dearest Alden, forgive this intrusion after so many years of silence. News travels slowly out here, but word reached me through Cousin Martha of your continued service on the frontier. I pray this letter finds you well, though I confess my heart aches to think of the dangers you still face daily. Maria felt her own heart clench. Alden, a name she hadn't known, softening the harshness of Sergeant Major Thomas's. The tone was intimate, familiar, yet laced with a profound sadness. She read on, her eyes flying across the page, absorbing the story sketched in faded ink. The letter was from a woman named Eleanor, writing from a small farm in Missouri. She spoke of their shared past, of a life they had once planned together, a life shattered by tragedy during the war. She wrote of their child, a daughter named Clara, barely 5 years old, taken by the fever that swept through the refugee camps near Vicksburg, while Alden, then Captain Thomas, was away at the front. Eleanor described her own long struggle with grief, her eventual remarriage to a kind widower, her quiet life now filled with different joys and sorrows. She wasn't writing to rekindle anything, she stressed, but because her own health was failing. She wanted Alden to know she had found peace, that she had forgiven the harsh necessities of war and fate that had separated them and taken their child. She wanted him to find peace too. Release the ghosts, Alden, she urged gently. Life is too short for perpetual mourning. Remember the good, forgive the rest. Find some measure of happiness before it is too late. She closed with affection, signing it simply, Your Eleanor. Maria sank onto the edge of the hard chair, the letter trembling in her hand. A daughter, Clara, lost to fever during the war. A wife, or perhaps a fiancé, Eleanor, lost to grief and circumstance. The stoic, disciplined sergeant major, the man who seemed carved from granite, had carried this immense silent sorrow for over 20 years. The harshness, the rigid control, the eyes like a winter sky. They weren't just products of military life. They were the defenses of a man whose world had been ripped apart, who had perhaps dedicated himself to the impersonal order of the army, because his personal world held only ghosts and unbearable loss. Suddenly, his reaction to her presence, a woman in uniform disrupting the masculine order of his carefully controlled world, took on a different light. Was it just prejudice? Or did she, in some unconscious way, remind him of the domestic life, the feminine presence that had been so cruelly snatched away? Did her youth remind him of the daughter he never saw grow up? The thought was almost unbearable. She carefully folded the letter and slid it back into the envelope, placing it exactly where she had found it beneath the book. Then, with hesitant fingers, she turned the small silver frame, face up. It held a faded daguerreotype, a younger Alden Thomas, perhaps in his late 20s, his face softer, less guarded, though the serious set of his eyes was already there. Beside him stood a young woman, with kind eyes and dark hair, swept back. Eleanor, undoubtedly, and perched on Alden's knee, clutching his uniformed arm with trusting hands, was a small, solemn-faced girl with bright, intelligent eyes, Clara, his daughter. A wave of empathy washed over Maria, so strong it brought tears to her eyes. She quickly wiped them away. Pity was the last thing Sergeant Major Thomas would want, especially from her. But understanding, that was different. Seeing this hidden wound, this profound, enduring grief, shifted something fundamental in her perception of him. He was no longer just the harsh, superior officer. He was a man who had loved and lost deeply, who carried the weight of unspoken tragedy behind his rigid facade. Her concern for him now felt less confusing, rooted not just in shared danger, but in a shared understanding of loss, however different their circumstances. Her own past, the violence that had shattered her family and sent her fleeing north, felt suddenly less unique, part of the universal tapestry of sorrow that seemed particularly vivid on this unforgiving frontier. A noise outside boots squelching in the mud, a low voice giving an order snapped her back to the present. She couldn't stay here. She quickly ensured everything was exactly as she'd found it, cast one last glance at the haunting image in the silver frame, and slipped out of the room, pulling the door quietly shut. Back in the relative anonymity of the boardwalk, the world felt different. The gray, damp air still hung heavy with uncertainty. The threat from the prairie remained. But the sergeant major was no longer just a symbol of authority or an obstacle. He was Alden, a man haunted by the ghost of a daughter named Clara, a man urged by a lost love to release those ghosts and find peace. And she found herself hoping, with an intensity that surprised her, that he would survive not just the ambush, but the war within himself. As she walked towards the desolate telegraph office, she saw Corporal Evans talking animatedly with two other troopers near the stables. As she passed, she caught a fragment of their conversation. "Swear I saw him, one of Coulter's half-breed scouts, sniffing around the Dry Creek Trail 2 days before the ambush. Thought nothing of it then, but now, Coulter's men near Dry Creek before the attack? Combined with the coded message to Davies, the rumor of the heavy waistcoat." The suspicion tightened its grip on Maria. Could Davies have sold information about the patrol's route? Could Coulter be involved not just in petty smuggling, but in orchestrating something far deadlier? The ghost in the sergeant major's past was one tragedy. A betrayal from within their own ranks would be another, darker kind altogether. The waiting continued, but now it was overlaid with new layers of sorrow and suspicion, making the silence from the prairie feel even more profound, more menacing. Chapter 8. A Candlelit Confession. Evening bled into night, the transition marked not by a gentle fading of light, but by the deepening shadows pooling in the corners of Fort Laramie's muddy ground. The sky overhead cleared to a star-dusted black canvas, immense and indifferent, but the air remained heavy, carrying the chilled dampness left by the storm. Lanterns cast wavering circles of yellow light onto the slick boardwalks and reflected wetly in the standing puddles across the parade ground, creating islands of visibility in the encroaching dark. A profound quiet settled over the garrison, deeper than usual, the quiet of exhaustion, strained nerves, and endless unresolved waiting. Maria sat hunched over the dead telegraph equipment, the silence in the small office a stark contrast to the storm's fury the night before. She had spent hours trying to coax life back into the machine, checking the battery connections, tracing wires, cleaning contacts with methodical futility. Lieutenant Miller's dismissal of its importance stung, but the inability to connect, to reach out or receive word, felt like a personal failure, amplifying her sense of isolation. Now, with the last vestiges of daylight gone, she had lit a single candle, its small flame flickering bravely against the encroaching gloom, casting dancing shadows on the walls and highlighting the inert metal of the sounder and key. The candle flame drew her gaze, its unsteady light hypnotic. It illuminated the map tacked to the wall, the location of Dry Creek, a small, insignificant mark in the vast unexplored territory, yet now the center of all their fears. It glinted off the tarnished silver frame she pictured resting on the sergeant major's bedside table. The faces within Alden, Eleanor, Clara seared into her memory. The knowledge of his hidden grief sat heavily within her, a borrowed burden added to her own anxieties. Eleanor's words echoed. Release the ghosts, Alden? Find some measure of happiness before it is too late. Had that letter, arriving just before he rode out, unsettled him enough to affect his judgment? Had it cracked the carefully constructed armor he wore, leaving him vulnerable at the worst possible moment? The thought was agonizing. She wrapped her arms around herself, feeling the chill that had little to do with the damp night air. Her empathy for him was a confusing, treacherous thing. It chipped away at the resentment she'd initially felt, replacing it with a reluctant understanding, a shared sense of sorrow that felt far too intimate for the formal relationship between a corporal and a sergeant major. He was still the man who disapproved of her presence, who saw her as a disruption. But he was also Alden, a father who had lost his child, a man haunted by ghosts she now felt she could almost see flickering at the edges of her own vision. A soft footfall on the boardwalk outside made her stiffen. She wasn't expecting visitors. Most men kept to the barracks or the relative warmth of the mess hall after dark, seeking solace in shared company or the bottom of a bottle. The door creaked open slowly, and Doc Evans stood silhouetted against the faint lantern light from the parade ground, his medical bag hanging from one hand, his shoulders slumped with weariness. "Corporal Reyes?" His voice was low, tired. "Mind if I sit a spell? Infirmary's full of snores and shadows tonight." "Of course, doctor. Please," Maria said, gesturing towards the only other seating option, a sturdy wooden crate near the wall. She was surprised by the visit, but also vaguely relieved to break the heavy solitude. Doc Evans eased himself onto the crate with a grateful sigh, placing his bag carefully on the floor beside him. The candlelight flickered across his face, highlighting the deep lines etched by years of witnessing suffering and patching up the brutal consequences of frontier life. He looked older tonight, the usual gruff competence overlaid with a profound fatigue. "Quiet out," he murmured, rubbing his eyes. "Too quiet. This waiting, it grinds a man down." "Yes, sir," Maria agreed softly. "It does." They sat in silence for a moment, the only sounds the faint sputtering of the candlewick and the distant sigh of the wind. Doc Evans stared into the small flame, his gaze distant. "Tried to fix the telegraph?" he asked eventually, nodding towards the dead equipment. "I tried, sir, but the storm. I think the main line might be down somewhere, or the batteries are completely dead. Lieutenant Miller doesn't see it as a priority." The doc grunted. "Miller's got the weight of the world on him right now, and he ain't built for it like some..." He didn't need to say the name. Thomas's absence was a palpable void in the fort's command structure. "Any news from Private Hayes?" Maria asked, keeping her voice carefully neutral. "Sleeping again, mostly," the doc replied. "Fitful. Keeps calling out in his sleep. Names. Miller, Sergeant Major. Poor kid's reliving it over and over." He shook his head slowly, gave him something to help him rest, but the mind holds on to trauma long after the body starts to mend. His words resonated with Maria's own hidden experiences, the echoes of violence she carried within her. She nodded, unable to speak for a moment. Doc Evans looked at her then, his gaze surprisingly shrewd in the flickering light. "This waiting's hard on everyone, Corporal, but it seems to sit heavy on you." It wasn't an accusation, more a quiet observation. Maria dropped her gaze to her hands, resting clenched in her lap. "It's difficult, knowing they're out there, Sergeant Major Thomas." She hesitated, unsure how much to reveal, how to voice the confusing knot of emotions within her without betraying the confidence she'd violated by entering his quarters. "He seemed capable, reliable." A wry, sad smile touched the corners of the doc's mouth. "Capable?" Alden Thomas defines the word. 20 years I've known him off and on since the war. Seen him face down blizzards, bullets, bureaucrats. Seen him hold men together when everything was falling apart. Reliable ain't strong enough a word. He paused, his gaze drifting back to the candle flame. "But capable don't mean immune, Corporal. Reliable don't mean unbreakable." He shifted on the crate, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping lower, taking on a more personal, almost confessional tone. "I consider Alden a friend, as much as he allows anyone to be. He keeps things locked down tight, you know. Always has. Since..." He stopped, then continued deliberately. since the war took more from him than just his youth. Maria held her breath, sensing he was circling the same painful territory she had discovered. He carries burdens, Doc Evans went on, his voice raspy with emotion he rarely showed. Ghosts. We all do, out here. Comes with the territory. But Alden, his ghosts are heavy ones. Sometimes late at night, after a bad patrol, or when news comes of another settlement wiped out, I've seen a look in his eyes like he's staring right through the walls of this fort into some past he can't escape. He sighed, a heavy sound in the quiet room, and maybe I haven't done right by him as a friend or as a doctor. I see the strain, the way he pushes himself past endurance, the way he never complains, never shows weakness. Stubborn ox. But you bottle things up that tight for that long. Sometimes the pressure finds a way out, or the walls just crack. He fell silent, seemingly lost in thought, the confession hanging in the air between them. It wasn't a confession of wrongdoing, but of helplessness, of witnessing a friend's long, silent struggle and feeling powerless to alleviate it. It was the confession of a healer admitting the limits of his art against the deep wounds of the soul. His words confirmed everything Maria had gleaned from Eleanor's letter and the faded daguerreotype. The ghosts were real, the burden was heavy, and Doc Evans, perhaps the closest thing Thomas had to a confidant, had seen it too, worried about it for years. That letter he got, the doc continued, his voice barely above a whisper, confirming he knew about it too. The day before they rode out, it hit him hard, harder than usual. Saw him standing out by the river gate after dark, just staring south. Didn't say a word when I passed him, just stood there like a man turned to stone. Worried me then, worries me more now. Eleanor's plea to release the ghosts, arriving just as he faced another dangerous patrol. Had it been too much? Had it, as Maria feared, caused a fatal distraction? Or had it perhaps strengthened his resolve, reminding him of what he fought to protect, even if his own chance at peace was long gone? He's a good man, Corporal Reyes, Doc Evans said quietly, looking directly at her again. A hard man sometimes, demanding, unforgiving maybe, but good, at his core. Doesn't deserve... He didn't finish the sentence, letting the fear for Thomas's fate hang unspoken. Maria swallowed, past the lump in her throat. No, she whispered. He doesn't. The shared moment of vulnerability, the quiet confession of worry and helplessness under the flickering candlelight, forged an unexpected connection between them. The gruff doctor and the newcomer corporal, bound by their shared anxiety for the missing sergeant major and the weight of unspoken knowledge. Suddenly, a sound cut through the night's quiet, distinct from the wind's sigh or the fort's usual creaks and groans, faint, distant, but unmistakable. Hoofbeats, more than one horse this time, coming from the south, moving slowly, heavily through the mud. Maria and Doc Evans exchanged a sharp glance, hope and dread warring in their expressions. They both rose stiffly, drawn instinctively towards the door. The hoofbeats grew louder, closer, accompanied now by the tired snorting of horses and the low murmur of voices. Lanterns were moving towards the south gate. Shouted commands echoed across the parade ground, less frantic than before, more cautious, questioning. Who goes there? Identify yourselves. Maria's heart hammered against her ribs so hard she felt dizzy. Was it the relief column returning? What news did they bring? She gripped the door frame, her knuckles white, straining to see through the darkness towards the gate. The candle on the desk behind her flickered violently in the sudden draft, casting long, dancing shadows, that seemed to hold their breath along with the rest of the fort. The waiting might be over, but the answer they received could be more devastating than the silence. The candlelit confession was finished, replaced by the stark, terrifying uncertainty of arrival. Chapter 9. The burden of command, the sting of doubt. The slow, sucking cadence of hooves plodding through deep mud grew louder, accompanied by the weary clink of harness and the low, exhausted groans of men pushed beyond endurance. Maria and Doc Evans stood near the flickering lanterns by the south gate, part of a small, silent crowd that had gathered as the sounds of arrival solidified into certainty. Troopers emerged from the barracks, shadows detaching themselves from deeper shadows, their faces pale ovals in the uncertain light, all eyes fixed on the gateway. The air crackled with unspoken questions, with a hope so fragile it felt like pain. Slowly, the first riders emerged from the darkness beyond the gate. Horses, heads hanging low, ribs heaving, splattered head to flank with mud and something darker that looked chillingly like blood under the lantern light. The men slumped in their saddles, their uniforms soaked, torn, stained. Their eyes, when they lifted them, were hollowed out, reflecting not just fatigue, but the stark horror of what they had witnessed. Captain Howard rode near the front, his usual neatness gone, replaced by the grim patina of battle and exhaustion. His face was gray beneath the grime, his jaw clenched tight, his eyes scanning the waiting faces with a heavy, almost unbearable weariness. He looked years older than he had that morning. He swung down stiffly from his horse, nearly stumbling as his boots hit the mud, catching himself on the saddle horn. Lieutenant Miller stepped forward, his expression anxious. "Captain, report?" Howard waved a hand dismissively, too tired for immediate formalities. "Later, Miller. See to the men first. The wounded." He gestured back towards the column, still filing slowly through the gate. Maria's gaze swept over the returning troopers, her heart constricting. There were fewer men than had ridden out that morning. Several were clearly wounded, slumped over their horses or supported by comrades, and behind the main body came the grim confirmation of tragedy. 3 pack mules, each bearing a long, canvas-wrapped burden strapped securely across its back. 3 bodies recovered. Whose? Doc Evans moved forward quickly, his fatigue forgotten, his medical instincts taken over. "This way, men," he directed, his voice regaining its gruff authority. "Bring the wounded straight to the infirmary. Gently now." Troopers moved to help their injured comrades dismount, their movements careful, subdued. The silence was broken only by muffled groans of pain, the squelch of boots in mud, and the doc's low commands. Maria watched, her eyes searching frantically among the returning faces, scanning the wounded, her breath held tight in her chest. Where was Thomas? Was he among the wounded, or was he? She couldn't bring herself to look too closely at the burdens on the mules. Captain Howard ran a hand over his face, smearing the grime. He looked utterly spent, the weight of command settling on him like a physical shroud. He saw Doc Evans organizing the care for the wounded, then turned back to Lieutenant Miller. "A moment, Lieutenant. In my office." His voice was flat, devoid of inflection. He started walking towards the administrative building, his steps heavy, dragging through the mud. Maria felt rooted to the spot, torn between her need to know and the fear of what that knowledge might be. She watched the wounded being helped towards the infirmary. None of them resembled the sergeant major. Relief warred with terror. If he wasn't among the wounded returning, and he wasn't Hayes. She saw Corporal Evans, the stable hand, directing men to take the exhausted horses. He caught her eye, his expression grim, and gave a slight, almost imperceptible shake of his head. The gesture, small as it was, landed like a physical blow. Not here. Thomas wasn't back. A cold dread washed over her, so profound it left her momentarily weak-kneed. She leaned against the rough timber of the gate post for support, the damp wood cold against her cheek. Fate unknown. The words echoed with terrifying finality. She needed to know the details. Forcing her legs to move, she followed the path Captain Howard had taken, heading towards the orderly room, keeping to the shadows of the boardwalk. She had no official reason to be there, but the need to hear the report, to understand what Howard had found at Dry Creek, overruled protocol. The door to the captain's office was slightly ajar, spilling lamplight onto the wet boardwalk. She could hear voices from within Howard's low, gravelly monotone, Miller's occasional interjections, the scrape of a chair. Stopping just outside, concealed by the darkness, she listened, her heart pounding. "A slaughter, Miller," Howard was saying, his voice thick with exhaustion and grief. "Worse than Hayes described. The dog soldiers, they didn't just ambush, they butchered those settlers. Then they set a perfect trap. High ground on both sides of the creek bed, repeaters." He sighed heavily. A troop walked right into it. "Lieutenant Davies?" Miller asked quietly. "Found him near the creek bank, shot through the heart, just as Hayes said. Brave boy. Foolish, maybe, leading the men so fast without a proper scout, but brave." Howard paused. "We recovered his body, and Corporals Thorne and Peterson found them near Davies, put up a fight by the looks of it. The 3 canvas-wrapped bundles, Davies, Thorne, Peterson." "And the others?" Miller pressed. Hayes mentioned Sergeant Major Thomas rallying the men in the creek bed. There was a longer pause. Maria strained to hear, her breath catching in her throat. "The creek bed, it was hell," Howard said, his voice dropping lower, huskier. "Spent cartridges everywhere. Bloodstains on the rocks, the sand. Signs of a desperate, close-quarter fight. We found 5 more of our men there, dead, didn't have time to bring them all back before dark, and with the storm's aftermath making travel slow. Marked the locations." His voice broke slightly on the last word. 5 more men lost. 8 confirmed dead, plus Hayes wounded, a devastating blow to the small garrison. "And Sergeant Major Thomas?" Miller asked the question Maria couldn't bear to voice herself. Howard let out a long, ragged breath. "We found evidence. His carbine wedged between 2 rocks, breech empty. Pool of blood nearby, consistent with a serious shoulder wound like Hayes described. Signs of struggle all around it, drag marks leading away from the creek bed, heading northwest, deeper into Cheyenne territory." Drag marks, not dead then, not confirmed dead. A flicker of desperate hope ignited within Maria, quickly doused by the implications. "Captured?" Miller breathed. "Looks like it," Howard confirmed grimly. "Taken alive, wounded. Why they'd take him instead of finishing him, I don't know. Maybe they recognized his rank. Maybe they want information. Maybe..." He trailed off. Being captured by dog soldiers, especially wounded, was often considered a fate worse than death. Maria leaned her head against the cold wood, closing her eyes. Captured, wounded, taken by the dog soldiers. The image was terrifying. Alden Thomas, the disciplined, controlled sergeant major, now a prisoner, subject to the whims of his captors, his survival hanging by the slenderest thread. The fragile hope she'd clung to felt almost cruel now, replaced by a different kind of horror. We searched the area thoroughly, Howard continued, his voice regaining some professional stiffness, likely for his own benefit as much as Miller's. No sign of the attackers. They vanished like smoke after the storm, but he hesitated. There was something else. Something disturbing. Sir? Downstream from the main ambush site, Howard said slowly, away from the heaviest fighting, near where the banks widen out. We found tracks. Not just unshod pony tracks. Several sets of shod horses, riding hard, heading south towards the Badlands, towards Coulter's territory. Maria's eyes snapped open. Shod horse tracks, heading south, Coulter. It confirmed the rumors, the whispers, Corporal Evans's suspicion. Coulter? Miller sounded incredulous. What would his men be doing anywhere near a Cheyenne attack? Exactly, Howard said heavily. And there was something else. One of my scouts, Private Riley Goodtracker, found this caught on a greasewood bush near those tracks. A rustle of paper. Looks like a torn piece of fabric from a waistcoat. Expensive brocade, not military issue. Not settler homespun, not Indian trade cloth. The fancy waistcoat Davies had been so keen to take with him. The heavy waistcoat. Maria felt a chill snake down her spine. The implications were sickening. Davies, Miller whispered, horror dawning in his voice. You think Davies... I don't know what to think. Howard snapped, his voice frayed with exhaustion and the unbearable weight of this new possibility. Davies is dead, but someone was there who shouldn't have been. Someone who knew that trail. Someone who rode south after the attack, not west with the Cheyenne. Did Davies sell information? Did Coulter trade patrol routes for what? Guns? Gold? Did our own man betray a troop? The questions hung in the air, venomous, unanswered. The burden of command pressed down on Captain Howard, heavier now than just the grief for lost men. He faced not only an external enemy, but the possibility of treason from within. A betrayal that might have cost his soldiers their lives, delivered his sergeant major into enemy hands. The sting of that doubt, the corrosive suspicion, was almost worse than the certainty of battle losses. Keep this quiet for now, Miller, Howard ordered, his voice regaining a measure of control. Just between us and the scout who found it, we have no proof. Starting accusations now, we'll tear this garrison apart when we need unity most. But I want eyes on anyone who had dealings with Davies. Check his correspondence, his accounts. Discreetly. And send a message, damn it. The telegraph is down. Send a rider to scout Coulter's post as soon as the ground is firm enough. Cautiously. I want to know who's been coming and going. Yes, sir. Miller replied, his voice subdued. Howard sighed again, a sound of utter weariness. See to the men, Lieutenant. Double the watch. Get some rest yourself. Tomorrow we bury our dead and figure out how to hold this fort with half a troop gone and the sergeant major. He couldn't finish the sentence. The reality was too stark. Maria pushed herself away from the wall, melting back into the shadows before Lieutenant Miller emerged. Her mind reeled. Thomas captured. Davies potentially a traitor. Coulter involved. The situation was far more complex, far darker than a simple frontier ambush. She felt a confusing mix of terror for Thomas's fate and a cold, simmering anger towards Davies, towards Coulter, towards anyone who might have played a part in this disaster for profit or malice. She retreated towards her own small, cold room behind the infirmary, the initial relief that Thomas wasn't among the dead now feeling like a naive folly. His fate was perhaps more perilous, and the fort itself, already reeling from loss, was now potentially poisoned by betrayal. As she passed the darkened barracks, she heard low, angry murmurs, The news of the casualties, the confirmation of Davies's death, and the likely capture of the sergeant major would be spreading like wildfire. Grief was mixing with anger, the need to blame finding potential targets. The fragile unity of the garrison felt ready to fracture. Back in her room, the dead silence felt accusing. She lit her own candle, its flame casting insufficient light against the gloom. The burden of command weighed heavily on Captain Howard, but the sting of doubt, the knowledge of potential betrayal, pricked at Maria too. She thought of the sergeant major, Alden, wounded, captured, facing unimaginable horrors, perhaps because of a traitor in their own ranks. Her duty was to the telegraph, to communication. But with the line dead, what could she do? The helplessness was infuriating. Yet looking at the small, steady flame of the candle, a different kind of resolve began to harden within her. If the official channels were blocked, if command was overwhelmed, perhaps there were other ways to seek answers, to unravel the truth behind the whispers and the tracks leading south. The ghosts of the sergeant major's past were tragic, but the living specter of betrayal demanded confrontation. The night was far from over. Chapter 10. Secrets Buried by the Laramie River. The day after the relief column's return dawned gray and oppressive, mirroring the mood within Fort Laramie's walls. The sky remained overcast, spitting intermittent, miserable drizzle that kept the ground muddy and spirits low. The grim task of burying the dead cast a heavy pall over the garrison. A shallow trench had been dug on the small rise overlooking the Laramie River. Just beyond the fort's perimeter, the designated cemetery, already dotted with too many rough wooden markers. Maria stood near the back of the small, somber assembly, her forage cap pulled low against the damp chill, the regulation blue wool of her uniform feeling inadequate against the cold that seeped deeper than bone. She watched as Captain Howard, his face etched with sleeplessness and strain, read haltingly from a small, worn Bible, his voice barely carrying over the mournful sigh of the wind and the distant rush of the swollen river. Lieutenant Davies and the 7 enlisted men recovered from Dry Creek were being committed to the unforgiving earth, their bodies wrapped tightly in canvas shrouds. The faces of the remaining troopers were stony, etched with grief and a simmering anger. Glances were exchanged, tight-lipped and suspicious. The whispers about Davies, about shod horse tracks heading south, about Coulter, had inevitably begun to circulate, fueled by grief and the need for answers, for someone to blame beyond the known enemy. The fragile unity Captain Howard had hoped to maintain was already fraying, suspicion weaving through the ranks like a poisonous vine. Maria's gaze kept straying from the grim ceremony towards the northwest, towards the vast empty prairie where Sergeant Major Thomas Alden was being held captive, wounded, his fate terrifyingly unknown. The knowledge that his capture might have been facilitated by betrayal twisted like a knife in her gut. The stoic man who carried his own deep sorrows, now facing unimaginable suffering, potentially orchestrated by one of their own. It felt obscene, a violation far deeper than the enemy attack itself. She scanned the faces of the men around her. Corporal Evans stood nearby, his expression unreadable, his gaze fixed on the open grave. Private Hayes, pale and still shaky, leaned heavily on a crutch near Doc Evans, his eyes haunted. Lieutenant Miller looked overwhelmed, his gaze darting nervously around. Who among them knew more than they let on? Who had profited from Davies's alleged treachery? The doubt was corrosive, making every interaction feel suspect. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. After the brief, bleak ceremony concluded, the troopers dispersed slowly, heading back towards the dubious shelter of the fort walls, their boots heavy with mud and sorrow. Maria lingered for a moment, watching the burial detail begin the grim task of filling the grave. The raw earth felt like an open wound against the muted green-brown of the prairie. She turned away, unable to watch, the image of the canvas-shrouded forms too stark, too final. Her own helplessness gnawed at her. The telegraph remained dead. Captain Howard was consumed by the immediate needs of the depleted garrison and the weight of potential treason. Sending scouts south towards Coulter's trading post was risky, especially with reduced manpower and the treacherous ground conditions. Waiting felt like a betrayal in itself, a passive acceptance of Thomas's likely fate and Davies's potential treachery going unpunished. Driven by a restless energy born of frustration and a desperate need to act, Maria found herself drawn towards the Laramie River. The path leading down from the fort was slick with mud, the river itself running high and brown, swollen by the storm's runoff, carrying debris branches, leaves, unidentifiable detritus swiftly downstream. The air near the water felt colder, carrying the raw scent of churned earth and wet vegetation. She walked along the bank, her gaze scanning the eddies and currents, the tangled undergrowth along the shore. She wasn't sure what she was looking for. An idea, half-formed and perhaps foolish, had taken root in her mind. Davies had left suddenly. If he was involved in something illicit, something dangerous enough to make him flee, would he have risked taking incriminating evidence with him on the public stagecoach? Or might he have disposed of it somewhere close by, somewhere seemingly secure, but accessible if he ever returned? Or perhaps intended for someone else to retrieve? It was a long shot, based on nothing but suspicion and the whispers she'd overheard. But doing something, even searching fruitlessly along a muddy riverbank, felt better than sitting idle in the dead telegraph office, trapped by silence and fear. The area near the fort was frequently trafficked troopers fetching water, fishing, sometimes bathing in warmer weather. Davies would likely have chosen a quieter spot, further downstream, away from prying eyes. Maria followed the river's course southward, away from the main fort traffic, her boots sinking into the soft, damp earth near the water's edge. The overcast sky cast a flat, shadowless light, making details hard to discern. The drizzle persisted, clinging to her hair and uniform, chilling her to the core. She focused her attention on the bank itself, looking for signs of recent disturbance, places where someone might have stopped, dug, hidden something. Gnarled roots of cottonwood trees clawed at the bank, creating hollows and crevices. Piles of driftwood lay tangled in places deposited by past floods. Thick clumps of willow choked the waterline in stretches. After nearly half an hour of slow progress, her eyes caught something inconsistent. A patch of earth beneath a large, gnarled cottonwood root, slightly downstream from a bend in the river, looked disturbed. The mud wasn't uniformly smooth. It seemed to have been recently turned over, though the rain had worked to disguise it. Weeds nearby were broken, trampled. It was subtle, easily missed, but to Maria's increasingly desperate eyes, it screamed possibility. Her heart began to beat faster. Kneeling down in the mud, ignoring the damp seeping through the thick wool of her trousers, she began to probe the disturbed earth with her fingers. The ground was soft, yielding easily. Just a few inches down, her fingers struck something hard, something that wasn't a rock or a root. Excitement and trepidation warred within her. Carefully, using her hands to scoop away the wet soil, she uncovered the edge of a small, oilcloth-wrapped bundle. It was heavy, compact, tied securely with twine. This was it. It had to be. Why else would someone bury a package like this by the river bank? Her fingers trembled as she worked to free the bundle from the mud's grip. It was heavier than she expected. Once it was out, she wiped the worst of the mud away on the wet grass. The oilcloth was tightly wrapped, protecting the contents from the damp. Sitting back on her heels, the cold drizzle plastering strands of hair to her face, she fumbled with the knots in the twine, her numb fingers clumsy. Finally, the twine came loose. She unfolded the oilcloth carefully. Inside, nestled within another layer of cloth, were several items. First, a small, heavy leather pouch. She loosened the drawstring. Gold coins, double eagles mostly, a substantial amount, far more than a corporal's pay could account for. Gambling winnings, or payment for services rendered, payment for betrayal. The weight felt obscene. Beneath the pouch lay a small leather-bound ledger book, similar to the ones used for official logs but smaller, clearly meant for personal records. Its cover was damp but intact. Maria's breath hitched. This could be the key. She opened it carefully. The pages stiff, slightly warped by proximity to the damp earth despite the oilcloth. The first few pages contained what looked like gambling tallies, names scrawled alongside figures. Wins and losses recorded. Davies clearly had a problem, but then the entries changed. Dates corresponding to the weeks before Davies's departure appeared alongside cryptic notations, initials, locations, times, and sums of money significantly larger than the gambling debts. CT appeared frequently, next to mentions of patrol shed or supply manifest, Coulter's trading post, patrol schedule, supply manifest. Maria's blood ran cold. This looked chillingly like a record of information being sold. Her eyes scanned frantically, searching for entries around the time a troop rode out. There it was, dated just 3 days before the ambush. A TRP Drykirk Thurs PM final payment rec VT C.T quote. Final payment received from CT Coulter for the details of a troop's patrol to Dry Creek. Betrayal. Cold, calculated, deadly betrayal, documented in Davis's own hand. He had sold them out. He had sold Sergeant Major Thomas, Lieutenant Davies Thorne, Peterson, and the others into a death trap. The knowledge hit Maria with the force of a physical blow, leaving her feeling sickened and enraged. Davies hadn't just fled gambling debts. He had fled the consequences of treason, leaving his comrades to pay the ultimate price, while he likely intended to retrieve his blood money later. His death in the ambush he helped orchestrate felt less like a tragedy now, and more like a grim, inadequate form of justice. But there was more. Tucked into the back of the ledger was a folded piece of paper, a message written hastily on cheap paper, not in Davies's hand, but in a rough, barely literate scrawl. Davies, plan change. Dog soldiers jumpy after settler raid. Hit Thurrett Creek. You stay clear. C wants assurance you clear out fast. Stage west Friday. He holds final payment till you're gone, and don't cross him. Jay, one of Coulter's men. The message confirmed it all. Coulter was involved, using the Cheyenne attack as cover, or perhaps even instigating it, ensuring Davies was out of the way. The timing, the coordination, it was chilling. And the casual mention of the dog soldiers being jumpy after settler raid suggested Coulter might have even known about, or been involved in, that initial massacre as well, using it to ensure a violent reaction when a troop arrived. Maria stared at the ledger and the note. the cold drizzle forgotten, the muddy riverbank fading into insignificance. And this was the proof Captain Howard needed, proof of Davies's treason, proof of Coulter's involvement. This changed everything. It explained the shod horse tracks, the waistcoat fragment. It potentially explained the ferocity and coordination of the attack. But what did it mean for Thomas? If Coulter was involved and the Cheyenne took Thomas alive, was he now in Coulter's hands? Or still with the dog soldiers? Was Coulter working with the Cheyenne, or merely using their attack for his own ends? The questions multiplied, each more disturbing than the last. Thomas, wounded, might be valuable to Coulter for information about fort defenses, troop strengths, gold shipments. His capture might have been deliberate, orchestrated as part of the larger betrayal. She quickly rewrapped the ledger and the pouch of gold in the oilcloth, securing the twine as best she could with trembling fingers. She needed to get this back to the fort, to Captain Howard immediately. This evidence was crucial, not just for understanding the past, but for planning any potential rescue attempt for Thomas, for bringing Coulter and his operation down. Pushing herself to her feet, clutching the heavy bundle, she scrambled back up the slippery bank. The drizzle had eased slightly, but the sky remained a uniform, depressing gray. As she hurried back towards the fort, her mind raced. Showing this ledger would confirm Howard's worst fears, potentially ripping the garrison apart with accusations and mistrust just when they were most vulnerable. But hiding it was unthinkable. The truth, however ugly, had to come out. She thought of Alden Thomas, haunted by his past ghosts, now potentially a pawn in a brutal game orchestrated by greed and betrayal. Her resolve hardened. She might be just a corporal, an unwelcome woman in a man's world, stuck in a silent telegraph office. But she had found the secret buried by the river, and she would see that it was brought into the light, no matter the cost. Her steps quickened, splashing through the mud, carrying the weight of Davies's betrayal and the desperate hope that this discovery might somehow pave the way for the sergeant major's return. The secrets were unearthed, but the path forward remained shrouded in dangerous uncertainty. Chapter 11. Beyond the Blue Serge. The walk back to the heart of the fort felt longer than the trek downriver. Each squelching step Maria took in the clinging mud seemed amplified in the heavy post-funeral quiet. The oilcloth bundle, clutched tightly against her chest beneath her damp uniform jacket, felt impossibly heavy, not just with the physical weight of gold and paper, but with the crushing gravity of betrayal and its deadly consequences. Davies's ledger was a toxic secret, proof that the enemy wasn't just outside the walls, but had worn their own blue serge, walked among them, shared their meals, and then sold them out for a pouch of double eagles. Her mind raced, replaying the damning entries, the hastily scrawled note confirming Coulter's involvement. Final payment rec VC wants assurance you clear out fast. The cold-blooded transaction that had likely cost 8 men their lives and delivered Alden Thomas, wounded, into unimaginable peril. Anger warred with a sickening sense of dread. Uncovering the truth felt like a victory, however grim. But it was a truth that could shatter the already fragile morale of the depleted garrison. Revealing Davies's treason might ignite a firestorm of rage and suspicion, turning trooper against trooper just when unity was most critical. Yet, keeping it secret felt equally impossible. A betrayal in itself, a betrayal of the dead, of Thomas, of justice. Captain Howard needed to know. He carried the burden of command, the responsibility for this fort, and the lives within it. He deserved the truth, however ugly. But approaching him, presenting this evidence, It felt like handing him a lit fuse. She paused near the corner of the barracks, taking a deep breath of the damp, cold air, trying to still the trembling in her hands. Soldiers moved listlessly nearby, assigned to repair details or guard duty, their faces uniformly grim. She saw Lieutenant Miller overseeing a work party shoring up the damaged stockade wall, his expression harried. She couldn't go to him. This needed to go directly to Howard. His office light was on, a pale yellow rectangle against the gray afternoon. He would be in there, likely drowning in paperwork, casualty reports, supply requisitions, the mundane machinery of the fort, grinding on even amidst crisis, perhaps offering him a temporary refuge from the heavier burdens. She squared her shoulders, the rough wool of her uniform scraping against her skin, a reminder of the role she occupied, the boundaries she was about to cross. She wasn't just Corporal Reyes, telegraph operator anymore. She was the bearer of devastating news, the discoverer of a secret that could change everything. Her knock on the doorframe was louder than she intended, sharp in the relative quiet. "Anna," came Howard's weary voice from within. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. Captain Howard sat slumped behind his desk, which was indeed covered in neat stacks of documents. He looked up, his eyes shadowed, annoyance flickering briefly at the interruption before settling back into weary resignation. He likely expected another routine query, another problem laid at his feet. "Corporal Reyes," he acknowledged, his tone flat. "Is the telegraph's—" "No, sir," Maria interrupted quietly but firmly, stepping fully into the room and letting the door click shut behind her. "It's not about the telegraph." She held a muddy oilcloth bundle forward with both hands like an offering or an indictment. "It's about Corporal Davies and Dry Creek. I found this." Howard stared at the bundle, then at her face, his brow furrowing. Confusion warred with caution in his eyes. He slowly straightened in his chair, his attention sharpening, the bureaucratic weariness falling away, replaced by the keen alertness of command, sensing something significant. "Found it where?" he asked, his voice dangerously low. "Buried, sir, by the river bank, downstream from the fort, beneath a cottonwood root." He didn't ask why she had been searching there. He simply extended a hand, his gaze never leaving hers. "Let me see it." Maria placed the bundle on the desk between them. The muddy oilcloth left a damp smear on the wood. Howard carefully unwrapped it, his movements precise despite the tremor Maria noticed in his fingers. He lifted out the small, leather-bound ledger first, then the heavy pouch of gold coins, its weight making the leather sag. He loosened the drawstring, peered inside, then let it drop back onto the oilcloth with a soft, heavy thud. His lips tightened into a white line. He opened the ledger, his eyes scanning the initial gambling entries, then moving quickly to the later pages Maria had marked mentally. She watched his face, saw the dawning comprehension, the flicker of horrified disbelief hardening into cold, sickening certainty. He traced a line with his finger. "A TRP Dry Kirk 3 p.m. Final PAMA Rec VTC.T. Quote." His breath hissed out between his teeth. Then he found the folded note tucked in the back, the crude message from Jay. He read it slowly, twice, his knuckles white where he gripped the edges of the small book. The silence in the room stretched, thick and suffocating, broken only by the spatter of drizzle against the window pane and the frantic pounding of Maria's own heart. Finally, Howard looked up, meeting Maria's gaze across the desk. His eyes, usually just tired or professionally distant, now held a complex storm of emotions: fury, grief, betrayal, and the crushing weight of responsibility. But beneath it all, there was something else too, a flicker of grudging respect, an acknowledgement. He wasn't just looking at Corporal Reyes, the female telegraph operator, the anomaly. He was looking at the person who had brought him the terrible, necessary truth. Treason. He breathed, the word barely audible, yet carrying the force of a physical blow in the small office. Damn him to hell, he sold his own troop out. He slammed the ledger shut, the sound sharp as a gunshot in the quiet room. He pushed himself away from the desk, rising to pace the small space between the desk and the wall, his movements agitated, coiled with suppressed rage. Coulter, he spat, stopping to stare blindly out the window at the gray weeping sky. That explains the tracks. The waistcoat. Davies wasn't just running from debt, he was a paid informant. He gave Coulter the patrol route, the timing, likely everything Coulter needed to set that trap with the Cheyenne, or at least exploit their presence. He turned back, pinning Maria with an intense gaze. And the settlers? Was that part of it too? A catalyst? The note mentions the dog soldiers were jumpy after the settler raid, Maria offered quietly, recalling the chillingly casual phrase. It suggests Coulter knew about it at least, perhaps used it. Howard nodded grimly, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. It fits. A massacre to draw the troop in, ensure they ride straight into the ambush Coulter and Davies arranged payment for. He sank back into his chair, the brief burst of angry energy draining away, leaving him looking profoundly weary, burdened. God help us, 8 men dead the sergeant major captured because of greed. He picked up the heavy pouch of gold, letting the coin sift through his fingers before dropping it back onto the desk with disgust. Blood money. He looked at Maria again, his expression shifting, the commander assessing a subordinate, but with a new layer of consideration. You found this? How? I heard the whispers, sir, Maria admitted, about Davies leaving suddenly, about Coulter. Corporal Evans mentioned Davies seemed scared, took a fancy waistcoat that felt heavy. It didn't feel right. And then, the shod tracks you mentioned. I thought perhaps he wouldn't risk carrying proof on the stagecoach. He might have hidden it nearby. You thought? Howard repeated slowly, absorbing her initiative, her reasoning. You went looking on your own. It wasn't an accusation, but a statement acknowledging her independent action. That was resourceful, Corporal, and damned risky. Waiting felt riskier, sir, Maria replied simply, meeting his gaze steadily. With Sergeant Major Thomas, she trailed off, unable to voice the full extent of her fear for him. Howard nodded, a deep sigh escaping him. Thomas. He looked down at the ledger again, his face hardening. This changes the complexion of his capture entirely. If Coulter was involved in the setup, it's likely he wanted Thomas taken alive. A sergeant major knows troop strengths, defenses, shipment schedules, valuable information to sell or use. His eyes narrowed. Or perhaps Coulter has Thomas now, traded something to the Cheyenne for him. The possibilities were chilling. Thomas wasn't just a captive of a hostile tribe. He might be a pawn in a traitorous conspiracy, his value measured in dollars and cents by men like Coulter and Davies. What do we do now, sir? Maria asked, the question hanging heavy between them. Howard stared at the ledger, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. This information, he began, then stopped, considering. If this gets out now, the men are already on edge. Accusations will fly. Discipline could collapse. We could have fighting within the fort before Coulter or the Cheyenne make another move. He shook his head. I can't risk that, not yet. He looked at Maria, his gaze sharp, assessing. This ledger, this note, they stay between you, me, Lieutenant Miller, and Doc Evans. No one else, understand? We need proof against Coulter himself, proof that will stand up before we act openly. Yes, sir, Maria acknowledged, relief mingling with apprehension. Keeping the secret felt necessary but also dangerous. But, Howard continued, a new resolve entering his voice. This gives us focus. Coulter, he's the key. Davies is dead, but Coulter is out there, and he might know where Thomas is or have him. He tapped the ledger. You've given us a weapon, Corporal. Knowledge. Now we need to figure out how to use it without getting ourselves killed. He leaned forward, the commander again, but talking to her now, not just as a subordinate, but as someone who had proven her mettle, her intelligence. Your language skills, Reyes. You speak Spanish fluently, some French. Coulter's post attracts all sorts Mexican traders, French trappers, breeds, deserters. If someone could get close, listen, gather information. He left the implication hanging. Maria's heart gave a lurch. He was suggesting undercover work for her. It was unorthodox, dangerous, far beyond the scope of a telegraph operator's duties, but it was action, a way to fight back, a way to potentially help Thomas. I understand some Sioux dialects too, sir, she offered quietly, volunteering the skill she'd mentioned on enlistment, the skill that had seemed irrelevant until now. Perhaps? Howard considered this, stroking his jaw. That could be even more valuable, but riskier. He looked at her searchingly. You realize the danger involved? Coulter is ruthless. If he suspects... I understand the risks, sir, Maria said, her voice firmer than she felt. The fear was real, cold in her stomach, but the image of Thomas, wounded and captured because of this betrayal, fueled a determination that surprised even herself. Finding the ledger felt like only the first step. She needed to see this through. What do you need me to do? Howard leaned back, studying her for a long moment. The uniform she wore, the blue serge that marked her as an anomaly, seemed to fade, revealing the capable, determined individual beneath. He saw not just a corporal who followed orders, but someone who thought, who acted, who possessed skills they desperately needed. I need time to think, he said finally, to formulate a plan. But your discovery, it opens possibilities we didn't have an hour ago. He gestured towards the damning evidence on his desk. Lock this away securely in the evidence chest. Use the secondary key. Thomas usually holds it, but I have a spare. He retrieved a key from a drawer. Only the four of us are to have access or knowledge for now. Maria took the key, its metal cool against her palm. It felt like a tangible symbol of the trust, however provisional, he was placing in her. A trust that went beyond the limitations of her rank, beyond the blue serge. Thank you, Corporal, Howard said, his voice rough with fatigue but sincere. You've done the fort, and Sergeant Major Thomas, a significant service today. Now get some rest. You look like you need it. Maria nodded, clutching the oilcloth bundle and the key. She turned to leave, pausing at the door. Sir? Yes, Corporal? Do you think... Is there any real chance Sergeant Major Thomas is still alive? The question escaped her, raw and vulnerable. Howard met her gaze, his expression softening for a fleeting instant with shared painful hope. He's the toughest man I've ever known, Reyes, he said quietly. If anyone can survive what they've thrown at him, it's Alden Thomas. We have to believe that. We have to act on that belief. Clinging to that fragile shred of hope, Maria stepped back out into the damp, gray afternoon, the weight of the secrets she carried settling upon her, heavier now because they were shared, because they demanded action. The path forward was fraught with danger, overshadowed by betrayal. But for the first time since the ambush, it felt like there was a path at all, and she was no longer just waiting by a silent telegraph. She was part of the fight. Chapter 12. Shadows lengthen over the fort. The days following the discovery of Davis's ledger settled into a strange, tense rhythm at Fort Laramie. Outwardly, the routines resumed, albeit with a somber undertone, and the constant visible reminder of the depleted ranks. Repairs to the storm-damaged stockade continued under Lieutenant Miller's anxious supervision. Patrols were reinstated, smaller now, more cautious, probing the immediate vicinity, but avoiding any deep foray into the territory where a troop met its fate. The flag was lowered to half-mast each evening, a stark symbol of their losses and the uncertainty surrounding the sergeant major's fate. But beneath the surface of military routine, a current of unease ran deep and cold. The secret of Davis's betrayal, known only to Captain Howard, Lieutenant Miller, Doc Evans, and Maria, festered like an unspoken wound. Every interaction felt layered with potential suspicion. Every rumor whispered in the barracks or mess hall carried the potential to ignite the simmering anger and grief into open conflict. Maria felt the weight of the secret acutely, carrying the heavy evidence chest key in her pocket like a lead weight, constantly aware of the explosive knowledge locked away. She maintained her post in the telegraph office, though the equipment remained stubbornly dead. Attempts to trace the line break proved futile. The storm had likely caused damage miles away, beyond their immediate reach or resources to repair quickly. The silence felt less like a lack of communication now, and more like a deliberate isolation, trapping them with their grief and suspicions. She went through the motions, organizing logs, checking batteries that stubbornly refused to hold a charge, the enforced idleness grating on her nerves. Her true focus lay elsewhere, waiting for Captain Howard to decide on a course of action regarding Coulter, regarding Thomas. Howard, meanwhile, seemed consumed by the effort of holding the fort together. He maintained a stoic public face, overseeing drills, inspecting guard posts, dealing with the endless flow of administrative duties. But Maria, observing him closely during brief encounters or chance sightings across the parade ground, saw the strain beneath the surface. The lines around his eyes were deeper. His movements lacked their usual briskness. The burden of command and the secret knowledge weighing him down. He conferred frequently with Miller and Doc Evans in hushed tones, often glancing towards Maria with an expression she couldn't quite decipher. Acknowledgement, calculation, perhaps even a hint of shared conspiracy. The atmosphere in the mess hall remained tense. Conversations were muted, laughter rare. Men ate quickly, eyes downcast or darting nervously around. Fights occasionally broke out over minor disputes, fueled by frayed nerves and unspoken resentments. The easy camaraderie that usually bound soldiers together in isolated posts had been replaced by a brittle suspicion. Who could be trusted when one of their own had proven a traitor? The question hung unspoken in the air, poisoning the shared meals, the communal spaces. Corporal Evans, the stable hand, seemed particularly affected. His usual gossipy demeanor was gone, replaced by a sullen silence. He avoided Maria's gaze, hobbling about his duties with a grim set to his jaw. Had he heard more whispers? Did he suspect something? Or was he simply mourning the lost men of A Troop, perhaps feeling guilty for his own survival due to his injured ankle? Maria couldn't tell, and the uncertainty added another layer to the pervasive unease. Private Hayes, recovering slowly in the infirmary, remained withdrawn, plagued by nightmares. Doc Evans spent hours with him, offering what comfort he could, but the trauma of the ambush, the guilt of being the sole survivor to return initially, had left deep scars. His presence was a constant, painful reminder of the unanswered questions surrounding Dry Creek and the sergeant major's fate. For Maria, the waiting was agonizing. The knowledge she possessed demanded action, yet she was bound by Howard's order to remain silent, to wait for his plan. She replayed the conversation in his office endlessly in her mind. His suggestion that her language skills could be used, that someone needed to get close to Coulter. It was a dangerous, thrilling, terrifying prospect. Was he seriously considering sending her, a woman, undercover, into the heart of a den of thieves and potentially murderers like Coulter's trading post? The idea seemed both preposterous and, paradoxically, the only logical course of action if they wanted information without launching a full-scale, risky assault. She found herself studying the map again, tracing the route south towards the Badlands where Coulter's post was rumored to be located. She tried to recall every scrap of information she'd gathered about the man and his operation, rough, dealt in anything, asked no questions, employed breeds and deserters, a place where a woman traveling alone, perhaps claiming to be fleeing something or someone, might be able to blend in, listen, observe. Her knowledge of Spanish would be useful. Many traders and wanderers from the southern territories frequented such places, and her rudimentary Sioux, could that provide an unexpected advantage? Allow her to understand conversations others might miss? The risks were enormous. Discovery would mean almost certain death, brutal and swift. Yet, the thought of Alden Thomas, wounded, captive, possibly in Coulter's clutches, spurred her on. The image of his face, from the daguerreotype younger, softer, holding his daughter, mingled with the image of the stoic, duty-bound sergeant major and the man fighting like a trapped wolf in the creek bed. He deserved better than to be abandoned to his fate, especially a fate potentially orchestrated by betrayal. If there was even a sliver of a chance she could uncover information leading to his rescue, she had to take it. The realization settled within her, not as a reckless impulse, but as a quiet, cold conviction. One evening, seeking refuge from the oppressive atmosphere of the fort, Maria walked out towards the river again as twilight deepened, the sky painted in streaks of bruised purple and fading orange. The air was cold, biting, hinting at the coming winter. The river, though still high, ran clearer now. Its earlier muddy turbulence subsided. She needed space to think, away from the confines of the fort walls, away from the constant, watchful eyes and the heavy silence of the telegraph office. She found herself drawn back towards the cottonwood tree where she had unearthed Davis's ledger. The disturbed earth now smoothed over by subsequent rains, leaving little trace of the secret it had held. She stood looking out over the dark, flowing water, listening to its ceaseless murmur, feeling the vast emptiness of the prairie stretching out around her under the immense sky. A figure detached itself from the shadows near the riverbank further upstream, walking slowly towards her. Maria tensed instinctively, her hand automatically going to her side where a weapon should be. before relaxing slightly as she recognized the silhouette. It was Captain Howard. He stopped a few feet away, not looking at her directly, but gazing out over the river, his hands clasped behind his back. He hadn't sought her out. Their meeting seemed coincidental, yet purposeful in the charged quiet. "Can't sleep either, Corporal?" he asked eventually, his voice low, blending with the river's murmur. "No, sir," Maria replied truthfully. "Too much silence in the telegraph office." He nodded slowly, understanding her unspoken meaning. The silence was everywhere. "This waiting, it eats at you," he admitted, echoing Doc Evans's earlier sentiment. "Every shadow starts to look like an enemy. Every unfamiliar face feels like a threat." He sighed, a sound of profound weariness. "I spoke with Riley again today, the scout who found the waistcoat fragment. He's certain about the shod tracks. Heading south. Definitely south. Towards Coulter," Maria stated quietly. "Towards Coulter," Howard confirmed. He finally turned to look at her, his eyes barely visible in the deepening gloom, but his intensity palpable. "I've been thinking about your skills, Corporal, your initiative." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Sending a military detachment towards Coulter's post now, even just for reconnaissance, is too risky. We're undermanned. We telegraph our suspicions. Coulter would be alerted. Any trail would go cold, and Tama, if he's there." He left the grim conclusion unspoken. "But," he continued, his voice dropping even lower, "a lone traveler, someone seeking work perhaps, or passage south, someone who speaks the languages common at a place like that, might be able to listen, observe without raising immediate alarm." Maria's heart began to pound. This was it. He was proposing it. It would be unsanctioned officially, Howard stated bluntly. "If you were caught, the Army could offer no protection, no acknowledgement. You would be entirely on your own. The risks are extreme." He wasn't ordering her. He was laying out the possibility, gauging her reaction, perhaps giving her an opportunity to refuse the impossibly dangerous unofficial assignment. Maria looked out over the dark river, then back at the captain. The fear was a cold knot in her stomach, but the conviction held. "What identity would I assume, sir?" she asked, keeping her voice steady, accepting the premise, moving straight to logistics. A flicker of surprise, quickly masked, crossed Howard's face. He hadn't expected such immediate calm acceptance. He had perhaps expected hesitation, fear, refusal. Her straightforward question confirmed her resolve, confirmed the assessment he had clearly been making over the past few days. "We'd have to work that out carefully," he replied, his mind clearly already shifting into planning mode. "Civilian clothes, obviously, a believable backstory, enough money to make you look credible, but not enough to attract the wrong kind of attention." He paused. "Your name?" "Reyes. It's Spanish. Could work to your advantage down there. Perhaps, fleeing a difficult situation back east, heading towards Santa Fe?" "It's plausible," Maria agreed. "I know the territories around there from before." "Good," Howard nodded. "You'd need a horse. Supplies for a few days' travel south. We could arrange for you to slip away from the fort unnoticed. A desertion, perhaps?" He grimaced. "It protects the fort if you're caught, makes your presence at Coulter's seem more legitimate." Desertion. The word felt ugly, but she understood the grim necessity. To protect the mission, to protect the fort, she would have to appear as a traitor herself, at least temporarily. Another layer of deception, another burden to carry. When would I leave? She asked. Soon, Howard said. The longer we wait, the colder the trail gets, the less chance Thomas has. He looked at her intently again. Are you certain about this, Reyes? There's no shame in saying no. This goes far beyond the duty you signed up for. Maria thought of the faded daguerreotype, of Eleanor's plea, of Alden Thomas fighting in the creek bed, wounded, captured. She thought of the betrayal documented in the ledger, the injustice crying out for correction. I'm certain, sir, she said, her voice quiet but firm. If there's a chance to find out what happened to the sergeant major, or to bring Coulter to justice, I have to take it. Howard held her gaze for a long moment, then gave a single decisive nod. The burden of command seemed to lighten fractionally, replaced by the focused energy of action, however risky. All right, Corporal, let's start planning. Meet me in my office 1 hour after final tattoo. Use the back entrance. No one sees you come or go. He turned and walked back towards the fort, his figure merging quickly with the deepening shadows. Maria remained by the river for a few moments longer, the cold water rushing past, carrying away the last of the twilight. The decision was made. She was stepping out from the relative safety of the fort walls, shedding the blue serge uniform that had become her uncomfortable shield, and venturing into the dangerous unknowns of the prairie and the even more dangerous territory ruled by Jedediah Coulter. The shadows lengthening over the fort felt like they were reaching out to engulf her. But within them, a plan, desperate and perilous, was beginning to take shape. The fight for answers and for Alden Thomas was truly beginning. Chapter 13, A Stolen Kiss Under a Ceiling of Stars. The hour after final tattoo descended upon Fort Laramie like a shroud. The mournful notes of the bugle had faded, leaving behind a silence punctuated only by the cough of a sentry, the distant stamp of a horse in the stables, and the ceaseless whisper of the night wind moving across the vast dark prairie. Most lamps were extinguished. The fort huddled under a sky awash with stars, diamonds scattered carelessly on black velvet, their cold light offering no warmth, only an overwhelming sense of scale and indifference. Maria moved like a shadow through the deeper darkness, hugging the rear of the buildings, her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic counterpoint to the enforced quiet. She reached the back entrance to Captain Howard's office, a simple plank door rarely used, and slipped inside without knocking, closing it silently behind her. Captain Howard was waiting, standing beside his desk, upon which lay a small, carefully assembled pile of items. A single lantern cast long, dancing shadows, making the small room feel both intimate and conspiratorial. He looked up as she entered, his face grim but resolute in the flickering light. The air crackled with suppressed urgency. Corporal, he acknowledged, dispensing with formality. Time is short. Let's finalize this. He gestured towards the items on the desk. Civilian clothes, durable, plain, a sturdy riding skirt, wool shirtwaist, a heavy shawl, sensible boots worn enough to look used. He picked up a small drawstring leather pouch. Money. Enough for food, lodging, maybe a bribe if necessary, but not enough to look suspiciously wealthy. Use it sparingly. Next, he indicated a canteen, a bedroll tied with leather thongs, and a small sack containing basic provisions. Hardtack, jerky, coffee, matches. Standard traveler's fare. Enough for 3, maybe 4 days' ride south should get you within sight of Coulter's territory. He then produced a compact, well-oiled Colt Peacemaker revolver and a box of cartridges. You know how to use this? Maria nodded. Her father, before everything changed, had believed a woman should know how to defend herself even if society disapproved. Yes, sir. Good. He handed it to her. Keep it concealed. Use it only if you have no other choice. Officially, you're deserting. An unarmed deserter is more believable, but less likely to survive. This is an unofficial necessity. He paused, his gaze intense. Remember, Reyes, your official status is deserter. I'll file the paperwork tomorrow morning. You took supplies, a horse, vanished in the night. If you're caught, that's the story. We know nothing. The finality of it, the severing of her connection to the army, felt cold and absolute, despite its necessity. She was truly stepping outside the protection, however flawed, of the uniform and the institution. Your horse, Howard continued, lowering his voice further, is saddled and waiting behind the farrier's shed near the West Sally Port. Least used gate, lightest guard tonight, Sergeant Davies assured me. Corporal Evans is reliable and understands the need for discretion there. He hesitated. Evans seemed troubled, but he owes Thomas. He'll look the other way. Be quick, be silent. Evans. Maria felt a flicker of unease. Could he be trusted? Howard seemed to think so, attributing his cooperation to loyalty towards the missing sergeant major. She hoped he was right. Your story, Howard went on. Maria Reyes. Traveling alone. Perhaps mention fleeing a difficult family situation or a debt back east. Vague but sympathetic. You heard of work possibilities further south, maybe towards Santa Fe, or perhaps looking for relatives. Coulter's place is a known stopover. Ask questions naturally. Listen more than you talk. Blend in. And if I find something, information about Thomas, about Coulter, Maria asked, her voice barely a whisper. Howard's face tightened. That's the hardest part. You have no way to contact us. The telegraph is down. Sending a rider is impossible without revealing our hand. You'll have to rely on your judgment. If you learn something actionable, something that could save Thomas or expose Coulter decisively, you have to find a way back, or find a trustworthy messenger, if such a thing exists down there. He ran a hand through his hair, the impossibility of the situation weighing on him. It's a long shot, Reyes. The longest. I understand, sir, Maria said, absorbing the bleak reality. She was a message sent out with no guaranteed means of return. One last thing. Howard reached inside his tunic and pulled out a small folded piece of oilcloth. He pressed it into her hand. Extra medical supplies, bandages, antiseptic, laudanum for pain. From Doc Evans, he insisted, said you might need them more than the infirmary. He cleared his throat. The doc, he worries about Thomas and about you. Maria clutched the small packet, touched by the gruff doctor's concern, another strand in the thin web of trust surrounding this secret mission. Thank him for me, sir. Right. Howard straightened up. The planning phase over. The moment of departure was upon them. Go now, Reyes. Through the back, keep to the shadows. Avoid the main barracks. Get to the farrier's shed. Evans should have the horse ready. Godspeed. He didn't offer a handshake, didn't offer false reassurances. His Godspeed was curt, heavy, fraught with unspoken fears. Maria nodded, her throat tight. She bundled the civilian clothes, stuffing the revolver and the doc's packet deep within them. She slung the canteen and provision sack over her shoulder. Carrying the bedroll, she gave the captain one last look, a silent acknowledgement of the shared burden, the shared hope, then slipped back out into the cold, consuming darkness. Moving swiftly and silently Along the rear of the buildings, Maria felt her senses heightened. Every creak of a floorboard from within the barracks, every distant nicker from the stables seemed magnified. The weight of the hidden revolver felt alien against her thigh. She was no longer Corporal Reyes. She was becoming someone else, a solitary figure moving towards an unknown danger. Her own small room behind the infirmary was her next stop. She needed her few personal belongings, the locket, the small amount of money she possessed before joining the army, the cracked mirror. Entering the cramped space felt like stepping into a previous life. The cot, the crate, the lingering smell of carbolic acid remnants of an identity she was about to discard. Quickly she changed out of the rough wool uniform, folding it carefully, almost reverently, and placing it on the cot. It had been an uncomfortable shield, often feeling more like a target, but it had represented structure, purpose, a place in the world. However precarious, shedding it felt like shedding skin, leaving her feeling vulnerable, exposed. She donned the civilian clothes, the sturdy skirt, the plain shirtwaist. They felt unfamiliar, constraining in a different way. She tucked the locket securely inside her bodice, its cool metal a familiar anchor against her racing heart. She gathered her meager possessions, adding them to the bundle provided by Howard. Looking around the small, bare room one last time, she felt a pang of something akin to regret. This harsh place, this difficult life, had been a refuge of sorts. Now she was leaving it, stepping back out into the chaotic, unpredictable world she had tried to escape. Extinguishing the small lamp she'd lit, she slipped back out into the night, merging once more with the shadows. The farrier's shed was at the far western edge of the fort, near the least used gate that opened directly onto the vast, empty prairie leading south. The journey across the dark, muddy ground felt perilous, each step requiring caution to avoid noise or detection. As she neared the shed, a low shape detached itself from the deeper darkness beside the building. Maria froze, her hand instinctively dropping towards the concealed revolver. "Corporal?" a low voice whispered. Corporal Evans leaning heavily on his crutch. Evans. Maria acknowledged quietly, relief warring with her lingering distrust. "Horses ready?" he murmured, gesturing towards a sturdy-looking, sorrel mare tied loosely to a hitching post already saddled, the bedroll and provision sack secured behind the cantle. "Good horse. Got stamina. Belong to Thorn." Hearing the name of one of the men killed at Dry Creek sent a fresh chill through Maria. Riding a dead man's horse. It felt like inheriting a ghost. "Captain said that you were leaving," Evans continued, his voice raspy, avoiding her eyes. "Said, Thomas would want someone looking out colter." He spat the name like something foul. "Heard things. Bad things. You be careful, Corporal. Real careful." His gaze flickered up to meet hers, and she saw genuine worry mixed with the usual guardedness. His loyalty to Thomas, it seemed, was real. "I will be, Corporal," Maria replied. "Thank you." She moved towards the horse, stroking its neck, murmuring softly. The mare shifted, bumping her gently with its muzzle. Maria quickly tied her bundle of clothes behind the saddle. Everything was ready. The moment had arrived. Evans cleared his throat awkwardly. "Look, Corporal." "Reyes, what I said before, in the mess hall, about being lonely." He stumbled over the words. "Wasn't right, wasn't thinking, just this place, it messes with your head. Want you to know it, I respect what you're doing, what Thomas stands for." His unexpected, clumsy apology eased some of Maria's distrust. He was flawed, prone to gossip, perhaps weak, but maybe not malicious, just another soul struggling in this harsh environment. "Thank you, Evans," she said again, meaning it this time. He nodded, then gestured towards the nearby Sally Port gate. "Bolts drawn. Guards looking the other way. Go now, before the moon rises higher." Maria swung herself up into the saddle, the leather creaking softly in the stillness. She gathered the reins, her hands surprisingly steady now. Looking down at Evans, she offered a small nod of gratitude. He lifted a hand in a brief, awkward salute before melting back into the shadows. She nudged the horse forward, walking it quietly towards the narrow gate. It stood slightly ajar, a sliver of star-dusted prairie visible beyond. She glanced towards the guard post nearby. A lone figure stood silhouetted against the sky, deliberately facing away from the gate, looking out over the fort walls. Evans, or Howard, had arranged it well. She guided the horse through the opening, the soft thud of its hooves muffled by the damp earth outside the walls. Once clear, she paused, turning in the saddle for one last look back at Fort Laramie. It lay dark and silent under the vast sweep of the heavens, a small, vulnerable cluster of man-made structures clinging precariously to the edge of the wilderness. Inside those walls were sleeping soldiers, simmering suspicions, the ghosts of the dead, and the fragile hope embodied by Captain Howard and Doc Evans. She was leaving it all behind, riding out into the immense, star-dusted darkness alone. A sudden movement nearby made her start. Doc Evans stepped out from behind the gatepost, startling her. He must have followed her, waited for her. He held up a hand, stopping her before she could ride further away. "Maria," he said, using her given name for the first time, his voice rough with emotion. He stepped closer, looking up at her, his face shadowed, but his eyes intense in the starlight. "This is madness. Coulter will eat you alive." "I have to try, Doctor," she whispered, her throat tight. "Alden," he began, his voice thick. "He wouldn't want this, wouldn't want you risking—" He couldn't finish. The depth of his worry, for Thomas and for her, was palpable. He reached up, placing a hand on her arm where it rested on the saddle horn. His touch was surprisingly strong, grounding. "Damn it, girl, be careful. More careful than you've ever been." His face was close now, his breath warm in the cold night air. The stars seemed to press down, immense and silent witnesses, the isolation, the fear, the shared knowledge of Thomas's plight. The impossible odds she faced it all coalesced into a single, overwhelming moment under that vast, indifferent ceiling of stars. Impulsively, driven by a desperate need for connection, for reassurance, perhaps simply by the overwhelming emotion of the moment, Maria leaned down slightly. Doc Evans looked up surprised, his eyes widening fractionally. For a heartbeat they were suspended, caught between duty and fear, professionalism and a raw, shared humanity. Then his hand tightened briefly on her arm, and he leaned forward almost imperceptibly. Their lips met. It wasn't a passionate kiss, not a declaration of romance, but a brief, clumsy, desperate pressing of mouths. It tasted of cold night air, unspoken fear, and perhaps a hint of the laudanum that clung faintly to the doc's clothes. It was over almost before it began, a fleeting contact, fragile and fraught with the tension of their situation, a stolen moment, snatched from the jaws of duty and danger under the silent judgment of the stars. They drew back simultaneously, a breath shuddering between them. Awkwardness instantly flooded the space the kiss had occupied. Doc Evans dropped his hand from her arm as if burned, taking a step back, clearing his throat. His face was unreadable in the shadows. "Ride safe, Maria," he murmured, his voice husky, turning away abruptly before she could respond. He disappeared back through the sally port, leaving her alone again in the vast darkness outside the fort walls. Shaken, Maria touched her lips, the fleeting contact still tingling. It hadn't been romantic, not truly. It felt more like a seal on her departure, a shared acknowledgement of the terrifying precipice she stood upon, a moment of human frailty under the weight of their burdens. It was a kiss stolen from propriety, from their respective roles, born of fear and the immense loneliness of their situation. It left her feeling not cherished, but more profoundly alone, the brief connection, highlighting the vast emptiness she was riding into. Taking a deep breath, she straightened in the saddle, pushed the unsettling memory of the kiss aside, and turned the horse south. The prairie stretched before her, an endless sea of shadow under the cold, distant stars. She was no longer Corporal Reyes. She was Maria, a lone woman, riding towards danger, carrying secrets, chasing ghosts, and clinging to the faintest sliver of hope. The journey had begun. Chapter 14. Regulations and Reckless Hearts. Dawn arrived reluctantly over Fort Laramie, the persistent gray overcast refusing to yield to the sun. A chill wind gusted intermittently, carrying the damp smell of the perpetually muddy ground and the faint, dispiriting odor of wet ashes from the cook fires. The fort awoke not with the brisk energy of purpose, but with the dull inertia of endured hardship and gnawing uncertainty. Revel sounded the notes of the bugle, seeming thinner, more plaintive in the heavy air. The discovery was made shortly after first light. Lieutenant Miller, making his morning rounds with a diligence born more of anxiety than inherent authority, found Corporal Reyes's small room behind the infirmary empty. The narrow cot was stripped bare, save for a neatly folded blue serge uniform placed squarely in the center. Her few official belongings were gone. A quick check of the stables confirmed the absence of the sorrel mare, Thorne's horse, along with a saddle and basic provisions. Miller, his face paling, hurried to Captain Howard's office, dispensing with the usual formalities in his agitation. He found Howard already seated behind his desk, nursing a cup of coffee, his expression carefully neutral, though the shadows beneath his eyes spoke of a sleepless night. "Sir, Captain," Miller stammered, breathless. "Corporal Reyes, she's gone. Her room is empty. Uniform left behind. Thorne's sorrel is missing from the stables, along with tack and supplies." Howard looked up slowly, setting his coffee cup down with deliberate care. He allowed a frown to crease his brow, a calculated expression of surprise and disapproval. "Gone! Are you certain, Lieutenant?" "Yes, sir. Completely. Vanished. Looks like, desertion." Miller uttered the word as if it tasted foul. Howard rose from his chair, adopting the mien of a commander confronted with a breach of discipline. "Desertion," he repeated, his voice hard. "After everything this garrison has endured." He shook his head, a convincing display of dismay. "I suppose the pressure, the reality of frontier service proved too much for her constitution." The words echoed his initial assessment of Maria, now twisted to serve the necessary deception. "What are your orders, sir?" Miller asked, clearly expecting instructions for pursuit, for immediate action. Howard paced for a moment, feigning consideration. "Organize a small patrol, Lieutenant. 2 men. Have them track her for a few hours. South, presumably. If she took Thorne's horse, it's got stamina." He waved a dismissive hand. But don't waste resources. A deserter on foot or even mounted, if she's inexperienced, won't survive long out there alone, not in this territory. She likely took only what she could carry easily. He conveniently ignored the fact he had provided the specific supplies. Make a show of searching the immediate vicinity, then recall the patrol by midday. File the official desertion report. Standard procedure. Miller looked momentarily taken aback by the lack of urgency, the almost perfunctory nature of the pursuit order. But Howard's tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Regulations were being followed, albeit with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. He saluted, still looking slightly bewildered, and hurried out to carry out the orders. Howard watched him go, then sank back into his chair, the facade dropping the moment the door closed. He ran a hand over his face, the weight of the deception, the gamble he had taken, settling heavily upon him. Sending Maria out alone, relying on her skills and courage against a man like Coulter. It went against every regulation, every instinct honed by years of military service that prioritized order, control, and the protection of personnel under his command. It felt reckless, almost irresponsible. Yet the image of Thomas, wounded, captured, potentially betrayed by one of their own, propelled him forward. Sometimes he told himself grimly the heart had to overrule the regulations, however reckless it might seem. Justice for his men, the potential rescue of his sergeant major, these aims justified the means, however unorthodox, however dangerous. But the knot of anxiety in his gut remained. News of the desertion spread through the fort like damp rot through timber. By the time the men gathered for morning mess, it was the primary topic of hushed, often angry conversation. Maria, already an object of curiosity and varying degrees of resentment, now became a focal point for the garrison's frustration and fear. Told you so, a grizzled corporal grumbled, stabbing at his plate of greasy bacon. Woman soldier, ain't got the stomach for the real fight. Sees a bit of blood, hears about the sergeant major getting nabbed, and she runs like a scared rabbit. Took Thorne's horse, they say. Another added bitterly. Ain't that something? Good man Thorne dead in the dirt, and she steals his mount to save her own skin. Maybe she just couldn't take it no more, a younger private offered tentatively, only to be shouted down. Couldn't take it, we're all taking it. Lost half a troop, sergeant major gone, stuck in this mud hole waiting for God knows what. You don't run. You stand your post. Corporal Evans sat silently at the end of a bench, nursing his coffee, his face drawn. He listened to the angry speculation, his gaze hooded. He knew the truth, or at least part of it. He knew Maria hadn't simply run. He had helped her leave, assured by Howard that it was necessary, something Thomas would have wanted. But hearing the vitriol directed at her, knowing the incredible danger she was facing while these men condemned her cowardice, sat uneasily with him. His brief, clumsy apology to her the night before felt inadequate now. He felt complicit in her condemnation, yet bound by secrecy. He pushed his unfinished breakfast away and hobbled out, needing escape from the toxic atmosphere. Doc Evans felt the tension acutely as he made his rounds in the infirmary. Private Hayes was quiet today, staring listlessly at the ceiling, the news of Maria's desertion having reached even his sickbed. He didn't comment, but his eyes held a deeper layer of disillusionment. The doctor himself felt a constant, low-grade hum of anxiety beneath his professional calm. Maria's face, pale and determined in the starlight. the shocking, fleeting pressure of her lips against his, the memory intruded at unwelcome moments, stirring a confusing mix of worry, guilt, and an unfamiliar tenderness. He had argued briefly with Howard after Maria left, questioning the sanity of sending her alone, untrained for such work, into Coulter's den. Howard had been resolute, citing her unique skills, the lack of alternatives, the desperation of their situation regarding Thomas. Doc Evans had reluctantly conceded the harsh logic, extracting Howard's promise to provide Maria with extra medical supplies, a healer's desperate, inadequate gesture. Now he could only wait, tending to his patients. The image of Maria riding south into the vast, dangerous prairie, a constant presence at the edge of his thoughts. That stolen kiss felt less like a connection now and more like a brand, marking his complicity in her reckless venture, deepening his fear for her safety. It was a reckless heart, his own, that worried as much for the lone woman rider as for his missing friend. Later that morning, Howard summoned Lieutenant Miller back to his office. The cursory patrol had returned, reporting predictable failure. Hoof prints led south, easily lost in the rain-soaked ground beyond a few miles. Howard nodded curtly, signing the official desertion papers Miller placed before him. "See that this is posted, Lieutenant," Howard ordered, "and make it clear desertion is a capital offense. Any trooper contemplating similar action will face the harshest penalties." He needed to reinforce discipline even as he bent the rules in secret. Miller hesitated, shifting his weight. "Sir, about Corporal Rhea, are you certain this is wise, sending her alone, based on that ledger?" He gestured towards the locked evidence chest in the corner. "It goes against every regulation. If something happens to her..." "Lieutenant," Howard cut him off, his voice dangerously quiet, "my primary concern is the safety and security of this fort and the recovery of Sergeant Major Thomas, if possible. Corporal Reyes volunteered for a reconnaissance mission of her own accord before her departure." He maintained the carefully constructed fiction, even with Miller. "Her subsequent actions constitute desertion according to regulations. We proceed accordingly." He met Miller's troubled gaze. "Is that clear?" "Yes, sir," Miller mumbled, though his unease was palpable. He represented the regulations, the established order, and this entire situation felt like a dangerous deviation, a gamble orchestrated by Howard's more flexible interpretation of duty. "Good." Howard softened his tone slightly. "I understand your concerns, Miller. This is an irregular situation, but desperate times require difficult choices. Maintain discipline. Keep the men focused on their duties. That's your priority." Miller nodded, relieved to be dismissed, but the worry lines on his forehead remained etched deep. He retreated, leaving Howard alone once more with the weight of his command, the burden of his secret, and the gnawing uncertainty about the woman riding south under the guise of a deserter. He walked to the map on the wall, tracing the route towards Coulter's territory, his knuckles white. Regulations provided structure, order, but they couldn't find a captured sergeant major or expose a hidden traitor. For that, he had placed his faith in something far more unpredictable, a reckless heart driven by courage, and, perhaps, a loyalty that transcended the blue surge. The shadows were indeed lengthening over the fort, filled with doubt, fear, and the heavy silence of waiting. Chapter 15. An old debt comes calling. 3 days. 3 days since Maria had slipped out of Fort Laramie under the cloak of darkness and a fabricated desertion. leaving behind the rigid structure of military life for the terrifying freedom and vulnerability of the open prairie. 3 days of riding south on Thorne's sturdy sorrel mare, putting distance between herself and the fort, heading towards the unknown dangers of Coulter's territory and the fragile hope of finding Alden Thomas. The landscape had shifted subtly, but definitively. The relatively flat, grass-covered plains closer to the fort had given way to rougher country. Rolling hills broke the monotony of the horizon, cut by dry washes and gullies scarred by past storms. The grass grew sparser, interspersed with sagebrush, greasewood, and prickly pear cactus. The earth beneath the mare's hooves was drier now, the mud left behind near the river, replaced by dust and loose shale that skittered underfoot, especially on the inclines. Ahead, looming against the perpetually overcast sky, the land looked even more broken, the beginnings of the Badlands. Rumor held, where Jedediah Coulter had carved out his notorious trading post. Maria felt the change not just in the land, but within herself. The initial adrenaline rush of escape and purpose had faded, replaced by a bone-deep weariness and a constant gnawing tension. Solitude pressed in on her, vast and profound under the immense sky. During the day, the silence was broken only by the rhythmic hoofbeats, the creak of saddle leather, the cry of a hawk circling overhead, or the sigh of the wind through the sparse vegetation. At night, huddled in her bedroll beneath the inadequate shelter of a rocky outcrop or a stunted juniper, the silence seemed even louder, filled with the frantic beating of her own heart and the distant, unnerving howls of coyotes. She was constantly vigilant. Her eyes scanned the horizon, tracked the flight of birds, searched for any sign of movement, hostile riders, predatory animals, unseen watchers. Several times she had felt it a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, the distinct feeling of being observed. She would halt the mare, straining her eyes, searching the folds of the hills, the shadows between rocks, but saw nothing. Imagination, perhaps, fueled by fear and isolation? Or was someone tracking her? Coulter's scouts? Bounty hunters alerted to the deserter, despite Howard's cautious orders? Or something else entirely? The uncertainty kept her perpetually on edge, sleep shallow and dream haunted when it came at all. Her thoughts were a constant, turbulent companion. She replayed her last conversation with Captain Howard, the weight of his trust, the desperate gamble they were taking. She thought of Doc Evans, his gruff concern, the unsettling memory of that brief, clumsy kiss in the darkness outside the gate. It felt like a lifetime ago, a moment of shared vulnerability that now seemed foolish, almost dangerous, highlighting the emotional tangle she found herself in. Her feelings were a confusing mixed duty, fear, a growing, unwilling admiration for the captain's difficult choices, a lingering warmth and worry regarding the doctor, and overriding it all, the persistent, aching concern for Sergeant Major Thomas. Alden. The name felt more familiar now, less formal than Sergeant Major. She pictured his face, not the stern countenance of the disciplinarian, but the image from the daguerreotype younger, holding his daughter Clara, his eyes holding a hint of softness she hadn't seen in person. And she pictured Eleanor's words from the letter. Release the ghosts, Alden. Find some measure of happiness. Had he found any measure of peace before Dry Creek? Or had the ghosts finally overwhelmed him, aided by Davis's treachery? The need to know, to find him, to understand his fate, burned within her, a steady flame against the cold wind of fear. She adapted quickly to the demands of solitary travel. She learned to read the subtle signs of the land, to find water in hidden seeps, to make smokeless fires using dry buffalo chips, to navigate by the sun and stars when the clouds permitted. The skills her father had taught her years ago, skills she hadn't needed within the confines of the fort, returned with surprising ease, muscle memory, overriding the intervening years of loss and change. She cleaned the coat peacemaker Howard had given her each evening, the solid weight of it in her hands a grim comfort, though the thought of actually using it made her stomach clench. On the evening of the third day, with the light beginning to fade under the heavy gray sky, she found a relatively sheltered spot to make camp, a shallow depression screened by a jumble of weathered sandstone boulders near a dried-up creek bed marked by a few skeletal cottonwoods. It offered some protection from the wind and, more importantly, concealment from casual observation. She unsaddled the weary sorrel, rubbing her down carefully before picketing her nearby where a patch of dry grass offered meager grazing. As she prepared her own simple meal, jerky chewed slowly, washed down with water from her canteen, the feeling of being watched returned, stronger this time. She scanned the darkening rim of the depression, the jumbled rocks above her, her hand resting near the concealed revolver tucked into the waistband of her skirt. Nothing moved, only the wind sighing through the rocks, sounding unnervingly like whispers. Dismissing it as nerves, she forced herself to eat, then laid out her bedroll behind the largest boulder, positioning herself so she could watch the entrance to her small camp. Sleep was elusive. The wind picked up, moaning around the rocks, carrying strange echoes and faint sounds that her strained senses interpreted as hoofbeats or voices. She thought she heard a horse nicker somewhere in the distance, too far to be her own mare. Was it just the wind? Or were others nearby? Coulter's men? Or worse? She must have dozed off eventually, exhaustion finally claiming her despite the tension. She awoke abruptly, unsure what had disturbed her. The sky was still dark, though a faint lightning in the east hinted at the approaching dawn. The wind had died down. Silence. Then she heard it again, distinct voices, low and rough, carrying on the still air from somewhere further down the dry creek bed beyond the next bend. Instinct took over, moving with utmost caution, leaving her bedroll and meager camp behind. She crept towards the edge of the boulder screen, peering out. She couldn't see anything from her current position. The voices seemed to be coming from around the bend, perhaps 50 yards away. Male voices, rough-edged, angry. Her heart pounded. Should she investigate? Her mission was to gather information about Coulter, about Thomas. This could be an opportunity, or it could be a deadly trap. The choice was stark. Retreat, stay hidden, prioritize her own safety, or move closer, listen. Risk discovery for the sake of the mission? The memory of Alden Thomas's face, the knowledge of his capture, tipped the balance. She had to know. Moving slowly, keeping low, using the rocks and sparse brush along the creek bed for cover, she began to creep towards the sound of the voices, the Colt peacemaker now drawn, its cold weight heavy in her hand. As she neared the bend, the voices became clearer. Two men, their words laced with curses and threats. Told Coulter I'd have the payment by month's end. One voice snarled. It sounded strained, desperate. The hides were prime, worth twice what he offered. Coulter sets the price, Henderson. The second voice replied, colder, calmer, laced with menace. And Coulter sets the terms. Payments due now, you know the rules. Shortfalls ain't tolerated. There was a third man present, Maria realized. Though he hadn't spoken, she could hear the scuff of his boots on the gravelly creek bed. But the raid spooked the buyers, Henderson protested, his voice rising in panic. And that damn soldier business, Coulter said stay clear. Soldier business. Maria's blood ran cold. Were they talking about Dry Creek? Coulter's business ain't your concern, the second voice snapped. Your concern is the $100 you owe him. Now, or maybe, his voice dropped, silky with threat. Your horse and that fancy rifle will cover part of it. The rest, we can take out of your hide. Maria risked peering around a large slab of sandstone. In the dim pre-dawn light, she could make out 3 figures near a small, dying campfire. 2 men stood facing a third who was backing away slowly, his hand slightly raised. The 2 facing him were rough-looking specimens, dressed in mismatched hides and worn denim, guns holstered prominently on their hips. They had the hard, predatory look of men who lived by violence, Coulter's men, undoubtedly. The third man, Henderson, looked like a down-on-his-luck trapper or trader, thin, ragged, his face pale with fear in the flickering firelight. His horse was tethered nearby, along with a meager pack. I just need more time, Henderson pleaded. A week! I can get it. Time's up, the menacing voice stated flatly. One of Coulter's men drew his revolver, the click of the hammer being cocked, echoing loud in the stillness. Henderson flinched violently. Maria watched, frozen, her own gun heavy in her hand. Intervene? It would be suicide. 3 armed men, 2 of them clearly professional thugs, reveal herself equally deadly. Her only option was to remain hidden, observe, listen. Henderson, seeing the drawn gun, seemed to collapse inwardly. All right, he gasped. Take the horse. The rifle, it's all I got right now. Tell Coulter, tell him I'll make good. One of Coulter's men laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Coulter ain't interested in promises, Henderson. He's interested in examples. He gestured with his gun. On your knees. Henderson stared, horrified. No, please. The man stepped forward, raising the barrel of his gun, not to shoot, but to strike. Maria flinched, anticipating the blow, the cry of pain. But before the blow landed, Henderson, galvanized by sheer terror, did something unexpected. He lunged sideways, kicking desperately at the campfire, sending embers and sparks flying. In the sudden confusion, the brief flare of light, he bolted, scrambling away down the dark creek bed like a terrified rabbit. Get him! The leader yelled. Both of Coulter's men fired their revolvers, the shots deafening in the confined space, echoing off the rocks. Henderson cried out a sharp, choked sound and stumbled, but kept running, disappearing into the darkness downstream. Damn it! After him! One of the men shouted, starting to run. Hold up! The leader commanded sharply. Let him go, he's hit. Won't get far bleeding like that, and the coyotes get hungry by dawn. His voice was cold, calculating. Besides, Coulter just wanted him scared, made an example of. He'll spread the word. Nobody shorts Jedediah Coulter. He holstered his weapon. Grab his horse and rifle. We'll tell Coulter the debt's collected. The other man grumbled but obeyed, moving towards Henderson's horse. The leader kicked dirt onto the remaining embers of the fire, plunging the area into near darkness again, save for the faint pre-dawn light. Maria remained absolutely still behind her rock, scarcely daring to breathe. She had just witnessed attempted murder, casual brutality, all over an old debt to Coulter. It confirmed everything she feared about the man and his operation. Ruthless, violent, treating lives as disposable commodities, and the casual mention of the soldier business. It tied Coulter directly through his men to the aftermath or knowledge of Dry Creek. She waited, coiled and tense, as the two men gathered Henderson's belongings, mounted their own horses which had been hidden nearby, and led the captured horse away, heading back up the creek bed in the direction she assumed Coulter's post lay. Their voices faded, followed by the receding hoofbeats. Silence returned, deeper, more menacing than before. Was Henderson dead out there in the darkness, or bleeding, hiding, waiting for the coyotes? The thought made her shudder. This place, this territory ruled by Coulter's law, was more brutal than she had imagined. She stayed hidden for several long minutes after the hoofbeats faded completely, straining her ears, ensuring they were truly gone. Slowly, cautiously, she rose from her hiding place, her limbs stiff, the Colt peacemaker still clutched in her hand. The first true light of dawn was beginning to filter into the creek bed, revealing the scuffed earth around the dead campfire. The scattered embers, a dark, glistening patch on the gravel where Henderson had likely been hit. Her eyes scanned the ground. Near the dark patch, something small glinted faintly. She approached cautiously, nudging it with the toe of her boot. It was a metal button, intricately designed, clearly torn from clothing in the struggle. Not the rough buttons of Coulter's men, nor the simple ones likely on Henderson's ragged attire. This was different, finer, almost familiar. She bent down and picked it up. It was brass, heavy, depicting a coiled serpent. She turned it over in her palm. Where had she seen this design before? It tickled at the edge of her memory. Then it hit her. The fancy waistcoat Corporal Evans had mentioned, the one Davies had insisted on taking with him, the one Stitch the tailor said felt heavy. Could this button be from that waistcoat? Had Henderson perhaps acquired it somehow? Or had one of Coulter's men been wearing something taken from Davies? Or had someone else been present at that confrontation, someone connected to Davies who lost a button in the scuffle? The possibilities tangled in her mind. This button felt important, a tangible link, however tenuous, to the web of betrayal surrounding Davies and Coulter. An old debt had indeed come calling for Henderson, nearly costing him his life. But perhaps, in the violence and confusion, another debt, Davies's debt of treason, had left behind a clue. Clutching the small brass button tightly in her hand, Maria hurried back towards her own campsite. The encounter had shaken her to the core, stripping away any lingering illusions about the dangers she faced. But it had also provided a vital piece of information, a potential clue, and a chilling glimpse into the ruthlessness of Coulter's operation. She needed to get closer, learn more, but the risks had just escalated exponentially. The shadows weren't just lengthening. They were filled with violence, betrayal, and debts that were often paid in blood. Chapter 16. Forged in the Heat of Battle. The brass button felt heavy in Maria's pocket, a cold, tangible reminder of the brutality she had witnessed in the pre-dawn gloom and the dangerous web she was walking into. The encounter with Coulter's men had stripped away any remaining sense of security, however fragile. This wasn't just hostile territory. It was lawless territory, ruled by fear and enforced by men who wouldn't hesitate to kill over $100 debt. Jedediah Coulter wasn't just a shady trader, he was a petty tyrant, his influence apparently extending far enough to manipulate events, perhaps even orchestrate ambushes and discard lives like spent cartridges. Riding south again, under the oppressive gray sky, Maria felt a grim determination solidify within her. Fear was still present, a cold knot in her stomach, but it was overlaid now with a simmering anger, and a sharper focus. Finding Thomas wasn't just about rescuing a captured soldier. It was about unraveling the conspiracy that had put him in jeopardy, about seeking justice for the men killed at Dry Creek, about confronting the rotten core, represented by Coulter and the memory of Davies. The mission felt intensely personal now, fueled by the empathy she felt for Alden's hidden sorrows and outrage at the betrayal that had potentially cost him everything. She pushed the sorrel mare harder, anxious to reach the vicinity of Coulter's post while trying to remain inconspicuous. The terrain grew steadily rougher, forcing a slower pace. The land buckled into steep, eroded hills and narrow, twisting canyons carved by wind and infrequent, violent rains. It was desolate country, offering little sustenance and abundant places for ambush or concealment. She scanned the ridges constantly, her hand never far from the Colt peacemaker tucked into her waistband. The feeling of being watched persisted, a constant, unnerving pressure. Late that afternoon, as she navigated a narrow trail winding between towering sandstone formations that glowed dull orange even under the overcast sky, she saw it, a thin plume of wood smoke rising against the gray horizon, miles ahead, nestled in a bowl-shaped valley protected by rugged hills. Coulter's post. The sight sent a jolt through her, a mixture of apprehension and grim anticipation. This was the destination, the dragon's den. She knew she couldn't ride straight in. Approaching directly would attract unwanted attention. She needed to observe first, get a sense of the layout, the activity, the level of security. Veering off the faint trail, she guided the mare into a cluster of pinon pines and junipers, clinging to a rocky slope that offered a vantage point overlooking the valley, albeit from a distance. Dismounting, she tethered the horse securely out of sight and crept forward to the edge of the slope, using the sparse cover to conceal herself. From her vantage point, Coulter's trading post looked less like a fort and more like a haphazard collection of rough-hewn log buildings and canvas tents clustered around a larger, sturdier central structure, likely the main trading house and saloon. A crude stockade wall, more of a fence than a true fortification, encircled the main compound, but numerous tents and lean-tos sprawled outside the walls, suggesting a transient, unregulated population. Horses milled in a large, muddy corral. Figures moved about rough-looking men mostly, dressed in hides, worn denim, or stained buckskins. She saw a few women, too, likely camp followers or workers, their movement seeming subdued, almost furtive. The place radiated an air of neglect, hard living, and simmering tension. No sign of military precision here, only the rough-edged chaos of the fringe. She watched for over an hour as the light began to fail, trying to memorize the layout, identify routines, gauge the atmosphere. Men came and went from the main building, some stumbling out, clearly drunk even in the late afternoon. A wagon loaded with hides arrived, pulled by weary oxen. Arguments occasionally flared, loud voices raised in anger before subsiding again. There was a constant low hum of activity, but it felt edgy, unpredictable. This was a place where violence could erupt with little warning. Her gaze scanned the figures moving below, searching for any sign of Alden Thomas. An impossible hope, she knew. If Coulter held him, he wouldn't be wandering freely. He'd be locked away somewhere, hidden, or worse. She pushed the darker thoughts away, focusing on her objective: gather information. As darkness began to pool in the valley, Maria knew she had to make her move. Staying hidden on the ridge overnight was too risky. She needed to get down there, blend in, adopt her cover story. Retrieving the mare, she led it carefully down the rocky slope, circling around to approach the settlement from the south, as if arriving after a long journey. She stopped just outside the sprawl of tents, beyond the main stockade, taking a deep breath, steeling herself. She dismounted, deliberately adopting a posture of weariness, slumping slightly, letting her shoulders sag. She ran a hand through her already disheveled hair, ensuring she looked like a traveler at the end of her rope, not a soldier on alert. Maria Reyes, fleeing debt, she murmured to herself, fixing the identity in her mind. Heading south, needs work, maybe just rest. Leading the mare, she walked slowly towards the outer ring of tents, trying to appear uncertain, slightly lost. A few figures lounging outside makeshift shelters glanced her way, their eyes lingering with appraisal or indifference. A woman hanging laundry on a rope strung between two tents gave her a brief, weary look, devoid of welcome or hostility. The air smelled of wood smoke, unwashed bodies, stale beer, and cooking food, mostly beans and salt pork, by the smell of it. A rough-looking man with a scar bisecting one eyebrow detached himself from a group, leaning against a wagon wheel, swaggering towards her. "Lost, little lady?" he asked, his voice rough, his eyes raking over her assessingly. Maria forced herself to meet his gaze, injecting a note of weary pleading into her voice. "Just looking for the trading post. Coulter's. Been riding hard, need a place to rest my horse, maybe find some work." The man grinned, revealing stained teeth. "Coulter's place, all right. But work?" He chuckled humorlessly. "Depends what kind of work you're offering." His gaze lingered unpleasantly. Maria felt a surge of anger but suppressed it, lowering her eyes submissively. "Anything," she mumbled. "Cooking, cleaning, mending." He stroked his unshaven jaw. "Maybe talk to Sal over at the main house. Runs the kitchen such as it is. Don't expect much pay." He jerked his head towards the main stockade gate. "Stable your horse first. Jed charges for fodder." He turned away, dismissing her, rejoining his companions. Relief warred with apprehension. She had passed the first hurdle, however minor. Leading the mare towards the main gate, she felt dozens of eyes on her, assessing, curious, predatory. She kept her gaze downcast, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. Inside the stockade, the atmosphere felt even more charged. The main building, a long, low log structure with a wide porch, spilled raucous noise and light from its windows, shouting, laughter, the tinny plink of an out-of-tune piano. This was clearly the saloon and trading center. Smaller buildings housed storage, perhaps Coulter's private quarters and a blacksmith's forge, currently cold. She found the stables, a dilapidated lean-to smelling strongly of manure and neglect. An old, one-eyed man took her horse without a word, accepting the few coins she offered for fodder with a grunt. Leaving the sorrel in his dubious care felt like abandoning a friend, but she had no choice. Clutching her small bundle of belongings, she approached the main house, the noise from the saloon washing over her. Pushing open the heavy plank door, she stepped inside. The air hit her like a physical blow, thick with smoke, the reek of cheap whiskey, sweat, and something vaguely rancid. The large room was crowded, dimly lit by flickering oil lamps that cast long, distorted shadows. Rough-looking men, trappers, miners, teamsters, deserters by the look of some ragged uniforms crowded around rough-hewn tables, gambling, drinking, arguing. A few painted women circulated, their smiles hard, their eyes calculating. The piano in the corner banged out a discordant tune. This was the heart of Coulter's operation. Raw, dangerous, reeking of desperation and greed. Maria felt intensely conspicuous, the only woman present not clearly attached to the saloon trade. She scanned the room quickly, looking for the kitchen, hoping to find Sal. A side door, partially open, revealed flickering firelight and the clang of pots. Relief washed over her. She edged around the perimeter of the noisy main room, avoiding eye contact, trying to make herself invisible, and slipped through the doorway into the relative quiet of the kitchen. It was a large, smoky space dominated by a huge stone hearth where several pots bubbled over an open fire. A stout, middle-aged woman with iron-gray hair pulled back severely and arms thick as stovepipes stood stirring one of the pots, her face grim. This had to be Sal. "Excuse me," Maria began tentatively. "I was told I might find work here. Name's Maria Reyes." Sal turned slowly, wiping her hands on a stained apron, her eyes sharp and assessing. She looked Maria up and down, taking in her travel-worn appearance, her obvious exhaustion. "Work?" Sal snorted. "Got hands enough, lazy mostly, but enough." "I'm a hard worker," Maria insisted, trying to sound earnest. "Cooking, cleaning, anything. Just need a place to earn my keep for a few days heading south." Sal studied her for another long moment, her expression unreadable. "Where are you from?" "Back east," Maria lied vaguely. "Family trouble?" Sal grunted again, seemingly accepting the explanation, or perhaps just uninterested in the details. "Sleep in the loft with the other girls. Eat scraps. Work till you drop. That's the deal." She jerked her head towards a stack of dirty pots and pans. "Start there, and stay out of the main room unless I send you." "Thank you," Maria breathed, relief making her feel lightheaded. She had shelter, a reason to be here, however precarious. She dropped her bundle in a corner and attacked the pile of greasy pans with a will, scrubbing until her arms ached. She worked through the evening, washing dishes, peeling potatoes, hauling water, fetching supplies, all under Sal's watchful, critical eye. The older woman rarely spoke, but her occasional grunt seemed to indicate grudging approval of Maria's tireless work. Maria kept her ears open, listening to the kitchen helpers' chatter, the shouts and arguments drifting in from the saloon, hoping for any scrap of information, any mention of Coulter, the Cheyenne, or a captured soldier. She heard snippets complaints about Coulter's prices, rumors of gold strikes further west, arguments over cards, boasts of drunken exploits, nothing useful, nothing about Thomas. Later, as the saloon noise reached its peak, Sal sent Maria out with a tray of stew for some patrons who preferred to eat away from the main crush. It was her first foray back into the main room since arriving. Carrying the heavy tray, she navigated the crowded floor carefully, intensely aware of the stares, the occasional crude comment. She delivered the stew to a table of boisterous trappers, collected their coins, and turned to leave as quickly as possible. As she neared the door back to the kitchen, a sudden commotion erupted near the main entrance. Shouts, curses, the crash of an overturned table. The piano music stopped abruptly. The saloon chatter died down. All eyes turned towards the door. Two men stumbled in, supporting a third man between them. He was covered in dirt and dried blood, his clothes torn, one arm hanging uselessly at his side. He looked half-conscious, groaning in pain. Maria recognized him instantly. It was Henderson, the trapper who had fled Coulter's thugs at the creek bed that morning. He hadn't died out there. He had somehow managed to drag himself here. Behind them, pushing through the now silent crowd, came a tall, imposing figure. A man in his late 50s, perhaps, with a full gray beard stained yellow near his mouth. Cold, pale eyes set deep under bushy brows, and a predatory stillness about him. He wore a relatively clean buckskin coat over dark trousers, a stark contrast to the rough attire of most men in the room. He surveyed the scene, Henderson collapsing near the door, the silent patrons with an air of absolute, chilling authority. This had to be Jedediah Coulter. Coulter's cold gaze swept the room, settling briefly on Henderson's crumpled form with utter indifference. Then his eyes moved on, scanning the faces, pausing fractionally as they passed over Maria, standing frozen near the kitchen door, the empty stew tray still in her hands. Did he recognize her? Impossible. Yet his gaze lingered for a heartbeat, sharp, calculating before moving on. He addressed the room, his voice surprisingly soft, yet carrying easily over the sudden hush. Seems Mr. Henderson here forgot something he owed me. A low chuckle rumbled through the crowd. Let this be a reminder. Debts will be paid. One way, he gestured towards Henderson, or another. He turned to the men supporting the wounded trapper. Take him out back. Sal can patch him up enough so he don't bleed on my floor. Then throw him out. The men dragged Henderson away, his groans fading. Coulter surveyed the room again, his expression unreadable. Music, he commanded curtly. The piano player, startled, immediately launched back into a jaunty, inappropriate tune. Conversation slowly resumed, hesitant at first, then regaining its former volume, though an undercurrent of fear remained. Coulter strode towards the bar at the far end of the room. As he passed near Maria, something fell from his buckskin coat, unnoticed by him in the dim light. It landed softly on the rough plank floor near her feet. Instinctively, before she could think, Maria bent down and picked it up. It was a brass button, identical to the one she had found in the creek bed that morning. Coiled serpent design, torn threads still clung to its back. Her blood ran cold. Coulter himself had been at the confrontation with Henderson, or, at the very least, he owned the garment from which both buttons had been torn. The waistcoat. Davies's waistcoat? Had Coulter taken it? Was he wearing it now beneath his buckskin coat? Coulter reached the bar, oblivious. Maria stood frozen, the button clutched tightly in her hand, its metal biting into her palm. This was proof, direct, tangible proof, linking Coulter himself to Davies, to the conspiracy, but revealing it now, here, was unthinkable. She forced herself to move, slipping back into the relative safety of the kitchen, just as Sal looked up, her expression thunderous. Where you been, girl? Gawkin'? Sorry, Sal, Maria mumbled, setting the tray down, her hands trembling. She quickly pocketed the button, its presence a dangerous secret, burning against her skin. She had found more than she bargained for. She had found a direct link to Coulter. But now, trapped within the heart of his dangerous operation, what could she possibly do with it? The heat of the kitchen fire felt cold compared to the danger she was in. She had forged her way into Coulter's post, but survival, let alone escape with her knowledge, seemed more precarious than ever. Chapter 17. Love under a banner of war. The infirmary at Fort Laramie smelled perpetually of carbolic acid, stale bandages, and the low-grade human suffering it was built to contain. Outside, the relentless gray drizzle continued its mournful patter against the dusty window panes, turning the already bleak parade ground into a slick expanse of mud reflecting the colorless sky. Inside, Doc Evans moved with the quiet, practiced efficiency born of decades spent patching up the damages inflicted by frontier life gunshot wounds, broken bones, fevers, frostbite, and the deeper, less visible wounds of trauma and despair. He finished changing the dressing on Private Hayes's forearm, the graze acquired during the Dry Creek ambush healing cleanly, at least physically. The boy lay listlessly on the narrow cot, his eyes staring at the rough plank ceiling, the haunted look in them showing little improvement. The news of Corporal Reyes's apparent desertion had landed heavily on the young trooper, another crack in his already fractured faith in the order of things. "Healing well, son," Doc Evans said, his voice gruffly gentle as he secured the clean bandage. "Keep it clean. Should be back to light duties in a few days." Hayes didn't respond, didn't even seem to register the words. His mind was elsewhere, likely back in the blood-soaked chaos of the creek bed, or perhaps grappling with the betrayals, real and perceived, that had followed. The doc sighed inwardly. Physical wounds were straightforward. The wounds of the mind, the spirit, those were far harder to mend. He patted Hayes's shoulder, awkwardly. "Rest now." He moved on to the next cot, occupied by a trooper, nursing a badly infected hand from a careless accident with a skinning knife. As he worked, cleaning the wound, applying salve, his thoughts inevitably drifted, as they had countless times over the past few days, beyond the walls of the infirmary, beyond the confines of the fort itself, south into the harsh, broken country where Maria Reyes rode alone. Maria. The name echoed in the quiet spaces of his mind, stirring a complex, unwelcome warmth in his chest. He pictured her as he'd last seen her, pale but resolute in the starlight, her eyes wide and dark, holding a mixture of fear and determination that had both terrified and captivated him. And then, the kiss, that brief, impulsive, disastrous kiss. He paused in his bandaging, his hands momentarily still. Heat rose in his cheeks, a flush of shame and guilt. What had possessed him? It was unprofessional, unethical, a breach of every code he adhered to. She was a corporal, his subordinate in the loose hierarchy of the fort, a young woman sent on a desperately dangerous mission under his partial cognizance. And he had stolen a kiss in a moment of weakness, blurring lines that should have remained stark and clear. He had justified it to himself afterwards as a moment of shared fear, a desperate human connection before she vanished into the unknown. But the memory lingered, refusing to be categorized so neatly. There had been something else beneath the fear, beneath the impropriety, a flicker of genuine tenderness, a surge of protective instinct, so fierce it felt possessive. He had seen her courage, her intelligence, her quiet resilience in the face of dismissal and suspicion from the moment she arrived. He had seen the vulnerability beneath the uniform, the echoes of past pain she tried so hard to conceal. And he had felt something reckless and inappropriate, something that felt dangerously like affection, blooming unwanted in the barren soil of his own weary, solitary life. Love? The word felt too large, too simple, too romantic for the tangled knot of emotions he felt. This wasn't the stuff of ballads or dime novels. This was a feeling forged under the banner of war, overshadowed by loss, complicated by duty and loyalty. His primary loyalty for 20 years had been to Alden Thomas. Alden, his friend, the man whose quiet suffering he had witnessed, whose capture now left a gaping hole in the fort and in the doc's own sense of stability. How could he harbor feelings for the woman potentially risking her life to find Alden, knowing Alden himself might harbor his own complex history regarding women, loss, and the disruption Maria represented. He remembered Alden's reaction to Maria's arrival, the cold disapproval, the rigid formality. But he had also seen glimpses of something else later, a grudging respect, perhaps especially after she translated for Dubois. Had Alden seen something of Eleanor or the lost Clara in Maria's determination? Or was that just the doc's own sentimentality imposing patterns where none existed? Alden kept his heart locked down tighter than the fort's powder magazine. No one truly knew the currents that ran beneath that stoic surface sun. And now Alden was gone, captured, possibly tortured, possibly dead. And Maria was riding into the territory of the man who might have orchestrated it all, armed with only her wits, a handgun, and the flimsy cover story Howard had concocted. Doc Evans felt a familiar helplessness wash over him, the healer's frustration at being unable to prevent suffering, unable to mend the deepest wounds. He could set bones, stitch wounds, dispense laudanum, but he couldn't ride south, couldn't protect Maria from Coulter's ruthlessness, couldn't conjure Alden back from the hands of his captors. He finished bandaging the trooper's hand, murmuring instructions for care, his mind still miles away. He moved towards the small window, peering out at the relentless drizzle, the muddy parade ground. The patrol sent out to track Maria had returned empty-handed yesterday, just as Howard intended. The official report of desertion was posted. The men muttered darkly about the cowardly woman soldier. Only Howard, Miller, Corporal Evans, and himself knew the truth. The secret felt heavy, isolating. He saw Captain Howard crossing the parade ground, head bowed against the drizzle, heading towards the orderly room. Howard looked bowed himself, the weight of command, the secret knowledge, the constant waiting, clearly taking their toll. He was a good man, Howard, trying to do right in an impossible situation. But he lacked Thomas's innate authority, his deep understanding of the frontier's savage heart. Howard operated by the book, even when bending it. Thomas was the book written in scars and survival. Doc Evans thought about the medical supplies he had pressed on Howard for Maria. Bandages, antiseptic, laudanum, enough to treat a minor wound, perhaps ease pain, utterly inadequate against the kind of violence Coulter's men dispensed. A gesture, futile but necessary for his own conscience. He prayed she wouldn't need them, prayed she possessed a luck or a resilience that defied the odds stacked against her. His thoughts circled back to the kiss. Had she felt anything, or was it simply shock, fear, the disorientation of the moment? He hoped, for her sake, it was the latter. Entangling her emotions with his own messy, conflicted feelings would only add another layer of danger to her already perilous situation. Yet selfishly, shamefully, a part of him couldn't forget the brief, surprising softness of her lips, the shared breath in the cold starlight. It was a memory he tried to push away, a regulation his heart seemed determined to violate. He turned from the window as Lieutenant Miller entered the infirmary, looking flustered. "Doctor, Captain Howard needs the casualty figures for the weekly report to Omaha. Thinks we should send it via rider since the telegraph is still out." "A rider?" Doc Evans raised an eyebrow. "Risky, sending a man out alone now." "Captain's orders," Miller said defensively. "Thinks maintaining the appearance of routine communication is important for morale. Besides," he lowered his voice, "he wants the rider to discreetly inquire at stage posts along the way. Any word of a lone woman traveler matching Reyes's description. Officially, she's a deserter to be apprehended. Unofficially. He trailed off, looking uncomfortable with the duplicity. Doc Evans felt a cold dread. Howard was trying to track her, under the guise of hunting a deserter. It was logical, perhaps necessary, but it felt like tightening the net, potentially exposing her if the rider wasn't careful, or if Coulter had eyes even on the main trails. "Tell the captain I'll have the figures ready within the hour," he said curtly, masking his disquiet. Miller nodded and retreated. Doc Evans stood for a moment, looking at the rows of occupied cots, listening to the low groans, the quiet breathing, the ever-present drizzle outside. This infirmary was his world, a place of tangible problems he could address with skill and experience. But his thoughts, his heart, were increasingly drawn outside these walls, following a lone rider south into a danger he couldn't comprehend or control. He thought of Alden Thomas again, the friend he missed, the leader the fort desperately needed. He thought of the ghosts Alden carried, the sorrow locked behind those winter sky eyes, and he thought of Maria, the unwelcome corporal who had become so much more, carrying her own ghosts, now facing unimaginable dangers, possibly because of Alden's ghosts and the betrayal they had suffered. Love under a banner of war. It wasn't about romance, he realized with a sudden sad clarity. It was about the desperate, fierce attachments forged in the heat of shared crisis, the loyalty that transcended regulations, the protective instinct that flared for those facing the darkness alongside you. It was about seeing the humanity beneath the uniform or the travel-stained civilian clothes. He felt it for Alden, a deep, abiding loyalty born of shared years and respect. And he felt it now, terrifyingly, unexpectedly, for Maria, a fierce, protective urge tangled with admiration, guilt, and a tenderness that had no place in this harsh world, under this banner of loss and impending conflict. It was a reckless, dangerous feeling offering no comfort, only the sharp ache of worry and the bitter taste of helplessness. He turned back to his patients, the weight of unspoken emotions settling around him like the damp, gray shroud of the endless day. Chapter 18. The Serpent in the Ranks. The brass button felt like a live coal in Maria's pocket as she navigated the treacherous social landscape of Coulter's trading post. Days bled into a tense, exhausting routine. By day, she labored in the smoky heat of Sal's kitchen, scrubbing pots, chopping vegetables, enduring the older woman's gruff commands and the casual crudeness of the other kitchen help. By night, she collapsed onto a thin straw pallet in the crowded, airless loft shared with the saloon girls, sleep offering little respite, her dreams often filled with menacing shadows, the glint of Coulter's cold eyes, or the silent accusation in Alden Thomas's gaze. She kept her head down, her eyes averted, cultivating an air of weary subservience. She listened intently, absorbing the flow of gossip, complaints, and boasts that swirled around her like the greasy smoke from the cooking fires. She learned the names and faces of Coulter's key enforcers. The menacing, cold-eyed man from the creek bed confrontation was called Reno. His companion, a burly, slow-witted brute, was known as Pike. She learned that Coulter himself rarely mingled, spending most of his time in his private quarters above the saloon, or dealing with select traders in a back room. His authority absolute, unquestioned, enforced by Reno and Pike, and underpinned by a palpable fear. She heard constant grumbling about Coulter's prices, his stranglehold on trade in the region, the harsh terms he imposed on debts. She heard rumors of his dealings with certain Sioux and Cheyenne bands, trading guns and whiskey for pelts and information, playing tribes against each other, always ensuring his own profit. But she heard no direct mention of Sergeant Major Tama, no whispers of a captured soldier being held nearby. The silence on that front was maddening, terrifying. Was he even here? Or had the Cheyenne kept him? Was he already dead? The not knowing was a constant torment. The brass button remained her secret anchor, her one piece of tangible proof linking Coulter to the Dry Creek conspiracy, likely through Davies's waistcoat. She examined it often in the brief moments of privacy she could snatch, usually huddled in the dark corner of the loft. The coiled serpent seemed to mock her, a symbol of the hidden venom poisoning this place. She had considered trying to get a look at Coulter's clothing, searching for a missing button, but the risk was far too great. Getting close to Coulter was difficult and dangerous. Attracting his attention was potentially lethal. Her best source of information, albeit fragmented and unreliable, proved to be the saloon girls she shared the loft with. Women like Lily, May, and Clara, the irony of that name wasn't lost on Maria, who endured the rough attention of the post's clientele, saw and heard much in the dim, whiskey-soaked corners of the saloon. They spoke guardedly among themselves, their conversations a mix of weary complaints, shared anxieties, and occasional flashes of bitter camaraderie. Maria listened patiently, offering a sympathetic ear, occasionally asking cautious, indirect questions framed by her own supposed search for work, further south or news from the trails. Coulter's been meaner than usual lately. Lily, a young woman with haunted eyes and a bruised cheek she tried to hide with cheap powder, confided one night as they huddled in the loft. Reno, too. Something's got him spooked. More guards posted, talk of trouble brewing up north. Heard Reno talking about some soldier business, May added, braiding her lank hair. Said Coulter handled it, but things got messy. Soldier business. Messy? Maria's heart leaped. Soldiers? From the fort up by Laramie? She asked, trying to sound casually curious. Lily shrugged. Maybe. Don't know, just whispers. Best not to ask too many questions round here, especially about Coulter's business. She gave Maria a sharp look. Keep your head down, new girl. Survive. Maria took the warning to heart, retreating back into careful listening. The tension at the post was palpable, an undercurrent of fear beneath the boisterous surface. Coulter was clearly worried about something. Was it retaliation from the fort for the Dry Creek ambush, or something else? One afternoon, while scrubbing the seemingly endless pile of greasy pans, Maria overheard Reno and Pike talking just outside the kitchen door, their voices low but carrying through the thin plank wall. Can't find him, Reno was saying, frustration roughening his voice. Scoured the damn creek bed again, and Henderson vanished. Either crawled into a hole and died, or someone found him. Coyotes probably got him, Pike grunted. Maybe, Reno conceded doubtfully. But Coulter's jumpy. Wants loose ends tied up, especially after that fool Davies got himself killed in the ambush he was supposed to avoid. He spat on the ground. Cost Coulter a potential asset. Davies, killed in the ambush he helped set, cost Coulter an asset. It confirmed Howard's suspicions, confirmed the depth of the betrayal. But what about the other potential asset? Thomas? What about the other one? Pike asked, voicing Maria's silent question. The sergeant major? Coulter still got him stashed? Reno's voice dropped lower, becoming almost inaudible. Maria pressed her ear closer to the rough planks, straining to hear. Still useful, for now, asking questions. Tough old bastard ain't talking much. Coulter's getting impatient. He's alive, he's here. The relief washed over Maria, so potent it almost buckled her knees. Alden Thomas was alive, held captive somewhere within or near this post. But he was being questioned, likely tortured. Coulter was getting impatient. The relief was instantly replaced by a surge of desperate urgency. She had to find him. She had to get him out. But how? Before she could process further, Sal's sharp voice cut through her thoughts. Girl, stop daydreaming and get that slop bucket emptied. Maria jumped, startled, grabbing the heavy bucket as she carried it out the back door towards the refuse heap behind the kitchen. She saw Reno and Pike walking away, heading towards a small, windowless log structure set apart from the main buildings near the back stockade wall. It was a building she hadn't paid much attention to before, assuming it was just storage. But Reno unlocked a heavy plank door, glanced around furtively, then slipped inside, Pike following close behind. The door closed with a heavy thud. Could that be where they were holding Thomas? A storage shed? It seemed plausible, isolated, secure, easily guarded. Her heart pounded. This was it, a possible location. She emptied the bucket quickly, her mind racing. How could she get closer? How could she confirm it? Getting near that shed unnoticed, especially with Reno and Pike likely inside or nearby, was incredibly risky. She needed a plan, a distraction. Returning to the kitchen, she forced herself to focus on her chores, her mind working furiously. Sal sent her to fetch firewood from a pile stacked near the back wall, not far from the suspicious shed. As Maria carried armloads of wood, she stole quick glances towards the structure. No sound came from within. No guards were immediately visible, but she knew Reno and Pike were likely still inside, or Coulter might have others watching unseen. The door remained closed, looking solid, impenetrable. Later, delivering drinks to the saloon, she scanned the crowd, her eyes automatically seeking out Reno and Pike. They were back, seated at a corner table, drinking quietly, their eyes constantly scanning the room. They hadn't stayed long in the shed. Had they just been checking on their prisoner, or delivering food, or administering Coulter's questioning? The thought made her stomach churn. An idea began to form, desperate and dangerous. The shed was near the back wall. If she could somehow get outside the stockade at night, approach the shed from the rear, where observation might be less intense. Perhaps she could listen, try to communicate, assess the situation. It was madness. But the image of Thomas, wounded, captive, subjected to Coulter's impatience, spurred her on. That night, sleep was impossible. She lay on her pallet in the dark loft, listening to the snores and murmurs of the other women, her mind racing, planning, discarding possibilities. The stolen brass button felt like a talisman in her pocket, a reminder of the stakes. Getting out of the main house unnoticed would be difficult. The doors were often bolted, and movement at night attracted suspicion. Getting back in would be even harder. Fortune, however, offered a grim opportunity. Just before midnight, a drunken brawl erupted in the saloon, more violent than usual. Shouts, crashes, the sound of splintering wood echoed through the building. Reno and Pike were instantly involved, wading into the melee to restore order with brutal efficiency, dragging unconscious or bleeding men outside. The entire post seemed focused on the commotion. This was her chance, slipping from the loft while the other women were either asleep or distracted by the noise below. Maria crept down the back stairs leading directly outside, bypassing the main saloon. The back door, usually bolted, had been left slightly ajar in the chaos. Heart pounding, she slipped out into the darkness behind the main house. The night was moonless, the sky obscured by thick clouds. Keeping low, hugging the shadows of the buildings, she moved quickly towards the rear stockade wall near the isolated shed. The sounds of the brawl still echoed from the front of the post, providing cover for any small noises she might make. Reaching the back wall near the shed, she flattened herself against the rough logs, peering into the darkness. The shed stood silent, a dark rectangle against the slightly less dark sky. No guards were visible back here. Reno and Pike were occupied. If she was going to act, it had to be now. She crept towards the shed, moving silently, placing each foot with care. Reaching the rough plank wall, she pressed her ear against it, straining to hear any sound from within. Silence. Had she been wrong? Was he not here? Or was he unconscious, gagged, dead? Desperation clawed at her. She had to know. She moved along the wall, feeling for any crack, any knothole, any opening. Near the base, hidden by overgrown weeds, her fingers found a small gap where the chinking between the logs had fallen away. It was barely an inch wide, offering no view, but perhaps sound could travel. She knelt down, putting her mouth close to the gap. "Sergeant Major?" she whispered, the sound barely audible above the thumping of her own heart. "Thomas? Alden?" Silence, only the faint sigh of the wind. She tried again, louder this time, praying no one else was within earshot. "Alden! It's Reyes, Corporal Reyes. Can you hear me?" A faint rustle from within, a weak groan, then a voice, unbelievably, unmistakably his, though hoarse, strained, barely a whisper. "Reyes?" Disbelief, confusion, perhaps delirium, colored the single word. He was alive. He was here. Tears of relief pricked Maria's eyes, instantly followed by a surge of fierce determination. "Yes, Sergeant Major, I'm outside. Are you all right?" A foolish question given the circumstances. Another groan, weaker this time. "Shoulder? Bad? Coulter's men? Questioning?" His voice faded, choked off by a cough. "Coulter has you," Maria breathed, confirming her fear. "Hold on, Sergeant Major. Just hold on. I'll get help." How? She didn't know. But she had to give him hope. Reyes shouldn't be here, he rasped, his voice laced with concern even through the pain. "Trap! Get out!" His warning, his concern for her safety, even in his own agony, struck her to the core. This wasn't just a captured officer. This was the man himself, the inherent decency showing through the pain, the discipline holding even now. "I'm not leaving you," she whispered fiercely into the crack. "Listen, Davies betrayed you. Coulter was involved. I have proof. Captain Howard knows. A sudden noise nearby, footsteps crunching on gravel, approaching the shed from the side, sent ice water through Maria's veins. Someone was coming. Reno, Pike? Had they finished with the brawl? Had someone heard her? "Someone's coming," she whispered urgently. "I have to go. Stay strong, Alden." She scrambled back from the wall, melting into the deepest shadows just as a figure rounded the corner of the shed. It wasn't Reno or Pike. It was Corporal Evans, the stable hand from Fort Laramie. Maria stared, utterly bewildered. Evans? Here? How? He carried a lantern, shielded low, and moved with a furtive urgency, his injured ankle causing only a slight limp now. He stopped near the shed door, looking around cautiously before producing something from his pocket, a key. He was unlocking the shed. Before Maria could process this, Evans slipped inside, closing the door quickly behind him. What was happening? Was Evans rescuing Thomas? Had Howard sent him? Or was this something else? The serpent wasn't just Coulter or Davies. Could it have slithered into the ranks deeper than they knew? Evans, who had seemed loyal to Thomas, who had helped her escape, was he playing a double game? The questions bombarded her, leaving her paralyzed by confusion and a dawning terrible suspicion. She remained hidden, her mind reeling, the brief elation of finding Thomas alive instantly, overshadowed by this new terrifying uncertainty. Who could she trust? Was Evans a rescuer, or was he part of the betrayal, silencing a loose end, perhaps? The serpent had many faces, and in the darkness of Coulter's post, it was impossible to tell friend from foe. Chapter 19. A reckoning wind blows in. Frozen in the suffocating darkness behind the isolated shed, Maria watched the heavy plank door close, swallowing Corporal Evans into the same confined space where Alden Thomas lay wounded and captive. Bewilderment warred with a chilling suspicion. Evans, the fort's stable hand, the gossip, the man who had seemingly aided her escape out of loyalty to Thomas here, now, with a key, it made no sense, unless his loyalty wasn't to Thomas but to Coulter. Or perhaps he played a desperate game of his own, caught between warring factions. Her mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments. Evans knew she had left the fort. He knew Howard suspected Coulter. Had he ridden south himself, perhaps seeking reward from Coulter for information about her, about Howard's suspicions? Or was he genuinely attempting a rescue, acting on Howard's orders, or independently, out of some misguided sense of loyalty? The ambiguity was terrifying. If he was a friend, interrupting him could jeopardize everything. If he was a foe, Thomas was in even greater danger than before. Minutes stretched into an eternity. No sound came from within the shed. No struggle, no raised voices, only the heavy, pregnant silence. Maria strained her ears, her nerves stretched taut as bowstrings. What was happening in there? Was Evans freeing Thomas or silencing him? The lack of noise was perhaps more unnerving than a fight would have been. Then the door creaked open again. Evans emerged alone, moving quickly, glancing furtively around before locking the door securely behind him. He didn't look like a rescuer flushed with success. He looked pale, shaken, his movements jerky. He extinguished his lantern, plunging the area back into near-total darkness, and hurried away, disappearing around the corner of the shed, heading back towards the main compound. He hadn't freed Thomas. He had gone in, spent several minutes in silence, and come out alone, locking the door behind him. The implications felt grim. Had he delivered a message, a threat, or worse? Maria felt a cold dread seep into her bones. She had to know, waiting until Evans was well clear. She crept back towards the shed, her heart pounding against her rib. Kneeling by the crack in the logs again, she put her mouth close. "Sergeant Major?" she whispered urgently. "Alden, are you all right? What did Evans want?" Silence. A longer silence this time, heavier, more final. Panic flared within her. Had Evans harmed him, gagged him? "Alden!" she hissed, louder now, desperation overriding caution. "Answer me!" A faint sound reached her, a weak, ragged breath. Then his voice, barely audible, laced with pain and something else. Confusion, resignation. "Evans. Brought water. Message." He coughed, a racking sound that tore at Maria's heart. "Said, Coulter knows about you. He knows a woman asking questions. Told me, keep quiet or you paid." Coulter knew about her. Evans had delivered the threat. Keep quiet or Maria pays the price. Evans wasn't a rescuer. He was a messenger, a pawn in Coulter's game, likely terrified for his own skin. Perhaps Coulter held some old leverage over him, or perhaps Evans had simply sold his loyalty cheaply. The serpent had indeed slithered deep. He threatened you? Threatened me? Maria felt a surge of cold fury. That coward? Doesn't matter, Thomas rasped. You need to leave, Reyes. Now, too dangerous. Coulter, playing games? I'm not leaving you, Maria insisted fiercely, though her mind reeled with the implications. Coulter knew. She was exposed. Every moment she stayed here increased the danger exponentially, not just to herself, but potentially to Thomas as well. Coulter was using her presence as leverage against him. Listen, she whispered urgently, formulating a desperate plan. I have proof against Coulter. Against Davies, I found Davies's ledger. Howard knows. Help might be coming, but I need to get you out now. Can you walk? If I could somehow get that door open. Key. Evans has, Thomas breathed. Door. Solid. Guards always nearby. It was impossible. A frontal assault was suicide. Getting the key from Evans, how? And even if she did, freeing a wounded man and escaping Coulter's territory. The odds were impossibly long. Suddenly, a new sound intruded, cutting through the night's uneasy quiet. Not footsteps this time, but something larger, more ominous. A low rumble, felt as much as heard, vibrating through the ground. Distant at first, but growing steadily louder. Hoofbeats. Many hoofbeats, approaching the post not from the south, but from the north. From the direction of Fort Laramie. Maria froze, listening intently. This wasn't a small patrol. This sounded like a troop of cavalry, moving fast. Could it be? Had Howard decided to act? Had he gathered reinforcements, thrown caution to the wind, and ridden south despite the risks? Or was this something else entirely? More of Coulter's men returning? A rival faction? The sounds grew louder, closer. Shouts erupted from the main compound, confused, alarmed. Figures carrying lanterns ran towards the north gate. The relative quiet of the post exploded into sudden chaos. What is it? Thomas whispered from within the shed, his voice strained with effort. Riders, Maria breathed, her own heart pounding with a mixture of terror and wild hope. Many riders coming fast from the north. Could it be Howard? Against all odds, against all regulations had he come. The timing felt too coincidental, too desperate to be anything but a rescue attempt, however reckless. The pounding hoofbeats reached the outskirts of the sprawling camp. Gunshots cracked through the night air sharp, sporadic at first, then erupting into a full-blown firefight. Shouts, screams, the terrified whinnying of horses mingled with the roar of carbines and revolvers. The attack had begun. Whoever these riders were, they weren't announcing themselves politely. Maria pressed herself against the back wall of the shed, caught between the hidden prisoner and the sudden eruption of violence engulfing the post. Her mind raced. This chaos. It was incredibly dangerous, but it might also be her only chance. In the confusion, security around the shed might lapse. If she could somehow get that door open. Peering cautiously around the corner, she saw figures running frantically within the stockade, caught between the attackers outside the north gate and the confusion within. Flames suddenly erupted from one of the outlying tents, casting flickering, hellish light on the scene. The attackers were pushing hard. She saw Reno and Pike emerge from the main saloon, guns drawn, shouting orders, trying to rally Coulter's disorganized men. But panic seemed to be spreading. Some men were firing back towards the north gate, others were simply running, seeking cover, or trying to escape the compound entirely. Where was Coulter? Where was Evans? Suddenly, the shed door was flung open from the inside, but it wasn't Evans, it was Alden Thomas, staggering, leaning heavily against the door frame, silhouetted against the dim light filtering from the distant fire. His left arm was bound tightly against his chest, his face pale and sweat-sheened, but his eyes burned with a fierce, indomitable light. How? Maria gasped, scrambling towards him. Bolt! Inside! Loose! He grunted, clearly in immense pain, but driven by sheer will. Heard and firefight, champ! He looked at her, his gaze intense. Reyes, my gun took it. Evans? Maria shook her head, bewildered. No, Evans didn't. I don't know. Had Evans, in his fear or confusion, somehow failed to secure the inner bolt properly after delivering his message? Or had Thomas, with unimaginable effort, managed to work it loose himself? It didn't matter. He was out. But he was badly wounded, barely able to stand, and they were in the middle of a firefight. We need to get you out of here, Maria said, supporting his weight as he sagged against her. He was heavier than she expected, his body radiating heat despite the cold night air. North Gate. Attackers. Thomas breathed, his eyes scanning the chaotic scene, the old soldier's instincts taking over despite the pain. Who? I don't know, Maria admitted. Maybe Howard? Gunfire erupted nearby. Bullets whined past, thudding into the log walls of the shed. They were exposed. Cover, Thomas ordered, his voice regaining a fraction of its old command. He pushed Maria towards the relative shelter of the shed wall, trying to shield her with his own body, wincing as the movement jarred his wounded shoulder. Maria's eyes swept the area. Reno and Pike were moving towards them, firing towards the north gate, but clearly noticing the open shed, the figures outside. They were caught. My gun, Thomas repeated urgently, trying to reach for his empty hip with his good hand. Need weapon. Maria drew the Colt Peacemaker Howard had given her, pressing it into his right hand. His fingers closed around the familiar grip, a surge of desperate strength seeming to flow into him. Ammo? He rasped. Box. Howard gave me. Maria fumbled in the bundle of clothes she still carried slung over her shoulder, pulling out the box of cartridges. Just then, several figures burst around the corner of the main building, running hard, firing towards Reno and Pike. They wore the blue of the U.S. Cavalry. Howard! Maria cried out, recognizing the captain's determined face in the flickering firelight leading the charge, followed by Lieutenant Miller and a handful of troopers, including, improbably, Doc Evans, carrying not a medical bag but a carbine, his face grimly set. It wasn't just a rescue mission, it was a full-blown assault. Howard had thrown the regulations to the wind entirely. A reckoning wind was blowing through Coulter's post. Thomas! Howard shouted, spotting them near the shed, relief warring with shock on his face. Cover him! The troopers laid down covering fire, forcing Reno and Pike back towards the main building. Howard and Doc Evans rushed towards them. Alden! Doc Evans reached him first, his eyes scanning the makeshift bandage on Thomas's shoulder, his expression a mixture of relief and professional concern. God almighty, man. Took your time, Doc. Thomas managed a weak, pain-filled grin, leaning heavily on Maria and the shed wall, the revolver held steady in his hand despite his obvious weakness. Get him clear! Howard ordered, firing his own pistol towards the saloon entrance, where Coulter's men were attempting to rally. Miller! Secure the prisoner. He nodded towards Thomas. Prisoner, hell. Thomas growled, raising his revolver. Still got fight left. But the effort was too much. He swayed, his face going impossibly pale. Doc Evans and Maria caught him as his knees buckled. Easy, Alden, easy, Doc Evans soothed, already assessing the wound even amidst the chaos. Let's get you out of the line of fire. More troopers poured through the now secured north gate, fanning out, engaging the remaining pockets of resistance. The firefight raged, illuminating the compound in brief, violent flashes of gunfire. Maria saw Coulter briefly near the saloon entrance, firing a rifle, his face contorted with rage, before being forced back inside by the cavalry's advance. Where was Evans? Had he fled? Been caught in the crossfire? Supported by Doc Evans and another trooper, Thomas was half carried, half dragged towards the relative safety of the north gate. Maria stayed close, her own revolver now drawn, covering their retreat, her eyes scanning the chaos for threats. As they passed the refuse heap behind the kitchen, she saw him. Corporal Evans, huddled behind a pile of crates, trying to make himself invisible, his face a mask of terror. He looked up, saw Maria, saw the advancing troopers, and seemed to shrink further into the shadows. He was trapped, the serpent revealed, cornered by the reckoning wind he had likely helped to unleash. Maria paused, her gun steady, aimed not at Evans, but ready. Justice would find him. Right now, her priority was Alden Thomas. She turned and followed the others towards the gate, towards the uncertain dawn breaking beyond the chaos, the battle for Coulter's post raging behind them. The cost of betrayal and the price of courage etched starkly against the flickering flames. Chapter 20. The hardest orders to follow. The immediate aftermath of the firefight at Coulter's post was a chaotic tableau of smoke, shouting, and the grim accounting of violence. Under the first weak rays of a dawn that promised another gray, unforgiving day, Captain Howard's troopers moved through the compound, securing prisoners, tending to the wounded, both their own and Coulter's men, and extinguishing the last of the fires that smoldered amongst the tents and outbuildings. The sharp, acrid smell of gunpowder hung heavy in the air, mingling with the stench of burnt wood and spilled whiskey. Maria stood near the north gate, her borrowed revolver feeling heavy and alien in her hand, watching Doc Evans work with focused intensity over Sergeant Major Thomas. They had laid him gently on a blanket just inside the relative safety of the gate, shielded from stray shots by the stockade wall. Thomas was conscious, though his face was drawn tight with pain, his breathing shallow. Doc Evans had cut away the filthy bandage, revealing a nasty, inflamed wound high on his left shoulder where the arrow, or perhaps a bullet, the details were still unclear, had struck him. Hold still, Alden, Doc Evans murmured, cleaning the wound with antiseptic from his bag. Thomas gritted his teeth, his knuckles white where he gripped the edge of the blanket, but uttered no sound. His discipline, even now, was absolute. Maria watched, her heart aching with a mixture of relief that he was alive and terror at the severity of his injury. The skin around the wound was red, swollen. Infection had clearly set in during his captivity. Captain Howard approached, his face smudged with gunpowder, his uniform torn, but his eyes holding the grim satisfaction of a commander whose desperate gamble had, against the odds, paid off. He looked down at Thomas, his expression softening momentarily. Good to see you breathing, Sergeant Major. Thomas met his gaze, a flicker of the old authority returning despite the pain. Took your time responding, Captain? He rasped, the formal address carrying a subtle weight. Regulations seem flexible these days. Howard had the grace to flush slightly. Circumstances require decisive action, Sergeant Major, based on intelligence received. He glanced pointedly at Maria, acknowledging her role without explicitly stating it. Thomas's gaze shifted to Maria, lingering for a moment. His expression was unreadable exhaustion, pain, perhaps confusion, or something deeper she couldn't decipher. He seemed to remember her presence at the shed wall, her whispered words, but the full import of her journey, the discovery of the ledger, her role in the unfolding events, likely hadn't registered through his delirium and pain. He simply saw Corporal Reyes inexplicably present, inexplicably involved. He closed his eyes briefly, as if conserving strength. Intelligence, he repeated, his voice barely audible. Need full report. Later, Alden, Doc Evans interjected firmly. Right now you need rest, and this needs stitching. He prepared a needle and gut suture. This is going to hurt, he warned. Thomas merely nodded, bracing himself. Maria turned away, unable to watch, focusing instead on the activity within the compound. Troopers were rounding up Coulter's men, disarming them, herding them into a makeshift holding area near the stables. She saw Pike, the burly thug, looking sullen and bruised. Reno, his cold-eyed lieutenant, was nowhere to be seen initially, sparking a brief fear he had escaped until he was dragged, wounded, and cursing from the main saloon building. And Coulter? Maria scanned the prisoners, the bodies being laid out for identification. No sign of Jedediah Coulter. Had the architect of so much misery slipped away in the chaos? Howard seemed to anticipate her question. Coulter's barricaded himself in his private quarters above the saloon, he informed Doc Evans and Thomas, his voice tight with frustration. Got maybe 2 or 3 men with him. Refuses to surrender. We're surrounding the building, but... He gestured helplessly. Rooting him out without further casualties would be difficult. The ledger, Maria began, stepping closer to Howard, keeping her voice low so Thomas wouldn't necessarily overhear the details in his current state. The proof against him, Davies. Howard nodded grimly. I have it secure. Found it in Reyes's belongings when she deserted, he added, maintaining the cover story even now. It will be crucial. But first we deal with Coulter. Just then, Lieutenant Miller approached, looking harried but relieved the main fighting was over. Sir, we found Corporal Evans hiding behind the kitchen. Bring him here, Howard ordered curtly. 2 troopers frog-marched Evans forward. He looked terrified, his eyes darting wildly between Howard, the wounded Thomas, and Maria. He avoided meeting anyone's gaze directly, seeming to shrink under the weight of their scrutiny. Evans, Howard said, his voice dangerously soft. You have some explaining to do, starting with how you got here and why you were seen entering and leaving the prisoner's shed shortly before the attack. Evans began to stammer, incoherent denials tumbling out. Sir, I followed the corporal. Reyes worried about her and thought she might need help. Then the attack started. Lie. Thomas's voice cut through Evans's babble, weak but sharp as broken glass. He had pushed himself up slightly, supported by Doc Evans, his eyes fixed on the terrified stable hand. You came back into the shed, brought water, said Coulter knew about her, threatened. He coughed, pain cutting off his words. Evans visibly flinched, his face draining of color. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. trapped. You delivered a threat for Coulter? Howard demanded, stepping closer, his hand dropping to the butt of his pistol. You were working for him. No, sir, I swear, Evans cried, desperation making him bolder. He knew things about me from way back. Gambling debts, other trouble. Said he'd expose me, ruin me if I didn't just deliver the message. He said no harm would come to the sergeant major. Just wanted him quiet about the woman. He wrung his hands, tears starting to well in his eyes. I was scared, sir. Didn't know what else to do. Maria watched him, disgust warring with a sliver of pity. He was weak, cowardly, easily manipulated, a small snake in the grass perhaps, rather than the mastermind of betrayal that Davies appeared to be. But his weakness, his fear, had still put both her and Thomas in greater danger. He had chosen self-preservation over loyalty. Lock him up, Howard ordered, his voice filled with contempt. Separate from Coulter's men. We'll deal with him later. As the troopers led the trembling Evans away, Howard turned his attention back to the main problem. Coulter, we need him alive if possible. His testimony, along with the ledger, will be crucial for exposing the full extent of this operation, maybe involving others back east. He looked towards the saloon building where Coulter remained defiant. But we can't afford a prolonged siege. We need to end this now. He formulated a plan quickly. Miller would take a squad and attempt entry through the rear of the building. Howard himself would lead a small team, including covering riflemen, to approach the front, demanding surrender, creating a diversion. Reyes, Howard said, turning to Maria unexpectedly. You know this building now. You worked in the kitchen. You know the layout better than any of us. I need you with my team. Guide us. Point out potential weak spots, hiding places. Maria stared at him, momentarily stunned. He wanted her, Corporal Reyes, officially a deserter, unofficially an undercover operative to participate in the final assault. It went against every conceivable regulation, placing a woman, especially one in her ambiguous position, in direct combat. Doc Evans started to protest. Captain, she's not a combat soldier. It's too dangerous. She's proven herself capable, Doctor. Howard countered firmly, his gaze locked on Maria. She knows the risks, and her knowledge of the building could save lives. He looked directly at Maria, not issuing an order, but making a request that carried the weight of one. Will you do it, Reyes? Maria looked from Howard's determined face to Doc Evans's worried one, then to Alden Thomas, now lying back against the blanket, his eyes closed but his jaw tight with pain and suppressed awareness. He had tried to warn her away, tried to protect her even while captive. Now, Howard was asking her to step back into the heart of the danger, into the final confrontation with the man responsible for so much suffering. It was, perhaps, the hardest order she had ever received, precisely because it wasn't truly an order. It was a choice, offered under the duress of battle, relying on the reckless courage Howard now seemed to expect from her. Regulations dictated she should be safely behind the lines or under arrest as a deserter. Her own fear screamed at her to refuse, but the image of Coulter, barricaded, defiant, responsible for the deaths, for Thomas's suffering, it fueled a cold resolve. She had come this far. She had to see it through. Yes, sir, she said, her voice quiet but steady. I'll go. Doc Evans looked stricken but said nothing more, turning back to his patient, his hands tightening fractionally on the suture needle. Thomas's eyes flickered open, finding hers. Again, his expression was unreadable, a mask of pain and exhaustion. But she thought perhaps she saw a flicker of something else. Surprise? Approval? Or simply acknowledgement of the strange, dangerous path her duty had taken her down? He gave a single, almost imperceptible nod, then closed his eyes again. All right, Howard said briskly, turning back to the task at hand. Select 4 good men rifles. We move in 5 minutes. Miller will commence his approach simultaneously from the rear. Keep low, use cover. We corner the rat. Maria checked the load in her revolver, took a deep breath, and fell in beside Captain Howard as he moved towards the bullet-scarred saloon building. The reckoning wind was reaching its peak, howling towards the final confrontation. Following Howard into the heart of the danger felt both terrifying and strangely right, a duty that went beyond regulations, driven by a loyalty forged in the heat of battle and the shared desire for justice. The hardest orders, she realized, were sometimes the ones whispered by one's own heart. Chapter 21. When Courage Costs Everything. The air inside the bullet-riddled saloon was thick with the stench of stale whiskey, gunpowder, and fear. Overturned tables, shattered glass, and the debris of the earlier fighting littered the floor. Dim light filtered through the dirty windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the heavy air. Outside, the sporadic crackle of covering fire from Howard's riflemen underscored the tense silence within. Maria moved cautiously behind Captain Howard and the 2 troopers assigned to his entry team, her senses on high alert, her borrowed revolver held ready. Every shadow seemed menacing, every creak of the floorboards amplified. Her knowledge of the layout, gleaned during her brief nerve-wracking time working for Sal, guided their movements. She pointed towards the bar, a likely fallback position, and the closed door leading to Coulter's private back room, and the stairs to his quarters above. "Coulter!" Howard shouted, his voice echoing in the suddenly quiet space. "Jedediah Coulter, this is Captain Howard, United States Army. The building is surrounded. Throw down your weapons and come out with your hands raised. You have my word you won't be harmed before facing trial." Silence. Only the distant pop of a rifle outside. "Don't be a fool, Coulter," Howard yelled again. "It's over. Davies's ledger tells us everything we know about the ambush, the payments." He was bluffing slightly, hoping the mention of the ledger would rattle Coulter, force his hand. A muffled curse sounded from upstairs, followed by the scrape of heavy furniture being moved. Coulter wasn't surrendering, he was fortifying his position. "He's upstairs," Maria whispered, pointing towards the narrow staircase tucked into a corner near the back room. "His private quarters?" Howard nodded grimly. "All right. Trooper Jennings Riley, cover the stairs. Shoot anything that moves up there besides us. Reyes with me. We check the back room first, make sure he doesn't have an escape route." Leaving the 2 troopers positioned at the foot of the stairs, their rifles trained upwards, Howard and Maria moved cautiously towards the closed door of the back room. Maria remembered seeing Coulter disappear through this door, occasionally, presumably for private dealings. Howard kicked the door open suddenly, pivoting into the room, pistol raised. Maria followed close behind, her own weapon ready. The room was small, cluttered, a desk piled high with papers and ledgers far more organized than Davies's pathetic attempt. Shelves lined with whiskey bottles and trade goods, a couple of chairs. Empty, but a window on the far wall, overlooking the back alley, was smashed inwards, shards of glass littering the floor. "He didn't escape this way," Howard muttered, examining the window. "Glass is broken inwards. Someone came in this way." He glanced around the room, his eyes narrowing. Miller's team from the rear should have encountered resistance here, if Coulter was waiting. A sudden muffled thud from upstairs sent them spinning back towards the main saloon. Jennings and Riley were still covering the stairs, tense and alert. "What was that?" Howard hissed. Before anyone could answer, a figure stumbled out onto the landing at the top of the stairs. It was Lieutenant Miller, his face pale, clutching his side where a dark stain was rapidly spreading across his tunic. He swayed, trying to speak, pointing back up the stairs. "Coulter! Trap!" He collapsed, tumbling halfway down the narrow staircase before lodging against the wall. "Miller!" Howard cried, rushing towards the stairs. Gunshots exploded from the top of the landing. Coulter appeared framed in the doorway, a smoking rifle in his hand, his face contorted with desperate fury. Behind him, another figure struggled, held as a human shield. Corporal Evans, his eyes wide with terror. "Stay back, Army!" Coulter roared, pressing the rifle barrel against Evans's temple. "Oh, the sniveling worm gets it." Howard froze at the foot of the stairs, his pistol aimed upwards, but unable to get a clear shot without hitting Miller or Evans. Jennings and Riley also held their fire, trapped by the hostage situation. "Let him go, Coulter!" Howard commanded, his voice tight with controlled rage. "It's over." "Over?" Coulter laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "It's never over. You think you can just ride in here, destroy my business, steal my property?" He shoved Evans forward slightly. "This changes nothing. I have resources, connections." "Connections that know you conspired with Corporal Davies to ambush a U.S. Army patrol?" Howard countered, pressing the advantage. "That you likely orchestrated the deaths of 8 soldiers and the capture of another? Your connections will abandon you once they know what you've done, Coulter. Your only chance is surrender." Coulter's eyes flickered with uncertainty for a moment, the mention of Davies and the specifics of the charge clearly hitting home. But desperation quickly replaced it. "Lies! Army lies! Davies was a fool, got himself killed. This changes nothing." He tightened his grip on Evans, who whimpered in fear. "Now back off, all of you. Give me safe passage out of here or this coward dies." Maria watched from the edge of the saloon floor, her heart pounding. Miller lay wounded on the stairs. Evans was a hostage. Howard and the troopers were pinned down. Coulter held all the cards in this deadly standoff. Her eyes darted around, searching for any advantage, any possibility. She saw the other door on the landing upstairs, the one presumably leading to Coulter's private bedchamber. Could there be another way up, a back staircase from the kitchen, perhaps? Unlikely in a rough place like this, but possible. She caught Howard's eye, gestured subtly towards the kitchen, then towards the upstairs landing. Howard hesitated for only a fraction of a second, then gave an almost imperceptible nod. He understood. He would keep Coulter talking, keep him distracted while she attempted the desperate flanking maneuver. It was another reckless gamble, relying on her initiative, her knowledge of the building. Signaling silently to Jennings and Riley to maintain covering positions, Maria slipped back towards the kitchen entrance. The kitchen itself was deserted now, Sal and the other helpers having presumably fled or hidden during the firefight. Moving quickly, silently, she searched for any sign of backstairs. Nothing. Just storage pantries and the main hearth. Disappointment washed over her. The flanking idea was a dead end, but as she turned to leave, her gaze fell upon the massive stone chimney rising from the hearth. It was wide, built of rough, uneven stones, likely extending straight up through the ceiling to the roof. Could she? The idea was insane. climb the chimney, like some hearthside fairy tale, but the stones looked rough enough to offer handholds and footholds, at least on the inside where soot and use might have created crevices, and it might, just might, emerge near Coulter's quarters upstairs. It was beyond reckless. It was madness, but looking back towards the saloon, hearing Coulter's increasingly desperate threats, knowing Miller was bleeding on the stairs, she saw no other option. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the wide, cold hearth. The smell of old soot and ashes filled her nostrils. Looking up, she could see a faint circle of gray light far above the chimney opening. The inner walls were rough, coated in thick layers of soot, but the stones did seem to offer purchase. Tucking her revolver securely into her waistband, she began to climb. It was awkward, difficult work. The stones were rough, scraping her hands, the soot instantly coating her clothes and skin, making her grip treacherous, her muscles strained, protesting the unfamiliar exertion. She moved slowly, testing each handhold, each foothold, before trusting her weight. The darkness inside the chimney was almost absolute, relieved only by the faint light from above and below. The air was stale, close. Panic threatened to claw at her, the fear of falling, of getting stuck, but the image of Thomas, wounded but defiant, of Howard and the others pinned down, pushed her onward. After what felt like an eternity of slow, painstaking progress, her outstretched hand touched wooden planks, the ceiling of the kitchen, the floor of the room above. She felt along the edges where the chimney structure met the floor. Was there an opening? A loose board? A trapdoor for cleaning? Her fingers brushed against rough wood, then a slight give. A section of the planking near the chimney edge seemed looser than the rest. Hope surged. Perhaps an old access point covered over. Using all her strength, bracing herself precariously against the chimney walls, she pushed upwards on the loose section. It resisted, then shifted with a faint groan of old wood. She pushed harder, creating a small gap. Light spilled down, along with dust and debris. She could hear Coulter's voice, closer now, still shouting threats from the landing just outside the room she was beneath. Carefully, quietly, she worked the opening wider, large enough to squeeze through. Peering up through the gap, she found herself looking into what was clearly Coulter's private bedchamber. A large, unmade bed dominated the room, along with a heavy wardrobe, a washstand, and scattered clothes. The door to the landing was closed. Coulter was outside, unaware of her presence within his private sanctum. Taking several deep, quiet breaths to still her pounding heart, Maria hauled herself up through the opening, rolling silently onto the dusty floorboards. She lay still for a moment, listening. Coulter was still shouting, arguing with Howard below. Evans occasionally whimpered. Miller was groaning softly on the stairs. She rose silently to her feet, drawing her revolver. Her clothes were filthy, her face and hands black with soot. She must look like some avenging spirit risen from the hearth. She crept towards the closed door leading to the landing. Listening intently, she could hear Coulter pacing just outside, his voice tight with desperation. She had the element of surprise, but what could she do? Open the door and shoot? Risky. He had Evans as a shield. If she missed or only wounded him, Evans would likely die, and Coulter might turn his fury on her. Then her eyes fell on something else. On the wall near the door hung a decorative display, an old heavy plains rifle, likely non-functional but impressive looking, and beneath it crossed a pair of ceremonial-looking Native American war clubs in heavy carved wood, probably acquired in trade. An idea sparked. Desperate, relying on speed and shock, she couldn't shoot without risking Evans, but maybe she didn't need to shoot. Taking the heavier of the two war clubs from the wall, feeling its solid, balanced weight in her hand, she moved silently to stand beside the door. She took a deep breath, picturing the scene outside Coulter, near the doorway, holding Evans, rifle likely still aimed down the stairs towards Howard. Now! With a sudden, explosive movement, Maria kicked the door open inwards hard. It slammed against the inner wall, startling Coulter, who spun around, surprise and fury warring on his face. In that split second of distraction, before he could fully react or turn his rifle towards her, Maria lunged forward, bringing the heavy war club down in a short, vicious arc, not towards Coulter himself, but towards the rifle he held against Evans' head. The club connected with the rifle barrel with a sickening crack of wood on metal. The force of the blow knocked the rifle sideways, away from Evans' temple, sending a jolt up Coulter's arm. He roared in pain and surprise, his grip momentarily loosening on both the rifle and the terrified corporal. Now! Maria screamed downwards towards Howard. In that instant, Evans, reacting instinctively to his captor's loosened grip, shoved himself away from Coulter, stumbling back against the landing railing. Howard, seeing his chance, fired upwards. His shot went slightly wide as Coulter recoiled, but Trooper Jennings, positioned perfectly at the foot of the stairs, fired simultaneously. Jennings's shot found its mark. Coulter staggered back, clutching his chest, a look of stunned disbelief on his face. He dropped the rifle, which clattered onto the landing and collapsed, sliding down the wall to lie still. Silence descended, profound and shocking, after the sudden violence. Evans stared down at Coulter's body, then up at Maria, his eyes wide with terror and a dawning, confused gratitude. Maria stood in the doorway, breathing heavily, the war club still gripped tightly in her hand, her knuckles white. Soot streaked her face, mingling with sweat. Howard and Jennings cautiously ascended the stairs, guns still raised, confirming Coulter was dead. Doc Evans, alerted by the final shots, hurried up after them, kneeling beside the still groaning Lieutenant Miller. Howard looked from Coulter's body to Maria, standing soot-stained and fierce in the doorway, the war club still in her hand. He took in the scene, the broken rifle, the position of the body, Evans trembling nearby. He understood instantly what had happened, the incredible risk she had taken, the decisive, unconventional action that had broken the standoff. He slowly lowered his pistol, a look of profound, weary respect replacing the commander's tension. "Reyes," he said, his voice hoarse. "Report!" Maria let the war club fall from her suddenly numb fingers. It landed with a heavy thud on the floorboards. "Threat neutralized, sir," she managed to say, her voice trembling slightly now that the adrenaline was fading. Courage, she realized, looking down at Coulter's still form, often came at a cost, the cost of stepping outside the expected, the regulated, the safe, and sometimes the cost was simply facing the terrible aftermath, the silence after the storm, knowing you had done what needed to be done, no matter how reckless it seemed. The reckoning wind had blown through, and the price had been paid.